The Klan still exists in Paris? Wait, there's a Klan street in Paris? What? Dude, that's my favorite thing, by the way. Like southern towns. Southern towns with like European names that you are supposed to read in like the worst way possible. Clan Street will remain Clan Street. After all the furor raised on social media, the Tuesday, September 5th meeting in the Paris City Council in which it discussed whether to change the name of East Clan Street was something of an anticlimax. The street will not be renamed. Only 10 people showed up for the meeting, and none of the 5 or 6 who spoke suggested a name change in the meeting, which was expected to be a long one, lasted only 30 minutes or so. The whole idea was brought up by Reverend Heath Bradley of Bella Vista, a native of Paris. In the aftermath of the violence in Charlottesville, Virginia in August, which took place during a protest against the removal of a statue, Confederate General Robert E. Lee, a brave Confederate general, and a counter-protest that left one counter-protester dead. Oh, that's how that worked?
Are we back, sub?
That's how that happened, Paris Express? There was a counter-protest, and that's why one of them was left dead. It wasn't an act of white supremacist terror. It seems kind of odd that Pat McHughes, Paris Express editor, is putting his own spin on the murder of a counter-protester. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. While defending the Klan Street. My favorite is that there's a town called Lebanon in the middle of nowhere in every flyover state. Oh yeah, 100%. Versailles. Wait, there's a Versailles in Kentucky? I bet it... How do they read it? How are you supposed to read it? It's probably like Versailles. Guys, this is not in Paris, France. Okay. For those of you who don't know this, okay, if you've never been to like a flyover state or whatever, there are a lot of like American states,
feels strong, man.
especially in the South or the Midwest. Like, there are a lot of these fucking towns that just like the chatter said, there's like Lebanon will always be a town. You always have like Paris. You always have like random European names. And the funny thing is, like, it's never correctly spelled. I mean, it's spelled correctly, but it's never read correctly. It's not even exclusive to the South. It's actually all over. In America, because of European settlers, there are just like a lot of fucking random towns named after European cities. It's awesome.
10 months, baby, let's go.
In Michigan, they call Armada. Yeah, it's never fucking spelled. It's never said correctly. It's never like Armada is Armada. It's Armada. Notre Dame. Says you can't pronounce Arkansas. No, I say that on purpose, man. Jesus Christ. Wait, what? In Arkansas, they actually have an Eiffel Tower park? Oh, that's so cute, dude. They have a town square with a little Eiffel Tower. Oh my God, is that the fucking... Bro... Why does every fucking courthouse or city building look like they're preserving slavery in there? I swear to God. It's just, I see that and immediately I'm like, where's the Confederate monument? Like right outside of it. I'm surprised that there isn't one. Cairo, Illinois is pronounced Cairo instead of Cairo. Wait, really? Wait, how do you say Versailles in Kentucky then? I take Versailles? Here's a list of U.S. places that are named after. Oh my God, there's a couple. Kabul in Missouri. Population
Versailles in
15.
Kentucky is Versailles.
Oh, that's so good. La Plata, Missouri. La Plata, Maryland. Oh, there's a Brisbane. There's a Baku. Oh my God. Antwerp, Ohio. I live near Lebanon, Indiana, and it's pronounced Lebanon. Not non, but nan. Lebanon. Welcome to Lebanon. Hey, what's going on? We're at Lebanon. I mean, there's a Turkish city. Yeah, Smyrna. Like, there's a bunch of. Wait, hold on. They'll probably say it as like Greek though. Or wait, will they say Turkey? Angora? What? Oh my God! So Smyrna is how you say Izmir in Greek. Dude, Lebanon is actually close to the Arabic pronunciation. Australians in the chat just been absolutely disrespected. I'm sorry, fellow Anzac brothers. Lebanon.
What a week for Spain. The fascists are continuing to agitate, this time against
You know what's
gay
funny?
rights.
You know what's actually funny though? Like, Lebanon is like closer to the original spelling. So like, the irony is like they were so off that they got it right.
Well, I left Buffalo, New York and headed south on Interstate 71. I went through Columbus and Cincinnati, Ohio, and then went on Interstate 75 south and went to Lexington. And then from Lexington, I'm on Highway 60 right now, just 20 miles east of Lexington to this town of Versailles, Kentucky. Now we're headed to
Versailles. There's a Lebanon, Indiana too. They don't say chimney either. They say chimley. What? There's a castle in Versailles, Kentucky. God dang it. There's a goddamn castle there. What the fuck? That's a whole ass castle. What the fuck? The Kentucky Castle? Did you hear how we pronounce Louisville in Kentucky? How do you pronounce it? Like Louisville, right? They don't say Louisville. Louisville? Wait, what the fuck? Louisville? Louisville. Call Louisville, brother. There's a Russiaville in Indiana that's pronounced Rusiaville. Shut the fuck up. Louisville. Yo, what's up? We're at Louisville right now, brother. Okay. I kind of want to watch. Okay, we're done with the fucking clan shit. We're done with the water shortages. We got astrologists versus astronomers. Is astrology a science? Dude, they're running out of fucking ideas, bro. I swear to God. When you... This one's gonna be for the crystal mommies, okay? Get at me, okay? I just... Like, they're running out of ideas. Now they're just like... I don't know what to say about this one. This is just like... This is what happens when you just completely run out of ideas and you just like fucking just, you know.
What led me wrong?
Is there a way you can tell if you're wrong or right?
Well, yeah,
in
because
astrology?
I speak to my clients.
After that, we're gonna tune into the updates from the FBI Denver at fucking Mountain Time or whatever at 3 p.m. Pacific Time, not some fucking weirdo Mountain Time shit. And we'll do the update. A cute girl in my class started asking me about zodiac signs and astrology, and I said I was interested, but I know nothing about them. What do I do, Hasan? Dude, just learn, like, ask your mom when you're fucking, actually, no, I don't know. Just make it up. Just, like, say that you were born on a time, because they're going to ask you that, so they can do, like, an astral chart for you. Okay? And then, I mean, just make shit up, honestly. Just make shit up and be like, I don't know. Run as fast as you can. Wait, why, dude? No, dude.
18 months, I guess.
A lot of girls are into astrology. Like, just learn about astrology a little bit. It will be beneficial for you, I promise. Like, run until what? Run until you reach a dude. Run away until you find a dude.
Hasan Pogo.
I'm Ian. I'm an adventure astronomer and astrophotographer. What I love about astronomy is sharing the passion of the stars with people. I question science all the time. That's the whole point about science.
When I hear of astrologers, I think of people who kind of need guidance. Astrology is not a science. Science is something that requires proof, something that you can reproduce.
I think astrology is just a belief system, and I don't think it makes sense. It's not really.
Dude, by the way, like, dudes believe in dumbass shit too. Like, we got our own versions of astrology, okay? Like, it's a meme to, like, categorize this as, like, exclusively men versus women, but, like, you know, plenty of people believe in dumb shit, okay? Just, you know, it's fun. It's fun for them, all right? It's just, like, let people do fucking whatever they want to do, okay? Yeah, crypto is, like, astrology for dudes.
A science. I honestly believe that astrology just makes people happy.
Hi, my name is Trenton. I am a spiritual analyst. I definitely believe astrology is a science. We have discovered so much about the metaphysics of things and energies that are hidden.
I think my study benefits people because the greatest gift that you can give someone is self-knowledge. It gives us our own little map of ourselves.
I believe that zodiac signs are totally relevant, but they're just a basis of a much deeper practice. They're the tip of the iceberg.
She did the reading, dude. She's like, there's more to it than that, you fucking pathetic fools. You just know about the zodiac signs? Guess what, dude? Why are you defending astrology so much if you think it's bullshit? I think it's just like a fucking coping mechanism, and also just, you know, it's like the least harmful fucking coping mechanism you can engage in. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, it's like fun little stories.
15 months.
Also, you know, a lot of hot girls are into astrology, okay? I'm just gonna say it. Fuck it. Like, I'm saying it. So I'm just, you know, I like to have fun sometimes. I like to say, you know, crystals are sick. Okay, there you go. I said it. Fuck you.
Step forward if you agree. Astrology is a sham.
You can believe whatever you want to believe in as long as, you know, it makes you happy, doesn't hurt others. But personally, I've just never really understood how, especially since we all study stars, how something that's so far away and that could potentially be gone could affect you when you were born. It just doesn't make sense to me scientifically.
One of the things that they don't account for, astrologers, is as time passes by, there's this thing called precession where the Earth's axis actually makes like a rotation. And these constellations were set like 2,000 years ago.
That's high.
And they still assume that these are the ones that are where the sun is when you were born.
I've heard this. Yeah, I've heard this before. It's like all that shit needs to be retconned now, right? Because it's not the same anymore. God damn, dude. Shut up. Shut up. You're ruining it. This is how you get no pussy, okay? If you say stuff like this, I'm going to be honest with you, it's just not happening, okay? So everything that these people are saying right here, the astronomers, okay, just like know that is the truth. They are correct. But like, if you want to be a no pussy haver, then, you know, you can do that. Be like, actually, the constellations changed. So technically, like, everything you know about modern day astrology needs to be reversed. Blah, 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 blah. Like, no, like, don't do that. Just don't do that. Okay? Don't do that. Don't.
And also, you can't split them apart equally because each constellation has different sizes. You don't have the sun in one for 30 days. You just don't do that. And look, let's be honest. You can't divide people into these neat categories. There's almost 8 billion people on this planet. You're going to tell me that there's only 13 categories of what we are?
Exactly. It doesn't make sense.
Right. I think sham is kind of it's a negative word, but from a scientific standpoint,
would you agree that astrology has a degree of predeterminism that can be used in negative ways, like discriminatory type shit? What? No. You want to know why? Because I'm happy with someone who's like, oh, I'm never fucking a Leo. If that's like how they operate, then that's fine. Like, that's chill. Like, that's a good way to discriminate, okay? But like outside of that, like, it's not, you know, codified. There is no historical precedence for astrology girls and boys being like, you know, we need to start fucking oppressing the Scorpios, okay? Like, there's no, that's insane. It's just like a ridiculous thing.
Standpoint, we don't see that there's evidence that we can't make predictions on people's lives based on the positions of the stars.
Can the disagreeers come forward?
Good discrimination, Pepega. Yes, that is actually someone who is self-discriminating in that respect is good. Why? Do you wanna be like? Do you want to be around a person who's like literally fucking taking astrology to that degree? No. So yeah, it's fine. That's great.
What?
I practice Western tropical astrology. And so the tropical system of astrology goes off of the equinoxes and the solstice. It has
Why don't you
nothing.
pretend to be vegan to get girls too? I don't pretend to like be an astrologist, dude. I just listen, okay?
Hassle.
I just nod. It's not that hard. Being a vegan actually requires sacrifice.
To do with the constellations, what you know of astrology in the Western world.
I'm also specialized in tropical astrology, and that's just one system in astrology, right? There's tropical and sidereal, those are the two systems, and they're separated by 23.4 degrees. It all depends on what system works for you.
So does that mean you have like a choice, or you see what everything means and you're like, okay, I want to pick that one, I want to study that one?
It's based off of what really resonates, right? And you'll know what resonates with you. You'll get this inner feeling through your chakral system, and you'll know right away.
Whether you resonate with Vedic astrology or Western astrology depends on whether you're more interested on using astrology for predictions or whether you're more interested on using astrology to understand yourself and validate and affirm the things that you feel in yourself.
You say astrology, meaning that the stars do matter, right? So what part do stars play in Western?
Bro, she is, I can just sense it, dude, okay? She's such a fucking Taurus rising, okay? I'm just going to tell you right now, that's real Scorpio behavior, Taurus rising. That's a heat sign. And I'm just making stuff up, but I sound convincing, right? Like, that's how I get you. You're all of a sudden, you're like, what? A heat sign? No, a fucking water sign. Earth sign. Earth chakra. Anyway, I mean, it's all fucking made up. Who cares? What's the difference, dude? Shut the fuck up. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't read the made up book. And I just made my own thing up, okay? My bad, dude. Aha, you're wrong. Yeah, it's all wrong. It's just all made up. So shut up. Okay? I'm just having fun like they are. She, on the other hand, is not having fun. She's here to fucking, she's here to kick ass, dude. Okay? She's here to fucking rip people's throats out.
Astrology.
It's not so much being born around the time that the constellation is in a certain place in the sky. You have this chart wheel and it's divided equally in 12 parts. So the rising would be dependent on that wheel, what sign, and not constellation, but what sign, depending on the tropical divisions, is on the eastern
This is what Hasan. Wait. He said. Chatter said this is what Hasan texts girls after they leave. Habibi, I'm home alone. I say Allah is with you. This is true.
Horizon. Then the rising is the first house, or it's the cusp of the first house, and there's 12 houses.
What does that mean? Because I hear that, and again, I'm not familiar with it. It just kind of sounds like a lot of...
Yeah, that's right, Ian. You're not. I mean, she's really into it, though. She's like a weeb, you know what I mean?
It's my birthday, Asha, and I hope you have a good day, Hasan.
Gibberish,
Yeah, absolutely. If you think of a clock, the hands pointing to the numbers is not time. They just represent time. So it's the same when you think of the star.
Bro, you're so wrong. There's discrimination in Hinduism based on astrology. What the fuck? There are people called Mangliks who can't be married to other people because they were born a certain way. You don't know shit. Wait, what? That's based on astrology? I thought it was a caste system, dude. I thought there was like a...
28 months.
I thought that there was a materialist reasoning for it.
Last few years, my man.
Also, why the fuck would I know that, dude? What the fuck? Someone said devious mangliks. Stop, dude. There's no oh, Jesus Christ. It's one of the worst memes, dude. I swear to God. This man caught all the astrology girls lacking. I stalked this astrology hoe Twitter for about a week and told her I was a Virgo, and she let me smash because she thought we was compatible. Little does she know I'm a fucking Scorpio. LMFAO, the universe just aligned your cheeks with this dick. Want to know how I know for a fact all this horoscope shit is a bunch of bullshit? All y'all commenting, this is exactly what a Scorpio would do. About dumb as shit, because I'm a Capricorn. Oh! Oh! Fucking destroyed, dude. Oh, wow. Wow. I need to fucking... Oh, dude. Oof. Oh, my God, dude. That is... Wow, that's so good. That's so fucking good. Let women enjoy things challenge? No, I don't have a problem with that at all. I literally just said that. That's how I started off this conversation. I was like, I don't give a fuck. You know, do your thing.
Poggers.
Classic Capricorn? Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Stars, the planets, where they are in the chart, are not the energies that we're looking at. They're just representations of those energies. It's just the realm of possibilities that the way that you express action in your life could show up.
When we categorize different planets in astrology, it's just to give characteristics.
Motherfuckers would be like, man, this astrology shit is so fucking stupid. I am totally an ENTP though. You know what I mean? Like, there are so many different like categorizations
9 months
that are exactly just the same shit. Dude, I got the ENFJ stare, dude. That's me. That's so me. You tried liking a picture? Dude, I will ban you, okay? Stop outing me like this. I will fucking ban you, okay? I don't like that. I don't like when you call me out like that. Yes, I did. I thought that the picture was the tweet, and I was wrong, and I corrected. I course corrected. Now you're making it a bigger deal. No one saw it. Just you, motherfucker. What's up? Oh, yeah, look at me. Old Four Eyes over here. Oh, old Johnny, pay attention. That's sick, dude. Thank God. Thank God you caught that. Son of a bitch.
On the specific energies. To touch on a point that you brought up, like how can we be here and planets all the way out there, how are they affecting us? Energy cannot be created or destroyed, right? We all heard.
Lying about your sign to trick someone into sex is technically rape. Okay. Let me tell you something. First of all, what we just retweeted there is called a joke. This is a thing that creates humor and laughter in one's life, okay? It's something that is supposed to brighten your day. And when you read a joke like that, you're supposed to go, ha ha! Okay, this is if you're a leftist, you probably never experienced this before in your life. But you go, ha 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 ha! Okay? That's the normal reaction. So just do that next time.
That in our science classes growing up. So we are all bits and pieces.
That's not necessarily true. This is like essentially you're talking about like kind of conservation of energy and stuff like that, right? But like we live in a universe that, for example, may be infinite.
Yeah.
We don't know. And we never can because we're limited to a specific distance to how far we can see.
I guess what I was getting to is we're all bits and pieces of energy. So everything that exists in our universe is energy,
I
right?
think that we're getting confused with our definitions of energy. I think that's where the like we have a different definition of like more scientific definition of energy, and you guys have more of a
it's
like a personality, like spiritual, yeah, like that. Like
Yeah,
a
I think there's for science, like they have to be very careful about how they use the term energy because a lot of the times it can get hijacked, or even delving into the world of like quantum physics, they use the word quantum in a way that it's not supposed to be represented as.
My beliefs are supported by science.
So
Like, I don't give a fuck what kind of dumb shit you believe in, okay? I don't give a fuck what kind of dumb shit you believe in, as long as you get your vaccination, okay? As long as you believe in, like, modern medicine and shit. But if it's like, if you're using, like, astrology to be like, my day is going to be good this week, and, like, okay, it's sick. All right, cool. Like, I'm not going to yuck your yum. You know what I mean? As long as you don't take it to the next level where you're like, actually, the vaccine is turning you into a homosexual, and it's got a demonic random chatter post. Hey, Mom, what time was I born? Nope. Stop talking to her. Okay. Mom is wrong. You can have a little fun as a treat, okay? I'm right. Your mom is wrong. You're no longer grounded. Don't worry.
You guys are probably like, astrology is not a science. But it is, because it's its own separate...
He's like, oh, astrology is not a science. But it is. But it fucking is. I will fucking kill you.
Field. Astrology, not a science. But it is, because
But it is.
Its own separate field. Astrology has been a practice that has been used for civilizations.
What is a science to you? What does science mean to you?
Now, a science is anything that can be applied to the practical realm. I know we were saying a lot of talk about, oh, this is interpretive, or this could be used for predictive measures.
I have to pee so
but
bad.
It is something that is practical, right? I have to use math. And I have to use other basic science skills in order to pull up a chart. I'm looking at degree placement, right?
I think that fields could use science and still not be science. You could use math and science and it still not be a science. I think science comes
with... What's your degree? I'm sorry, what's your definition of science?
I think science comes with fact. There's a scientific method, so you start with a theory and then you prove it at the end. Say we randomly discover a new planet in our solar system, okay? Will it change what you guys
Absolutely,
believe?
because that would be something that we'd have to sit and try to study. We'd have to conduct research on that planet, just as well as you guys would have to do. You guys would just be applying it in a different way. So I definitely look at our field as a science.
Are my beliefs backed by science? No, they're not. In fact, it's the opposite. Most scientists would say that I'm crazy. Do I believe that astrology is a type of science, a soft science? Yes, because I study psychology, I study therapy. There are people who say that therapy and psychology are not sciences. I also think that psychology and therapy are soft sciences. They're not rooted in the scientific method. They are rooted more in the person, in who that person is, and the potential of that human being and their energies.
But there's a difference there, because in psychology, we could...
I think she's taking a lot of liberties with that. She's like, hey, if psychology is a science, so is astrology. Respect. I respect that. I think that's a you know, it's just like she's doing the by your logic leap. The redefinition of words is fucking dangerous. The same as science schism early in the 1800s, where people didn't like that electricity was complicated, so they tried to make science simpler for even the layman to understand, but that just isn't how it is, and you can't even attempt to understand electricity and quantum physics without dedicated studies. This is an extension of anti-intellectual sentiment. Shut up, nerd. Okay, we get it, bro. Yeah, all right, dude. You're a fucking nerd, okay? Shut up, nerd. Astrology's a science. I said it. Can you take that mark off your wall, please? Sorry for the spam, but it hurts me to see. You know what it hurts me? When you fucking spam dumb shit in the chat. Like, that's what hurts me. Guess what, dude? You can stop. Or I will stop you. I'm going to time you out right now.
We could scan the brain and see the chemical imbalances. We could see what's missing. We could see the neurons firing. We could see exactly why things are happening, and we could prove that. So,
but you can't always prove the treatment.
But we can also look at a chart. We can also look at a chart and look at how the energies are interacting with a person. And
dude, I love that. Dude, they sold me. They sold me. That's right. They fucking sold me, dude. Hey, sorry, we got charts too, bitch. That's right, dude. That's fucking right. Turns out if you have a chart, that means it's a science. This is a science, okay? Yeah, you get a chart, it's science. That's how it works. Dude, I'm gonna lose my mind. There's like the whitest chatter on the planet. Her name is literally Ebony. What the fuck? Yes, dude, Ebony is a name, okay? Chill the fuck out. Why are you freaking out, dude? Why? Why are you freaking the fuck out? Oh, he's Turkish. I suspect the only time this Turkish boy has ever fucking heard the name Ebony is, you know, not as a name, but instead of a category, I assume. So that's why he's losing his fucking mind. There's a bit of a self-report from the Turk here. It's a name, dude. Okay? Calm down. Jesus Christ.
Correlated to what is on the chart.
I think energies and like neurons.
And I keep using energies, and that's also what I'm trying to say. Somebody had to be like, why is that energy affecting me in this way? Somebody had to sit and study these things. A team had to do research on these things.
I don't have science to prove why I believe.
Bro, then, but like this means everything that has been studied, regardless of how fucking silly it might be, is technically a science. Including, what was the rock guy? Mud Fossil University. God, he is not doing any favors. This guy is that lady of the astrology team. Like, he's just like so confidently incorrect. Did you post this? Every beautiful woman is allowed to believe 3 to 5 ridiculous things. I do agree with that. I 100% agree with that. I not only agree with that, but I also like that. I think that is like, that's what makes people more interesting. Yeah. Beautiful only? No, I think that they're just like saying that as a joke, but, or rather like adding the beautiful as like a fucking, I don't know. Someone else's tweet. Shut up. You apply cop phrenology like a science too? Yeah, that's, again, that is what is known as a joke. Like, the joke is exaggeration there. Like, obviously, it's not a real thing. Phrenology is not real. It is a fake racist science, okay? So when I do cop phrenology, I'm actually joking.
What I believe. It's just, I've been studying this for 7 years and I've been practicing professionally for 4 years. And astrology has not led me wrong. Like, I don't miss.
Except for like the entirety of what you just mentioned, which is ironically astrology letting you astray by, you know, making you focus all your energy and effort on a totally made up thing.
Is there a way you can tell if you're wrong or right?
Well, yeah,
in
because
astrology?
I speak to my clients. I never tell my clients, like, this definitely happened for you, and if you don't agree, then you're wrong. I'll say, oh, this could be an indication of this. Is this true? And they'll say yes, or if they say no, I'll say, well, maybe it can be interpreted in this different way. That's also where the interpretive thing comes in, is that it doesn't play out the exact same every time, which is why it can't be pinned down by
And that's
science.
why you can't call it a science, because
Yeah.
it's not reproducible. Science is something that is rigorously tested, and it's stuff that's reproducible. You have to be able to reproduce results. What astrology is interpretive. So you might misinterpret things because it's not really reproducible. Like, you're not gonna always get somebody right. The reason why I didn't step forward for this prompt was because I think it's irrelevant. Like, I think beliefs are different than facts. And, you know, I might really believe in God, for example. I might, right? And that's not backed by science.
You know, science is science, right? So it doesn't matter if I believe astronomy. It doesn't matter what I believe. It just is or isn't.
Celestial objects influence people's mood.
I mean, if I'm driving home, maybe I had a bad day and I see the moon coming up, it's so beautiful. Like, how can that not affect your mood, right?
My boy's trying to, hey, that's right. You know what he's doing, Ian. I know what you're doing, Ian. Yeah, that's right, baby. My man. Yep. I see what you're doing, bro. That's right. Open the door a little bit, you know, leave it open. I fucking love the moon, bro. I swear to God. Yo, that moon, dude, it makes me feel some type of way when I see that moon, dude. Fuck. Oh, yeah. He's just like, little door open, okay? Oh, yeah, it's not a science, but also, but the moon, little crystal action makes me feel good, you know? That's right.
It's just so gorgeous. I do a lot of astronomy outreach. You know, I show people the planets or the moon through telescopes. A total solar eclipse that we've seen, we were all like in tears. It was just so beautiful. So yes, definitely things that happen up there can affect.
You know how the moons affect bodies of water, right? The
You
closer
are literally a whore, Hasan. I'm joking, man.
the moon is, the higher the waves are.
But also, I'm not joking. Like, I'm joking, but I'm also not joking.
It is, the lower the waves are, right? That's why we have tides, kind of, sort of, right? But we're made up of 70% water. The moon in astrology talks about our intuition, our feelings, our...
I love this take. I've heard this so many fucking times, dude. I've heard it so many times. The moon, if it impacts the water, and we're 70% water, so the moon impacts us drastically, like the tides. Yeah, like when the high tide is, I'm just full of water, okay? And when it's low tide, no water. I'm so dehydrated during low tide, dude. It's crazy. You know who else had this idea? Avatar, motherfucker. Bloodbending. What this dude is literally describing is bloodbending, okay? Let's keep going.
Our emotion. There are so many other planets and celestial bodies that are definitely doing that. So I'm so happy that you said yes, because it is definitely true.
See?
I'd love to.
That is literally the reaction you're going to get. Ian did that on purpose. He's like, I love the moon. Look at how much they love that shit. They're like, oh, yes.
To know what you think about the correlation between the 28-day cycle of the moon and the female hormonal cycle.
There must be something there. I'm not an evolutionary biologist, so I don't really know.
Yeah, I'm a Cancer rising, so I feel the moon, and I know from personal experience that, yeah, planets affect the moon.
I'll have to say I really liked your interpretation of that. Because, you know, the moment that you stepped up, I was like, okay, I know what's coming. I know what it is, because I do agree on that. I mean, look, Mars is really far away. What is Mars gonna do, like, you know, to my mood? It just doesn't. Even the gravitational force that we experience between planets that are further away it's really nothing.
Can I ask what makes you say that with such certainty?
Because I do physics, and so I know what like how gravity, like the force of gravity works.
Sure, but we have plenty of anecdotal, I guess you could say, evidence.
What the fuck? Bro, she literally went, oh, you do science? Well, guess what? I got anecdotes. I've never heard someone say that before. That's pretty awesome. Like, she straight up said, yeah, well, guess what? I got anecdotes. I know a guy. That's sick. That is Sigma behavior, dude. Literally. Oh, yeah? Oh, you got empirical evidence, dude? Guess what? I got anecdotal evidence. What's up? I know a guy who knows a guy. Get fucked.
Well, the thing is, if you believe something, right? Mm-hmm. You already believe it. And then the thing that I really have to mention this, like the thing that you mentioned about the correlation between like women's periods and the moon is moving away from us. So eventually it's not going to orbit in the same in the same way. And so
And that's why women's periods are fucked, dude. That's it. That's why 70% of my body is water, and that's why you're not supposed to drink as much water anymore. New York Times told me so, because the moon is moving away. Yeah, real shit.
Then
I think there's a big thing right now that we're using between correlation and causation. I think that's another big divide that we're seeing right now. Like when people...
Why are you trying to say correlation means causation to people who are just saying like, oh, you got data? Well, I got anecdotes. Like, it's over. That conversation is done, dude. When someone knows what anecdotal evidence is and says like, I don't give a fuck, like I know a guy, it's done. Like, you can't further that conversation. You are talking to a person who will never listen to you unless you turn around and you're like, I actually fuck with the moon heavy. Like, you know what I mean? Heavy flow shit, straight up. And then they will listen to you because you're agreeing with her. And that's it. And that's what happens with anecdotes. So it's a wrap at that point.
People are like in a mood or like they're really happy and they go outside and they're like, oh, there's Mars or the moon is full or whatever. That doesn't make sense to me, where people can kind of not blame their behavior, but associate it with what's happening. Like, there's a correlation, but we can't see the causation.
Just so disgusted. She's like, I don't give a fuck, dude. I just said I care about anecdotes that agree with me.
I guess that goes back to my my argument that I posed earlier about how energetic things are affecting us. We're affected by this energy, even if it's so many light years away or if it's right here.
Chat, they're not live yet. They're not gonna go live on time, are they? Oh fuck, they are.
Was last seen a body.
Oh wait, never mind. They're not.
Been found during today's search efforts. Hey there, folks.
Let's go, dude. JB
on WFLA. Now let's show you our live feed from Grand Teton National Park. You can see
let's go. JB's gonna describe to us what the fucking window is washed with, dude.
So we're about 1 minute away here, at least from the scheduled press conference time. The scheduled press conference for 6 o'clock Eastern. 5.
Sorry, I mean, all you know, we are excited to see our boy JB Biuno, who is just the absolute fucking legend, but also at the same time, like someone died and they found the body. So let's just fucking, you know, let's just dial it back. Okay. It's hard not to get excited when we see our boy, JB, you know, on the ones and twos, just absolutely fucking destroying it. Just doing a freaking awesome job. You know, JB takes no shits, okay? JB will tell you when it's the top of the hour and there's a 60-second ad break. JB will tell you you can avoid those ads if you subscribe. I feel like I literally just ran an ad break. Like that's how fucking quickly time is flying right now. Anyway. Yeah, JB will tell you that you can, you know, you can subscribe for $4 to September if you want to. You don't have to, but you can. And that way you'll have an ad-free broadcasting experience. They'll tell you you can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime. You can use an ad blocker or a VPN if you don't want to subscribe. JB will give you the opportunities, you know. And lastly, he'll tell you you should steal your wife's boyfriend's Amazon Prime and connect it to your Twitch Prime to get one free Prime subscription a month. If you don't want to see the ad breaks anymore, here's the ad break now.
A press conference has been called here pertaining to an update in Gabby Petito's disappearance as we understand it. And so we're moments away here from finding out what that update is. And again, the coroner's office reporting that a body has been found. So sticking to the facts here, that's what we know here at this time. You can hear some of the chatter coming in here, folks. We're live a little bit early, even though we were live about 2 or so minutes before the top of the hour here. Went live a little bit early here. And
he said it!
Press conference hasn't gotten underway here. Why are we live a little bit early? Because it takes time for, of course, all the shares and everything to occur on social media, all the retweets to occur.
Why is he describing this?
It gives everybody the opportunity to kind of file in here, comment back and forth. We're going to be featuring your comments here coming up with hashtag HeyJB as we do here on WFLA Now.
Bro,
So
I
Facebook
love
Live,
him, dude. He's
YouTube
like, yeah,
Live,
we started earlier
Twitter.
because, you know, we just wanted you to file in, you know, share, get those shares out.
Use hashtag
That's
HeyJB.
right. I'm going to do that too. I'm the boyfriend of someone's wife, then steal the fucking husband's
Animated on
account.
screen here.
No dead air, dude. JB, no dead. JB, no dead air. Biyunno.
Here, folks. So we were live a little bit earlier on today for the search for Brian Laundrie, and people were asking at that time, "What's going on in Wyoming? What's going on in Wyoming?" This is what was going on in Wyoming. I want to keep the press conference here on screen.
Well, we got some drone footage going on.
So let's go split screen here. Left side of the screen here, folks, is the podium. We're waiting for that press conference to get underway here momentarily. When it starts, we go full screen, we listen in, we find out what this update is. On the right side of your screen, these are search efforts.
What is going on in Wyoming, dude?
Real coverage of that search effort that was underway today here. So Grand Teton National Park, there you can see some of the cars there that were parked, going through some of the areas here that had been mentioned as possible locations as to where that white van had been located. So the search efforts were underway here. We've had simultaneous search efforts here, folks. Simultaneous. Because right now, and it still stands this way at this moment, we have a dual missing persons case for this engaged couple that left on July 2nd from New York in that white Ford van going across the country, posting on social media. The couple, of course, being Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie. Brian Laundrie being, of course, Gabby's fiance and the person of interest in this case. Brian Laundrie is missing. And we were live, excuse me, we were live earlier on today with a update as to the search efforts. And right now, the search area in Florida where Brian Laundrie could possibly be, again, seen leaving on Tuesday in hiking gear, or said to have left family on Tuesday with hiking gear. The area where he is said to be is so vast and expansive, but it is a fraction of the size of the area that is Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming. So we're about to get an update here, folks. Thanks for spending a portion of your evening here with us. I haven't even looked too much here at some of the folks that are...
JB, give us the attention, dude. What the fuck? We need it from you, Jay.
Platforms here, and I can see... Hello to our YouTube audience. Hello to our Twitter audience. Hello to our Facebook audience. A reminder here, folks, I've been live here pretty much the last...
All right, I got some fucking crazy shit for you from Brian Enton, okay? The Red, White, and Bethune family bloggers were giving me permission to share this video. The family says they were driving around Grand Teton National Park around 6 p.m. August 27th and spotted Gabby Petito's van. They were just going through the old videos, and they saw the van. We actually weren't able to find
any sites, and we ended up driving back through, saw it again, but here it is on the left. So.
And I slowed it down so you can possibly see it a little bit better.
But kind of freaky for a late Saturday evening, but we just kind of had a brain fart. Oh my God, there's that van. So if anybody can help, I know the FBI is looking for all the help they can get on the case.
The family says this is in the Spread Creek dispersed camp area of the park. Here are the photos the police provided to us of the van, where it is now at the Northport Police Department. This is the van itself now. Also, what's fucking nuts is like they have some responses, and the back van door was open and then closed upon them driving up to it. The zoomed in and slowed way down so you can see the back door close as they approach. I don't know about that part, but this is crazy. Those are sandals.
Love the streams, Hasan Hassel. You made my worldview way better.
Those do be looking like sandals. And that is the same hat. But also, I don't know where the what do you call it? Like where this puts them. Like I don't know if August 27th is like before she went missing or if it's after she went missing. That Twitter name is Astrology Lamau. Wait, where? Astrology Academy. Oh my God. Oh, well, see? There you go, dude. You can't be fucking...
We actually weren't able to find any sites, and we ended up driving back through, saw it again, but here it is on the left. So.
And I slowed it down so you can...
Was that door open? Like, I can't tell. I'm going to look at it again. Okay, we're going to look at it closely.
We actually weren't able to find any sites.
No, right? That black bar that you see in the middle... That is just simply the ladder, I think. I think people are mistaking the ladder for...
We actually weren't able to find any sites, and we ended up driving back through, saw it again, but here it is on the left. So.
And I slowed it down so you can possibly see it a little bit better.
No, I think it's just the ladder. I think people think that it's like
kind of freaky
door.
For a late Saturday evening, but we just kind of had a brain fart. Oh my God, there's that van. So.
Okay, let's get back to JB.
To Brian Enton. Again, follow him on News Nation, follow him on air and online.
Bro, that is not the guy. I think that's just like...
has not been revealed, and they won't say if it was a man or a woman. Let's break down...
Get to the presser,
some
JB!
Of the key questions that are going to be asked in this press conference. Give you a little bit of a primer here.
Get to the fucking presser, JB! Shut up!
Of course, the first questions are going to be, and what we anticipate happening here is an announcement being made and then a question and answer period. And we hope to find out whether or not the body that was found here today during the search in Grand Teton National Park, whether or not that was Gabby Petito, or based on, of course, preliminary results here, if they believe that.
Oh, never mind. That guy was just testing the microphone. God damn it, dude. I can't believe I thought JB would be unprofessional enough to speak over a fucking live video when it's going on. That's just me. That's me behavior. That's Hasanabi behavior. JB would literally never do that. It was just a fucking microphone tester guy. And like, obviously, you know, JB is a friend of the working class. So like, you know, he probably does believe that the microphone tester guy has a lot of important things to say. But right now, JB is making up, you know, he's trying to use the time. He's trying to use as much time as he possibly can to, like, you know, let out as much information as possible.
What condition was the body in? Was there an attempt to cover up the body? Was there an attempt to conceal it?
No.
Was it found near where the van was? And this is new video that came in.
Yeah, the reality is what we learned from that lesson is never doubt the streamer. So like, for example, when chat says like, oh, dude, the video is live already. Like, why aren't you on the video? Or like, shut the fuck up over the video. Like, yeah, just like I doubted JB, chat should also recognize that they doubt me from time to time and should never do that ever the fuck again.
This is courtesy of, and make sure I have this right, Jen Bethune, Red, White, and Bethune. Big thank you to them for providing us with this video. And this is the video that they found on, and I want to make sure that I have the date here correct. August 27th is when they believe that this video was shot. And this is a massive clue. Now, based on the video here, the video shows us what does the video show us? The video shows us a van here parked off. This is Grand Teton National Park. A van here that was parked on the left side of the road here. Kind of an odd spot to be parked. People on Reddit and TikTok have been combing through this video to determine whether or not this is, in fact, it's hard. You can't see too well if it's Florida plates, but trying to comb through and determine whether or not this is, in fact, the Laundrie and Petito vehicle. And then also, too, people have been combing through the background of this video, trying to figure out exactly what they can see. And there's a lot of people trying to enhance this video on Reddit and on TikTok.
Wait a minute. Okay, I got to interrupt this broadcast to say that Simu Liu is actually a fucking chatter. One of those fucking annoying ass chatters who constantly fucking says Ariana Grande is too young looking. Is it legal for Ariana Grande to be dating Big Sean? Just wondering. That's right, dude.
This was early.
Just wondering, Andy.
They have been using all means possible here. Oh, I think we have them walking up to the podium here, folks. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We'll have time for a brief statement. Because this is an ongoing investigation, we won't have time for questions. Please.
I might have juiced the audio.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles Jones. I'm the Supervisory Senior Resident Agent here in Wyoming for FBI Denver. Standing with me here today are Acting Chief Ranger Matt Wilbur with the National Park Service, Hunter Bailey, who is Chief of the National Park Service Investigative Services Branch. We also have Teton County Sheriff Matt Carr and Jackson Police Chief Michelle Weber. First and foremost, on behalf of the FBI personnel and our partners, I would like to extend sincere and heartfelt condolences to Gabby's family. Joe and Tara Petito and Jim and Nicole Schmidt. As every parent can imagine, this is an incredibly difficult time for the family and friends. Our thoughts and prayers are with them. We ask that you all respect the privacy as they mourn the loss of their daughter. As you are aware, FBI personnel, in coordination with our partners at National Park Service, the Forest Service,
I mean, he said the
Teton
mourn the
County
loss of the
Sheriff's
daughter,
Office,
it's over.
and Jackson Police Department have been conducting an investigative activity in the vicinity of the Spread Creek dispersed camping area. Earlier today, human remains were discovered, consistent with the description of Gabrielle "Gabby" Petito. Full forensic identification has not been completed to confirm 100% that we found Gabby, but her family has been notified of this discovery. The cause of death has not been determined at this time. We appreciate your continued support and patience as we work through this process. The vicinity around Spread Creek campsite will remain closed to the public until further notice. This is an active and ongoing investigation, so we ask everyone maintain distance from law enforcement personnel and equipment, vehicles, and related activity for their own safety, as well as to protect the integrity of our work and respect privacy for Gabby's family. We appreciate the tremendous support from the public. The support from the public's response to request of tips has been remarkable. We continue to seek information from anyone who utilized the Spread Creek dispersed camping area between the dates of August 27th and August 30th.
The fact that they let Brian go and he wasn't under like round the clock surveillance is psychotic to me. I don't know.
In that area. Please share any new information with the FBI at tips.fbi.gov.
Like, I'm not saying arrest him immediately, right? Like, because, you know, there's a little thing called the law, and you can't do that, but like at least surveil him a little bit. What the fuck?
Photos and videos can also be uploaded at fbi.gov/Petito. We thank our partners at the National Park Service, the U.S. Forest Service.
Yeah, he could still be innocent. Very unlikely, but he could be innocent.
Collaboration and diligence.
The only problem here is that he was still seen as the leading, like, he was seen as a prime, not suspect, but like a person of interest.
Knowledge of the rugged terrain that we're dealing with, which made this process much more difficult. We greatly appreciate the invaluable skill and expertise of the Teton County Search and Rescue Team. We also thank the community of Jackson and the surrounding areas for the hospitality and for accommodating a rapid influx of law enforcement personnel in the area. In order to protect our investigative process and increase probability of successful prosecution should it be necessary, we have no additional comments. We appreciate your cooperation and respect for Gabby's family, loved ones, during this difficult time. Thank you.
Like, I understand why you don't just like fucking throw the dude in jail and throw the key away, okay? Like, we are a nation of laws, okay? You can't fucking do that, right? because like it's technically a missing person's case right now. Until this very moment, it was considered a missing person's case. Now it's a murder investigation. So obviously, like, there are rules that you need to fucking follow. And despite the fact that the dude was like insanely suspicious, I mean, in every fucking sense of the word, like, there is a reason why that you can't just, like, you know, there's a reason why you can't just like fucking drop everything and just, you know.
Authorities at Grand Teton National Park.
Oh, I want to see
a body matching Gabby Petito's description found by hard-working search members here today, Sunday, September 19th, 2021. And Gabby Petito's family has been informed of the tragic news. Hey there, folks. JB Buno here with you live on WFLA Now. That's 6 o'clock. Presser was difficult for even members of law enforcement to deliver the news here, the news that we have all been fearing now for the last almost week of this story. Every single solitary person that I spoke to personally off the clock when I talked to them about this story, when I told them the details, when the story began to first gain traction Monday, Tuesday of last week, when I talked to them and I said, this was a couple that went, an engaged couple that went on a cross-country road trip. They were together and they made it all the way from your posting on social media, all the way through to Wyoming, to Utah, to that area of the country. And then the social media trail of breadcrumbs went cold. And Brian returned to the Tampa Bay area, to Northport, Florida, with her van, and Gabby was missing, and Gabby was not part of that trip back here to Florida. The most common response that I got was, this doesn't feel right. That's not good. This doesn't add up. This stinks. That was the response that I got. And as the story progressed over the week, the situation just, it got worse. The video came out from
Stay
Utah,
strong. Stay strong, Brian.
there was a domestic
Stay strong,
call,
JB.
and that the police here wanted to see if Gabby was safe. During this moment, investigators are talking to Gabby about her well-being and what to do, but also trying to figure out exactly what happened. Brian, as we get in some stray audio here, let me just kind of take care of that.
Take care of that,
Brian
JB.
had scratches on his face. Gabby, clearly distraught here. Something just wasn't right between this couple. There have been people examining.
How did this become a moment?
Language.
Telegenic, pretty white couple. Both of them are like attractive. White girl goes missing. They documented a lot of their stuff. Everybody loves true crime. The dude that's like high key very likely did it. Does the most suspicious shit you can do. Apparently there's actually a fucking thing called like white woman syndrome or something, like in the media when there's like a missing case for like a pretty white girl. There's always a lot of coverage over it. Like, I mean, that doesn't mean that this is not missing white woman syndrome. Yeah. That doesn't mean that this is not like an important story. Of course it is. But, you know, I mean, every missing person story is devastating. You just don't give a shit when it happens to sex workers. You don't give a shit when it happens to like black women. You don't give a shit when it happens to trans people. It's just like it's happening regularly all around us. But the real reason why this is like a national story is because it's a pretty white girl who's from like a upper middle class family, and now it's you know.
So they came up here, they gave us their information. We were told we were not allowed to ask questions, and they left, and they were in and out. And so it's just really heartbreaking news.
When we watch ACS, you always said always
really
get a lawyer first. Yeah, when you're suspicious or when you're the criminal, yes. I tell you, like, always get a lawyer first. Even if you didn't do the crime, always get a lawyer. But also, I'm helping you do the crime in that situation, okay? So that's one. So yeah, if he did the crime, yeah, he did the right thing, but he still did the fucking crime. He did the right thing for self-preservation, but he still did the crime. And also on top of that, this fucking asshole lawyered up before he even revealed that Gabby Petito was missing, okay?
Word from
He lawyered the fuck up He left this person behind. No one knows where or how. Drove the fucking van that they bought together. That's like functionally her van. Back to fucking Florida. Lawyered up. And then the family actually said, yeah, Gabby Petito's missing. Like, he didn't even fucking come out and was like saying that she was missing. So, you know, he did like literally every bad thing you can do.
Story that is not,
and is also missing himself now. He's on the lam.
of course, at the center of this story are the families that we're talking about here. We're talking now. We'll talk about the Laundrie family here in just a moment. But we're not.
We'll talk about them. All right, he said.
We've been talking about this story for way too long. We are not moving on to the Laundrie aspect of this story until we give Gabby what she deserves.
Isn't broadcasting this playing into MWWS and white supremacy broadly? Dude, you asked this question before, and like, I don't know how to fucking answer you, dude. Like, it's such a psychotic fucking take to think that like I'm advancing white supremacy. Because like like what do you want me to do? Like not care? You want me to just be like, dude, yeah, who gives a fuck? You know, people go missing every day. Like, it's one of the most psychotic fucking takes that like a Twitch channel is actually you know, promoting white supremacy because we're like fascinated by a fucking true crime story that is unfolding right in front of our eyes. Like you I don't know what the fuck is wrong with your brain, dude. I swear to God. It's just like an insane take.
They've flown to Wyoming. They have flown down here to Florida.
Damn, JB's like fucking crying.
They have done countless interviews.
Why not cover a black woman missing instead? You only care about her because she's pretty and white, dude. You guys are fucking deranged, dude. Like literally fucking deranged. Like actually just like the most deranged people. Oh, this dude's name is Soy Mongol. What the fuck? I mean, he's probably a fucking psycho.
5 months of hot takes.
Fucking 4chan groiper over here. BIPOC designation is one founded on exclusion. Please don't fucking associate with these idiots in the movement. Why not cover a black woman that's missing instead? You're only caring about this core story because she's pretty and white. It's a true crime story that is like unfolding. It's like, you know, it's a matter of public interest. People
All right, let's bring up some of the.
You made your chat race obsessed.
Some of the comments.
Again, another fucking idiotic take. How if I am responsible for my chat, don't you recognize that like me being like stop being a fucking psychopath is actually me cleaning up chat's behavior? Or are you just more focused on like making idiotic assumptions and being and trying to think that you're in the right? Anyway. Also, race obsessed is the biggest fucking self-report take you can ever have, dude. What public is she of interest to? Public that likes to watch true crime unfold in front of their eyes. Is that a good answer for you, dumbass? Like, go consume more morally righteous content, dude. Just turn it off right now. Just go read Das Kapital, okay? Like, seriously. Just here, Dapper Alexander, I helped you along the way. I permanently banned you. Any other chatters want that? For the record, Hasan went into this topic knowing this to begin with. I literally mentioned it like 3 times. I mentioned it so many fucking times, like missing white women syndrome. Like, even before I knew that there was a terminology for it called missing white women syndrome, I literally came into the subject saying, I'm going to be honest with you guys, this is a horrible thing, but horrible things happen all the fucking time. But the real reason why everybody cares about this is because, like, you know, this is a telegenic, story. And that's precisely why there's a lot of fucking media attention on this, because, you know, this is a person that's missing, but also, you know, on top of that, they're vloggers. They have a lot of video. There's a lot of like elements in the story, including her being like a pretty white girl, that factors into this, and that's it. That's what it is.
news to digest, and we're going to do it here together. I never met this girl. And if this type of story had occurred 30, 40 years ago, maybe this type of a response wouldn't be in me. But you watch enough YouTube videos. This is a 2021 story in that you watch enough YouTube videos, Instagram clips, you see enough pictures, and you feel, and I'm sure the people out there are thinking the same thing. You feel like you knew a little bit about who Gabby was. No one knows more than the Gabby Petito family and those closest to Gabby, but just, she was a free spirit as we understand it. She was somebody that loved to go on adventures. She was somebody who was magnetic and loved sharing her experiences with the world. And
yeah, the funniest thing is, like, while this was going on, I talked about indigenous women that had gone missing, a sex worker that was that had gone missing. But like, everybody only comes in here and be like, just to say like, aha, black women go missing every day and you're not covering them, you white supremacists. Meanwhile, like, you literally don't have a fucking separate story. You're gonna Google it right now to prove a fucking point. You're literally going to Google it right now to prove a point. You had no idea if there were other people that were missing. You are just going to Google it. There are actually indigenous folks in my fucking chat that straight up sent me links and shit that we talked about before. But you right now, motherfucker, you are just coming up with it right now because you want to fucking win a goddamn argument. That's how little you give a fuck about other people going missing. That's how little you give a fuck about black women going missing. That you are straight up going to Google it now just to fucking write it in the chat to be like, this person's gone missing, you didn't cover it.
But now
that's how little you care, because all this is to you is just an argument on the internet.
So let's just take a moment here. What we're gonna do is we'll step away for 90 seconds. 90 seconds. And just say and let everybody just have a moment, just a moment of silence here. This is for Gabby Petito. We'll be back in 90 seconds to continue the conversation here and where this now goes. But for what we'll do is here, folks, we're going to pause this.
One more month until the baby is here, Haspoggers.
And a prayer for Gabby Petito.
It's so fucking silly. Like, it's such a dumb thing. Not to be all men's rights or anything, but she admitted to assaulting him, meaning there was already a history of violence in the relationship, and the cops were like, well, I don't think she meant it, and let her go. No way the guy would have gotten away with it, but women often do, which led her in the situation where violence was already present. What the fuck? Dude, you are such a psycho, dude. That's what your takeaway is? That, like, she kickstarted the violence? That's why she's murdered now? Like, because she fucking kickstarted the... Dude, I don't care about the moment of silence that JB Biuno is posting for Gabby Petito, okay? The fuck? I don't give a shit that he wants to do a moment of silence. I'm going to do coverage, okay? Shut up. Yeah, that was a psychopathic take. I'm an indigenous chatter that's been around for a few months, and honestly, you've talked more about indigenous people in NA and other minority rights than any of these other non-native streamer I've seen on the platform. Jesus Christ, dude. What makes me so mad about the media's obsessive coverage of this is that I had no idea about the police gangs until like Gravel Institute video. The story is sad, but it infuriates me how the media masturbates to this kind of content. Yes, the media personally operates in a way where they care about profits. They care about fucking ratings. This is, like I said, this is like a high rating story. This is something that people are going to care about. You care about it. Look at that. There's 38,000 people in this fucking chat right now on a Sunday afternoon because everyone is fucking trying to figure it out. Everyone wants to know what the fuck's going on. Okay? That's just the reality.
JB Buno here with you live on
All right,
WFLA
get
now.
back to us,
I've been
JB.
reading through some of the comments.
Tell us how it is, JB.
For being here with us. We've been that was a moment of silence for Gabby Petito and a moment a moment of reflection for everyone. A moment where we can just send some prayers for the Petito family, the family that just wanted to find their daughter. They did, but not in the way that they had originally hoped. We've gotten in the last several moments. We've gotten in some updates that we're going to get to. Just first here before we do that, just a couple of comments that we'll animate here on screen. You can use hashtag HeyJB. That's the only way that we animate comments on screen, so that if you don't want your name and whatever your account profile picture is, we won't animate your comment on screen unless you absolutely want us to. And if you want us to, please use hashtag HeyJB. Michelle Mann, hashtag HeyJB. May her family find peace, and may Gabby fly high. Let her wings soar. A very touching comment here from Michelle. From Anastasia, hashtag HeyJB. My thoughts and prayers are with the Petito family. Justice for Gabby. Let's first and foremost show you the area where this all happened here today. So this is video that we just got in. Let me make sure that I attribute this video properly. Very important to give the proper credit here to those who shot this video. And this is from, and I'll make sure I have this right here.
He does proper.
I thought I had it right up here on one of my screens.
He does proper attributions, dude.
Here. This is from KSL. KSL Chopper 5. This was where the body of Gabby Petito, or the body again. We have to continue to repeat this now.
I will never do proper attributions
stage of the,
because I'm a fucking piece of shit.
And the identity process here, but a body matching Gabby Petito's description has been found here in this location, but it's enough of a match preliminarily to contact the Petito family and inform them what has happened. These were the search efforts that were underway here today, and this is where they found a body. This video has been screened here. The video has been screened.
My man gave the attributions down to the fucking name of the chopper, bro. He gave the credit to the vehicle.
Of course, we're not showing anything that we're not supposed to. But this is where Gabby was found. And now, and back to the commenter here a moment ago, justice for Gabby. There needs to be justice for Gabby Petito. There needs to be justice for Gabby Petito. And we don't know how swift that justice is. But let me just say this. Before we take more of your hashtag HeyJB comments, and now we carry this conversation forward into a man's name here that I'm going to start saying over and over again here in a few minutes.
I don't know if this is his first news story, but like, I'm going to be honest with you guys, dude. You can probably notice like the difference in coverage between me and JB.
5 months.
But like, I've covered so many fucking stories like this, and like endless amounts of fucking death and destruction, that like, but he is like distraught by this shit. I'm like, no, we're gonna move on to the next murder tomorrow. And I'm actually shocked at how like dramatic his telling of the events are. I mean, and the story is really fucking shitty. It's horrible, but goddamn, dude, like. I'm fucking broken, dude. This is how you're supposed to normally act, I think. I'm so broken. No, it's not JCS, Chad. I've been covering the worst shit on the planet every single fucking day for the past like 8 years, dude. Every single day. Like racist attacks.
Yo, shout out to my offliners.
Like police brutality. Missing people, dead people. Crazy.
It's been an exhausting week, and they've been searching. They were searching all day yesterday, all day today, and we can only
maybe because you don't have kids. Wait, you think JB has kids?
This news is I would imagine. I'll just say this. I would imagine that this news reaches the ears of Florida law enforcement here, and they're going to want. All the search efforts. This has been a grueling search in Myakkahatchee, in rural Sarasota. We can only hope now that this kicks them in and kicks them into a whole nother gear. Not that they needed a whole nother gear, but provides them with an extra jolt of motivation here to find Brian
Yeah, how
and to
dare you
carry
say I
on
don't
in
have
these search
fucking
efforts.
kids?
Law
I got
enforcement and
30,000
North
kids,
Port
bro.
police,
What the fuck?
But let's hope that they are reinvigorated here tonight because they want to do what they can for the Petito family and bring this to justice, bring this story to justice. All right, it's time to do a more thorough discussion here on what we know, what we don't know, and on Brian Laundrie here. Okay, so let's now start. Let's get into this here. Let's talk about Brian Laundrie. Nothing has changed as of this time with Brian Laundrie. He is still a missing person. He is still a person of interest and a missing person. He is not a suspect at this time.
Yeah, right.
That could change. An examination of the body, an examination of the area where the body was found, the autopsy, all of this is going to be conducted now to determine whether or not there's any evidence in Wyoming that Brian Laundrie can be officially labeled as a suspect. Right now, this is a missing person search.
I mean, they're right. He's right, but like, I mean, he's sus as fuck.
At this time, I want to reiterate this. Some very strong-worded comments for Brian Laundrie here in the comment section. But we have to report it as is. And right now, Brian Laundrie, and this could change with a tweet in 5 seconds, but right now, Brian Laundrie is a person of interest in a missing persons case. So if they were to find him at this moment, at this time, he can't be charged with a crime until they say that he can be charged with a crime because they have evidence to justify the crime being, of course, charged against him. So that's where we are with this. So now that we kind of got that out of the way, let's talk about what we don't know and what we do know. We don't know the cause of death. We don't know the condition that the body was found in. We don't know what kind of evidence was found with the body. We don't know if there was an attempt to conceal the body. We don't know if the body was found at the bottom of a ravine. We don't know if the body was found in a shallow grave. We don't know if the body was found under a blanket. Or I don't want to go into the gruesome details, but we don't know what condition the body was found in.
Fucking chill, bro.
Out of respect for the Petito family, of course, we don't know the condition that the body was found in. So this is all now a process. It's a process that I think that a lot of folks would dearly hope would be.
Isn't being a person of interest in fleeing some sort of crime? No.
When my brain starts to rot?
I mean, I think they can hit him with obstruction of justice, or I think they can hit him with obstruction of justice now, or not even. Probably not even, because he's not. First of all, it wasn't a murder case. It's still not a murder case technically, but let's be fucking real. Like, it looks like it. That's number one. Number two, when there's no body, there's no murder. When there's no murder, there's no suspect. You understand? So now there's a body. Now we need to find out if it's a murder, or go beyond just our suspicions that it's a murder. Then afterwards, depending on how the body passed away, then we figure out if there's actually a fucking suspect, like a murder suspect. And most likely it's Brian, okay? But those are the processes that you need. Clearly they're saying he's not a suspect, so if he is alive, he will come forward willingly? Yeah, no. I don't think so.
Extra time necessary and put a button on this to the point where they are 100% confident that the person responsible for this gets put away for as long as necessary. So there's a process now that has to be followed. So,
like, I get what you're saying. You're saying the cops are saying he's not a suspect, so he comes forward willingly.
They're going to want to rush here this process.
But like he is, everyone with the brain thinks he's the suspect. So
the law enforcement here, they have this correct and right and done by the book. I know here that there are folks who are joining us here that are just finding us here. We had a moment of silence earlier for Gabby Petito, And these images here, what I think now what we're gonna do is we're gonna we've been showing this video enough. Can we not all agree? And our system here, our video system here, just kind of immediately goes into autoplay mode. So what we're gonna do here, folks, is we're gonna put away this video for unless we need it later. We're gonna put away this video here for a while. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna kind of freeze it right here on Gabby's image. Let's go back to the image here, and we're just gonna freeze it. I want to remember Gabby this way. Let's do this
what
first.
is happening?
I'm gonna just freeze this and instead of video playing here and all that auto feed video. Let's do that. Let's get to some of the questions and some of the comments that are coming in here on Facebook Live and Twitter. All
right, JB's being a little weird right now. Okay, just a little weird. I feel like I don't know if he's playing into it. I feel like this is a little irresponsible. Either it's me or just JB sounds very weird, like he's into her. I don't know. He was crying earlier, dude. I don't know. I mean, he was literally crying. He did a fucking, he did a moment of silence. This shows how far the body was from the van in the video. Location marked off forest where the van was. Coordinates are where Gabby Petito's body was found. Now everyone needs to shut the fuck up about Brian's possible innocence. There ain't any. You think this is his first missing person in murder case as a reporter? He admitted he watched all her YouTube videos? Jesus Christ, dude. What the fuck?
Brian is the focal.
Pull it together, JB.
Despite not being named a suspect, being a person of interest, him going missing this week certainly adds up. 2 + 2 = 4. And I think that it's pretty fair to say right now that Brian is the primary and in some estimations the sole focus right now of the investigation here in Florida. Yeah, a lot of questions about Brian's parents. Jasmine Sue, #HeyJB. I hope Brian's parents come forward and speak about what they know. Brian's parents have the same exact constitutional rights as myself, as you watching at home, and as Brian Laundrie if he's wandering in the woods. The right to remain silent. And the fact is that anything that you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. And so Brian's parents, at this stage now, it would be a significant turn for them to start talking now, given what has happened. So Jasmine here is hoping that the Laundrie family's conscience comes into play here. But hold on a second though. We can't jump from A to C without talking about B, and B is this in that equation. You're assuming that Brian's family knows something. Brian's family might not know something. That scenario is still within what I call the realm of possible. There is a scenario where Brian comes back, says he got into a fight with Gabby on the road. They got separated and he returned home and he doesn't know what happened.
His coverage is insane right now, dude.
There's also that scenario here, still within the realm of possible, that they got into a fight, they got separated, and something
motherfuckers will say kind of weird, JB. Bro, I get this fucking mad about like systemic injustices.
I can feel it through the camera lens. I feel it. JB, come on, no way. It's got to be Brian.
Also, I'm not a fucking local news anchor.
Zero evidence that connects Brian Laundrie to Gabby Petito's death. And we can now say not disappearance, but death. Zero evidence. That could change in a matter of minutes, hours, or days. However, at this time, Gabby is dead, and her fiance is a missing persons case. And until that they have something to charge him with, people saying, I hope Brian's parents come forward and speak. What if they have nothing to speak about? Or what if they have nothing to speak regarding how Gabby lost her life? Again, apologies for the hoarse voice. It keeps cracking, but it's been a long day of streaming. It's been a long week of streaming, and it's just taking a toll on the vocal cords here, folks. All right, so here's what we're going to do here, folks. It is very difficult here on a Sunday night. What we're going to do is I'm going to step away for 60 seconds. 60 seconds. I want everyone to file in their hashtag HeyJB comments, whether you want to pass along a prayer for Gabby, a prayer for the Petito family, whether or not you want to make a point about anything I just said, whether or not you want to make a point about Brian Laundrie, whether or not you want to give some words of encouragement to Florida law enforcement that is searching for Brian right now at this hour. Use hashtag HeyJB here. It's with the size of our audience.
He's leaving right now to go find Brian in the woods, bro. Parasocial JB. What is this?
Amanda Ackland's classmates say she was one of the kindest and most generous students at Montgomery High. Her 4.0 GPA and hours spent volunteering at a local homeless shelter truly make her death at the hands of a drunk driver earlier this week all the harder to take for this school and this community.
I just keep asking why.
Me too. Why? Why Amanda? Why not us? I never knew Amanda, but everywhere I went, there were touching reminders of the caring friend she would have been to me had I known her. The halls where we would have talked about our classes. The student lunchroom where we might have shared a piece of pepperoni pizza, which might have been her favorite food. I know it's mine. Well, it wasn't easy coming back to school. Now that Amanda's gone, but we did it because that's what she'd have wanted us to do.
God, this is The Onion. It's a joke.
Because that's our Amanda.
But you didn't know her.
Don't say that. I was already exhausted after the emotional roller coaster ride at the school, but I knew there were more victims to be with. Amanda's family.
That's her senior photo. She was class president.
She was so talented. It's just not fair. It's just not fair.
Well, I guess that God must have had some reason for taking her away. Right now, I can't even imagine.
I need a minute. I'm sorry. Can I keep this? Losing Amanda was one of the hardest things I've ever had to deal with, but I knew I had to be strong for this community. I couldn't let them go through the funeral without my support.
I don't want the pain to stop. I don't want to get easier. She's so much better than all of us. I don't want to go on. The pain. She was so much good. She cared about so many people. She loved you so much. Andrew, she loved you so much. What's your name? She loved you, Russell.
And we have O'Brady Shaw with us right now.
Thanks, Brooke.
Not quite how I would have reported the story. Seems a bit unprofessional to let yourself get so emotional.
Well, when people are feeling pain, I feel it too. Don't you ever get emotionally invested in a story?
No, I don't. You know, I had my tear ducts cauterized years ago, and I like to keep my emotions stored in a special place in my mind where they only come out for my night terrors.
I guess it's like that old Japanese proverb. Wakatara sonomama de.
Yeah, okay. I saw that special report you did from the war zone in Darfur the other night. You almost got shot at one point.
I didn't even notice. I was so wrapped up in the feelings of the moment. That bullet could have passed right through me. I wouldn't have even felt
Yeah,
it.
too bad that didn't happen. Okay, thanks for stopping by, O'Brady.
Chad, this is a fucking joke. This is a meme from The Onion. JB strategy is working. JB's he's one of the most genuine and empathetic journalists I've ever watched. Thank you for all your hard work bringing us live info about Gabby. Hashtag HeyJB. Oh my God, it's one of my followers. And did you just choose this because it's astrology? Are you guys trying to fucking do Are you guys trying to fucking do anti-astrology At your prop right now. Yo, this is crazy. Like, this motherfucker's like, I'm gonna be outside of Brian Laundrie's house in 50 minutes. Yo, how about you fucking stay home, dude? Like, what are you gonna do, dude? Harass the fucking family with a camera? Like, you're gonna find him with your camera? This dude almost cries about some person he doesn't know while you laugh at a chatter saying, at least Sean Hannity doesn't burp in the mic. Two different worlds. Wait, missing white woman syndrome is actually a real thing? Bro, we're literally experiencing it. What the fuck are you talking about?
We don't know what happened to Gabby. We don't know if her fiance is involved. It's so easy to jump to conclusions, but we have a responsibility here. I have a responsibility, and the job that I do, I have a responsibility for all of you to have a frank conversation with you based on what we know and what we don't know, but also to tell it as it is. And to tell it as it is right now, this is not yet a homicide investigation until we are told by authorities in Wyoming, in Northwest Wyoming. We believe that something terrible happened to Gabby. We believe. We don't know. And so we'll find out, hopefully, sooner rather than later what happened to Gabby. But this is not a homicide investigation at this time. And Brian Laundrie, her fiance, is a person of interest who is missing and has not been charged with a crime and has invoked his constitutional right to remain silent. And we don't know where he is. Let's get to some of the comments that are coming in here. You can use new digital audience. And if you've been here with us now for an hour, you are very sick of hearing me say this, but I have to because people scroll on their...
All right, we're done with this. You can't tell me JP's the exact Onion character. I mean, he is. He literally is. All right, let's get back to the astrology. He's going to win the Pulitzer for this coverage? No, the fuck he's not, bro. Are you insane? What? No. Yes, he will. It's a joke, you dumbass. Oh. Okay. Anyway, all right, yeah, local Pulitzer. All right, let's get back to the astronomy.
Here in front of us, right?
Okay. Now, what if I were to tell you that, let's say,
You already won an Emmy? Yeah, well, I want a fucking Webby, dude.
Betelgeuse is, what is it, like
I think
400 light years away, 600 light years away? If we saw Betelgeuse go supernova, right? Some astrologers might say, oh my gosh, that's affecting us. That happened 600 years ago.
Right.
So why is it affecting me now? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everything that you see, like if it's something that's 4 light years away, you're seeing it as it was 4 years ago.
Right.
Not as it is today.
I only can go off of planets that are actually like in orbit, like the moon, the sun, our basic planets, including Pluto. Those are the only things that I really focus on.
So let's just go back to Mars and say Venus, right? Because Mars has all these like really rough and angry qualities or whatever.
You're learning. You guys are learning.
Yes. And Venus has all these beautiful, calm and peaceful qualities. But what if I were to tell you that if you were to go into Venus and sit there, you wouldn't even make it because the pressure would just destroy you. So how's that peaceful? And what is that like? Where does this come from?
There are no good and bad planets.
Why do these science ladies have such big titties?
The irony. What's wrong with you, dude? That's fucked up. Dude, that's just straight sexism, okay? Stop.
THX for making my BF a leftist Hasan.
That's so fucked up. Stop. That is not allowed. Stop, dude. You're gonna give me fucking man.
There's a highest expression and there's a lowest expression. Mars is not evil. It can represent aggression. It can represent anger. It can also represent action and motivation. Venus is yet love, relationships, beauty. It can also be manipulation. Like there's no, oh, this is a bad planet. This is a good planet. There's levels here.
Why do
there's
these
duality.
ones have such thick
There's
dumpers?
highest expression. There's low. There's. I just wanted to, cause like.
Okay, I'm stopping
planets,
donos.
like they're my people. So like we just got let's.
I believe in zodiac signs and their predictions.
I definitely do believe in zodiac signs and their predictions and what they could bring. And it all depends on how you're tracking the energy, how you're also communicating whatever it is that you can get from the energy to a client. That's basically what my job is as an interpretive astrologer, is to break down what I see on the chart and to communicate it in a way that you would understand.
I just was hesitant about coming up with predictions because it's the word predictions. I'm not of the belief that astrology is necessarily a science because I don't consider myself a scientist. And astrology is such an interpretive practice that using astrology as a predictive tool sometimes does more harm than good. It can create a lot of anxiety, and sometimes it is inaccurate. You're going to get human error in some sort of interpretations.
I have a lot of friends and a lot of people around me who believe in astrology. But my thing is, I've had so many of them be like, what's your star sign? So
wait, why is she backtracking? What a coward. She literally fucking should have gone. I thought she was gonna double down. She's like, yeah, actually fucking, this shit's bullshit. I made it up. She's like, yeah, it's lame. I just make up a bunch of stuff, actually. Like, what happened in that argument that you're just completely reversing your position? Yeah, it's lame. I hate it now, actually.
I always tell them, well, guess, what do you think I am? And then it always ends up being wrong, or I'll finally tell them afterwards and I'll be like, I'm this. And they're like, that's so Virgo of you. That doesn't make sense to me. So that's why I don't personally believe in those star signs. I know that you guys discussed that, but that's why I don't disagree with what.
Yeah, she should have fucking done that to him. Like the dude who I retweeted. She should have hit them with these are my personality characteristics. And then someone goes, oh, you're a Virgo. And they go, well, guess what? I'm a fucking Leo, bitch. What's up? And then they say, oh, well, that's Leo behavior too. And then you go, well, just kidding. I'm actually Cancer, dumbass. Wrong again, Bob. You know what I mean? And then it's owned. You're so owned. You're so brutally devastated in front of everybody else that it doesn't matter. Wait, what? Cops are at the fucking laundry house? Oh, god damn it, dude. All right, can someone link me the fucking... Can someone link me the JB live stream again? I turned it off.
Murdered in Moab have anything to do with this Grand County Sheriff's Office, the department there?
Okay, come on, JB, get back to the real shit. There's a lot more astrology than your zodiac sun sign. Whatever people say, oh, you're such a Virgo or something along the lines. That's pop astrology. All right. We're fucking done with this shit. All right, let's.
What you guys said, but that's why I disagree with the prompt that was read out.
With sun star astrology or sun sign astrology, that's where it can get carried away. It's actually the rising that's most important because that starts your chart.
What the sun represents is our own sense of self. And when you first meet someone at a party, how much are you going to be able to know off the bat from your first impression of them what their sense of self is?
Exactly. What I think is that because we live in a world where we don't know people at all, if you have a way to be able to somehow describe who this person is when you just first meet them, it makes you feel safe. And that's why I feel like, a lot of people take to astrology.
People, they think astrology puts them in a box. Like, oh, you're a Capricorn. This is the only way you can behave. This is the only way you can act. It's like, no. Astrology is very much about the possibilities, not necessarily this is what you are, this is what you do, this is how you act. I don't like you. No, it's just like, this is what could possibly happen. This is the expression you could possibly take.
Would you say that everyone...
The thing is, astrology antis defend astrology as though it's scientifically based instead of faith-based like religion. Yeah, I feel like if anyone were to say, like, astrology is actually faith-based, it's kind of like a religion. You can't say anything to that. It's true. It literally is, right? So when you turn around and you're like, no, there's a scientific basis for this shit, it's like, well, no, there isn't. I also don't care. Like, I don't. I'm not personally, like, invested to destroy you in the marketplace of logic and reasoning. You know what I mean? I don't care. It's fun. It's great. Whatever, dude. Do your thing, you know? There's plenty of fucking Christians out there, you know what I mean? And most people in this community understand when you go, oh, lol, imagine believing in God. I only say, oh, my logic every time instead of, oh, my God. You know, like when people say that, you're like, shut up, nerd. Let people fucking enjoy God if they want to believe in it. You know?
And has, like, all possibilities are available for everybody.
Yes.
Well, I mean,
and to a certain extent, even if you are, like, say, a Virgo sun, your Virgo sun could be affected by a certain relationship with, say, Mars. So it's not like you're just this and you can only be this. It's like, no, you've got this, you've got a, you know, sprinkle of something of this. It's, people don't like me putting in boxes, which makes sense, but that's totally not what I don't think what we're doing.
It does, though, kind of sound like you're still compartmentalizing things.
Don't do it, Ian. You're not gonna, Ian, on God, it's not gonna work for you. Don't do it, Ian. You were doing the right thing. You're talking about the moon, lunar cycles and shit. Now he's like, it kind of seems like you're compartmentalizing.
To the point of, like, there's 7 billion, 8 billion people in the world. How can you categorize them in these boxes? But the deeper that you go into astrology, the more nuanced it gets and the more personalized it gets.
The other side doesn't fully understand the study of celestial objects.
Oh my God. Oh my God, the audacity, bro. Okay, this guy sucks.
I'm so of two minds about this. You guys are doing something that's very scientific and practical in what you're studying. But just because something isn't practical or scientific, you can still study religion, you can still study the Bible, the Torah. I don't even think it should necessarily be equated to your study.
For, like, astronomy, like, there's scientific...
I mean, she's, like, admitting it now.
Into how we understand and how we know what we know now, you know, standing on the shoulders of giants, all the people.
I know Ian, I live with him. He literally just thinks the moon is pretty and it makes him happy. He's chill as hell. Okay, dude, you're making this up.
Who have studied it before us, and now we know, and we can prove what they've studied is correct. It's very, like, factual.
I'm, from my point of view as an astrologer, like, I'm like, yeah, no, things are definitely factual based, and like astrologers sat down and they've come to a common consensus of what things mean based off of where they're placed, what energies are placed on them. That's what gives them more of the component of what the planet may mean.
I think, again, that's where the divide is, because when you guys could think certain things are fact, but I hear you keep bringing up that it's interpretation. So there's so many things going on way far away that we know about that, like you said, you don't really have the necessity to know about. I think that there's
I'm not, I swear. I knew you'd say that, though. If you're Ian's fucking friend or if he's your roommate, ask him right now if he was trying to get pussy when he lied about fucking how he loves the moon and shit. I just burped into the microphone again.
a lot of stuff that you guys interpret that we've disproven in a way, or that we've seen evidence for, just going completely against it, negating your guys' points. So I think that's kind of where that divide kind of comes from.
1 is the loneliest number. Yeah, I would never sit here and say that, you know, like, you don't know what you're talking about. But also, like, I don't think you can fully understand anything. I think you can go to school. I think you can do the work. I think you can have a very good grasp on something, but you can never fully, like, we're talking about the stars and the universe and the planets here. You can't fully understand nothing in regards to that. You read the stars. You read the cosmos. You understand all of the sciencey things. You said Beetlejuice, I was like, the character? Is he here right now? For me as an astrologer, I study the stars, yes, but I also study people. My job is to work with someone one-to-one. I'm showing you what I see, but I'm also showing you what I see from you as a person.
Bro. Kind of the point of science is to be able to understand the unknowable. Okay? What you guys are doing is just like, oh, well, we can't understand it, so I'm just going to make shit up. It's literally the opposite of scientific thought. Like, that's the... So, like, both sides understand that there are, of course, certain things that have not been discovered yet. You know, we just don't fully comprehend everything. But one side is like, well, we need to figure this out. The other side's like, yeah, we can't figure it out, so I just made it up. There's no proof. But there's nothing wrong with it. It's just like, as long as you know, treat it like it's a religion. I did a crystal mommy like 5 years ago. It was wild. She was insane in more than one way. The sex was good, though. I'm saying, dude.
Would you say astrology is more along the lines of like human psychology?
Psychology, yes, absolutely.
Okay. Depending on the system that you are studying.
Yeah, definitely. It kind of means like that. What astrology is like for fulfillment, in terms of what benefits humankind. I mean, physics, astronomy literally brings us, cell phones. That's practical. But we also, as human beings, like to have things like art, for example, music. I need music. If I didn't have music, then I might, So it's kind of like there's a fulfillment thing, and I get that.
My belief is that balance is extremely important. And the way I see it, like logic and science and all of these things are one end of a spectrum. Like, to get a little spiritual, it's like yang energy. And we're representing, in my opinion, a bit more of the yin energy, the human element. And I think that it's also important to do what you can on a person-to-person basis, and that will help humanity.
All right, great. Thank you so much, and that's a wrap.
Yay. We didn't kill each other.
It's literally like a kid being like, I'm helping. You know what I mean? It's like Ralph. No, I mean, it's cool, but oi, bruvs, it's time to fucking look at air bruvs. Airline passengers losing their fucking shit in the UK. We're back. Okay, I have to fucking cook, or else I'm gonna die, okay? So I'll be reacting to this mobile like I usually do. Okay? Airbruv content. Hold on. It's muted, FYI. Yeah, I see that. Hold on, I have an interesting idea actually. Does anyone have like an image of me? Just me as though I'm sitting on my own fucking chair or something when I'm reacting? A quick access to just me. I'm gonna put that over the camera so the fucking weirdos don't like lose their shit. There are no images of you. Take a screenshot right now. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to use the Giga Chad one. No, I don't want to use the Giga Chad one. Yeah, I need to put like a 30-second loop video of me. Oh, there you go. Perfect. There it is. Look at that, dude. Maybe motherfuckers will shut the fuck up now. Yep. $1440p. Okay, I know.
Hello everyone and welcome to another episode of Airline UK Freakouts. Up first, in Luton, Leo's feeling the heat with one of the most culturally entitled people ever to feature on the series.
This has happened before to me, on Ryanair once, and never ever before. Like this.
Mr. Egidius is travelling home to Zurich and he's carrying with him a rare viola.
This is an instrument worth 150,000 pounds, and it could no way survive the hold.
Now, safety is my number one priority.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying to you is that we need to tag it. So the crew are fully aware that we've seen it here at check-in. What it will go into our fragile hold, which is at the front of the aircraft.
But it's still downstairs. It's still not. It's still cold.
It can't go on board the aircraft with you.
No. Are you aware? It's cold down.
It might be worth £150,000, but Leo's not making an exception.
Okay. Means if you want to put it down, I want from you a signed statement that you take full guarantee of the full value of this.
When we put your baggage receipt on it, that makes us liable for it.
Yes,
to a certain
but to a certain extent, not the full 150,000 pounds.
No.
This is absolutely irreplaceable. Look at it, please, sir. I must say, I've never had this problem. If I ever have this problem with you, I will not fly EasyJet again, and will make it public.
Okay, what I'm explaining to you.
I want to show it to you. No, I want to show what you're doing.
Fine. You're quite welcome.
I love the little look he gives the camera here before he flexes the viola on us.
Okay, this is an instrument.
Yeah.
200 years old, one of its kind.
Not the usual digit for denoting the number one, but he's minted, so I'll let it slide.
Mentioned in a dictionary 100 years ago.
These facts are so irrelevant. We get it, mate. This 150-gram viola has a richer history than my entire bloodline. If you want to keep it warm on the flight, feel free to shove it up your ass.
I'm saying it's not a case of it definitely can't go in the cabin, but it's something that we can't ascertain until the aircraft lands, and we can ascertain how many people have checked in, and I can see how much of the stuff that in the crew holds. So what we will need to do is tag it as if we're going to put it into the hold, and then I will come to the aircraft gate with you, and we'll be able to check with the crew. But you will need to tag on it for the meantime. I've got other things to deal with at the moment, so if we can meet back here in about half an hour.
Can I have your name, please?
Yeah, it's Leo.
Leo.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
These people are trying to put it now in a hole, and there is no question about it that the instrument would not survive it because it's too cold. That means they're actually trying to ascertain that this instrument is dying, and that's not possible. Yeah.
He really doesn't think a lot of these airline staff, does he? Just say what you really think of them.
Not stupid exactly, but not academic by a long chalk. It's not that I'm better than this, it's just that I'm much cleverer than you need to be to work here.
Sometimes in these freakouts, people need to realise that just saying please can go a long way. This next guy, however, might be overdoing it a little, and Supervisor Kwasi is not having any of it.
I can just walk straight through. That's how long I can get on. Will you please try and get me on this plane?
I can't get you on it.
Please.
I can't.
Why?
I'm sorry, I can't.
Why?
The check-in is actually closed.
I know
That
the
flight's
check-in's
boarded. I
But I
can't.
can go on board. I can be on it in 2 minutes. I can walk straight through. I've got everything.
Russell is travelling to Zurich to spend the weekend with his girlfriend, but he's been caught up in traffic and has missed check-in.
I'm just begging you. I'm begging you,
There's
please.
no need begging. There's no need begging because I'm not going to change my mind here.
Please.
You're not listening.
No, I am listening. I am listening. I am listening
please?
to you. Yeah, I am listening. Please, I haven't seen my girlfriend for 3 months, so the next flight's not till 1:30. Please, just try. Oh, please.
He's tried. He's tried it, and the answer is no. And I'm telling you as well, the answer is no, sir. We have a scheduled line.
I know you
We-
do. I know you do. But I can get on it. I'm not going to cause anything.
No, I cannot get you on this flight other than getting on to the next one, sir.
Please, will you just try for me?
There's no point keep going on about it, sir. I can't get you on this flight. Sorry.
Please try, please.
Each year, EasyJet carries 500,000 children, but there can be complications, as one family is about to find out.
Every airline has a different policy, and it does state on the terms and conditions when you booked on the internet that we wouldn't accept them when they arrived here. A 14-year-old cannot take responsibility for somebody under that.
What are the ages of the children?
It does state that in the terms and conditions on the internet.
The Martinellis have booked their daughter and a family friend on a flight to Belfast, but at 13, the friend is too young to fly without an adult.
I'll have a look at the flights for you.
Supervisor Jana Wyatt can't let the 14-year-old take responsibility.
My husband's quite happy to fly out, and if you can get a plane back, if you'll pay for the seats, because we
can't pay for the seats.
This is a no-win situation, is it?
It does state on the internet before you booked that this would happen.
This is just pathetic.
Well,
are you prepared to pay for the ticket? Because I'm not paying for the damn ticket.
No. Let me ring reservations and...
I mean, this is a money-making exercise, isn't it? You want somebody to go and escort someone to come back again, and who pays for the ticket, for the extra ticket? I must pay for it. No.
The 14-year-old's okay to travel, but she can't take responsibility for the 13-year-old. She has to be 16. So they came to check in. It was booked over the internet, and obviously they hadn't read the terms and conditions. It does state in there that they can't travel.
This is a rip-off.
Back at the terminal, Russell's not giving up and Quasi's not giving in.
Once the flight starts
Will you
boarding.
please just try for me, please?
No, I can't. You're not listening to me.
I am listening. You don't understand how serious this is. I haven't seen my girlfriend for 3 months, that's all.
I'm sorry.
I know you're sorry, but...
I can't get you on this one. I'm going to get you on to the next one.
This one's not till 1 o'clock.
Sorry.
Please try, please.
No, it's been tried already, and I
please.
can't keep trying.
Oh, please. Please, will you just ask them, please?
The answer is no. They've said no twice. They can't say no. They can't keep saying no. I can't keep calling them.
Please try for me. Please, I'm begging you. I'll get on my knees in front of the camera.
Oh, kinky.
No. It won't do me. It won't do you any good. You get on your knees in front of this camera. It won't do you any good.
No, I'm not worried about it. I just want to get to my girlfriend, mate. Please.
Sorry, I can't. If you go back to Theo, he'll transfer you on to the next one. Sorry.
Oh, no way.
There's no way.
Mr. Bradley will have to accept that he will now have 4 hours less with his girlfriend.
What can I do? I can't say, you know, you can't be, there's no favoritism here. We have a scheduled airline. We have to go on time.
I've only got a hat. Well, I've got luggage, but it could be hand luggage. They could have got me in the plane as far as I'm concerned. And they just decided that they weren't going to do it this morning.
At Luton Airport, Jana is still trying to find a compromise for the Martinellis.
Okay, hang on just a second. Dave, can you include one male on your figure?
Suggesting that I should go with them, well, at least one of them, the youngest one, over to Belfast, which I should have done in any case. So I have to pay for the ticket to go across to Belfast and, you know, come back merrily the same day. What is tomorrow morning? I'm off to France at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Can sell you a seat for £100.
Oh, that's very reasonable.
That's the cheapest that we can go.
That's a great offer.
Each way.
I've already had to pay another £140 on top of the original one.
Whenever you sign a contract, do you not read it before you sign it?
I've dealt with many contracts and contractors. It's never fair on either party, and there is always a compromise somewhere. And my compromise
which is what I'm trying to do. I cannot give you a seat free.
So how are we going to get back from Ireland, though, to England? Who's going to travel with us then?
Somebody will need to.
That's another ticket for some rip-off.
Or travel here with them.
Thieves.
Realising he has no other choice, Mr. Martinelli pays the £100.
Here we are, sir. If you'd like to go straight through to gate 11, please.
Gate 11. Bye.
Bye, have a lovely holiday.
I'll send you a postcard, eh?
I know it says in the terms and conditions, but I do feel for the Martinellis here. When they booked online, there really should have been some kind of warning pop-up saying there needs to be an adult to fly with the children in the booking. Several £100s is such a big price to pay for just not checking the terms and conditions. Back in Luton, the Zurich flight is now boarding and Leo is nowhere to be seen, so it looks like Mr. Egidius is going to have to win the battle one last time.
No, you can't say that. If you have a tag on it, you just go into the hold of the aircraft.
No, it can't go in the aircraft. Can I talk to the captain?
That's why it's had a tag
yes,
on it.
Yes, exactly. That's why I talked to them. And they said I have to talk to you, and then I can talk to the captain.
No, but if you have a tag put on the bag, then it has to go into the hold of the aircraft. That's why it's been tagged.
Okay,
it goes as a carried item.
This, and this goes into the hold.
No. That is the item.
No.
If you're not willing to put that in, then you won't fly.
Yes.
That has been had a tag put on it.
Please speak to the captain. Can I please speak to the captain?
He'll tell you the same thing.
Yes. Can I ask him?
No, you don't have to ask the captain.
But
You've
I
been
would
told
like
to check him. Right, if you want to wait one side, well, check the other passengers in. Because at the moment, I can't.
Yeah, I know, I understand. We have all not very difficult time. But this is a musical instrument.
In case you didn't know, it's worth £150,000, it's 200 years old, and it was mentioned in a dictionary 100 years ago. It's one of a kind.
Okay. Wait, what the fuck? Wait. What the fuck? Where is this? I don't even know what the fuck's going on there. Wait, that was so strange. Okay, first of all, I don't know what's happening with this thing. It's like crazy. Anyway, the fucking guy is really annoying. It's one thing. I kind of get his gripe. But more importantly than that fucking guy, what's wild to me is like the fucking simp dude who's just like, please, begging for his fucking life, dude. What's gonna happen? Is she not gonna have sex with him or something if he's 4 hours late? Fucking sad. Sad state of affairs.
It's put in the fragile hold of the aircraft.
I gotta pee so bad. Oh my god.
It dies.
You mean it died? It's only an instrument, sir.
No, it's a wood. It's a viola. Okay, can I speak to the captain?
You can speak to the captain, or you can speak to the dispatcher.
I want to just do it very friendly, yeah?
Make it your final.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Out on the tarmac, he walks straight past dispatchers, the captain, and the crew. With his one-of-a-kind viola stowed safely overhead, no one can ask any questions because he is apparently asleep. Outstanding move. Swiss Viola Man 1, EasyJet 0. Well, that's all we have time for today. If you want to be notified of the next episode, hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. As always, I'll leave my links to my Twitter and Instagram down below, and if I'm not at my follower limit, I'll follow you guys back. Thank you for watching, don't forget to like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time.
Come fly with me, let's fly away.
Hello everyone and welcome to another episode of Arthur TV's Airline UK Freakouts. Up first in Luton, heavy fog has settled over the airport and not a single EasyJet flight has taken off or landed in over 3 hours. As a result, Liverpool, EasyJet's second base, is taking in the diverted flights and busing passengers back down to Luton. But with planes that should be flying in and out of Luton sitting motionless on the Liverpool tarmac, the day's timetable is a write-off. Even by early evening with the fog now lifted, the situation in Luton is chaotic, and with thousands stranded, it's about to get even worse.
This is an important information announcement. Due to earlier adverse weather conditions at Luton, check-in is currently suspended.
Predictably, the passengers aren't impressed.
Don't take. That is not good enough.
It is unbelievably disorganised.
Due to the adverse conditions at Luton.
They don't affect the check-in.
This is the most appalling piece of customer service I have ever come across.
In the firing line for angry passengers is a young baby-faced Leo Jones, who only finished his training 2 weeks ago.
You're having a laugh.
I wish I was. I'm seriously not.
Today is a baptism of fire. Do you remember this divvy in the bright orange jacket from episode 1?
I mean, it's not worth a while. Throw the money in your face and I'll f***ing go up to the flight, you know what I mean?
Ooh, you're hard, showing off.
Well, next up we've got America's answer to him.
I experienced a 7-hour delay coming in from Amsterdam. My bags were offloaded off a Monarch airplane because EasyJet didn't have a jet the right size to accommodate 3 flights they tried to cram together. My bag was offloaded onto the tarmac, soaking wet. My bag is now soaking wet, and no representative at the airport will do anything for me. Everything's wet on the bottom.
What I need for you to do is just tell me if there's any...
Glenn Rage is a man living up to his name, and Saint Leo has to placate him.
My bag was sitting in a puddle. When I complained about this to the EasyJet people and the Monarch people, I got a load of lip from some Dutch guy, and a cop came over and told me to keep my mouth shut and get on the plane. And I had absolutely no...
We gotta automatically be the absolute fucking worst people, right? Like, we gotta be the fucking worst people. We Americans, I mean. Like, literally just... Yo, what's going on? I mean, I'm fucking flying in from Newark, you know? Hey, how you fucking doing? Flying in from Monarch. Listen here, guy. Like, consistently, dude. Just absolutely I'm flying here. I'll fucking dare yous. Guy fucking probably stormed the White House. You know what I mean? It describes your country well. Yeah, I know. It's just like airports are the fucking worst, but Americans are unbearable sometimes.
No assistance from anybody. That's the way EasyJet operates. Thank you very much, EasyJet. Great job.
There are no problems with the weather at Liverpool Airport, but that doesn't mean things are running smoothly. Margaret Johnston was hoping to check into her flight to Belfast. She says she booked the ticket for today, but the ticket says the booking was for yesterday. EasyJet's Leanne Chung is on the front desk dealing with the situation.
You should have checked your confirmation.
Well, I asked for the dates, and the dates that I asked for, I assumed was on the ticket.
Well, you assumed wrong. Very wrong.
I don't know when I'm travelling, I don't know when I'm coming home. Maybe I overlooked it to check it. I checked my times. I checked everything else. I didn't notice dates, no. I didn't notice dates. I assumed it was right. Fault
So
of
you
mine.
never checked it then, no?
And now feeling I'm back in primary school.
You never checked it, that's what you're telling me, yeah?
Wait a minute, love. Get down on your high horse and listen to me.
You had it here in black and white and it says the 20th of
Look,
March.
look, no matter what's in black and white, what I asked over the phone, I wasn't given.
Margaret's sticking to her guns, and her uncle is backing her all the way.
Now, who's at fault, the professional or the ordinary traveller?
The ordinary
Please.
How am I?
The ordinary traveller.
How am I flying?
Good.
If I asked
Lovely
you,
customer
if I-
relations.
if I
All of today's flights are fully booked, so Margaret's only option is to pay for another ticket to fly on another day.
check my times, yeah.
See the seats for Saturday morning are £125.
Say that again. I am paying no more money. You're asking me to pay more money for a mistake I didn't make? I don't think so. You have to get me home when I want home. No way am I giving you more money, love. I paid my and I booked it in advance. No, this is not my mistake.
There isn't anything else that you can do.
I don't give a damn. You get me whoever you want to get me. I'm giving you no more money. Is there something wrong with your head?
Back at Luton, Mr. Rage is still in full flow.
Delay that we experienced. You know what you gave us in Amsterdam? Let me tell you what you gave us. You gave us something worth 11 gulden. That's enough to buy a piece of pie and a glass of water.
We refunded your flight as well, so you didn't
Nobody's
pay for
told
your
me
flight.
that.
They should have told
Well,
you.
who's going to put that in writing for me?
No problem. If you come over to the desk with me, we can start filling out the form. Elisa's going to fill out the form for you.
For one of the first times in many, Leo has diffused the situation.
Rage, W-R-A-G-E.
Never again. I want to see this little orange-black thing logo or whatever.
With the insurance forms filled in, Mr. Rage can expect a full refund on his flight, but will have to wait for news about his damaged clothes. Back in Liverpool, Margaret Jones, who turned up a day late for her flight to Belfast, is still not backing down and is adamant that EasyJet have made the mistake.
And you know how stupid I feel? You're starting to make me feel totally stupid. That I can't even make a booking. I don't know when I'm travelling, I don't know when I'm coming home. Well, I assure you I do.
They don't see it as her mistake, they see it as your mistake, and that's why they're asking you to pay for another seat to Belfast.
I may come from Belfast, love, but I'll tell you what, love, we're not really totally stupid.
That when you booked your flight, the lady's logged it in the system to say that she is
Well,
explaining...
then the lady who logged it in the system obviously has made a mistake. Might have been an oversight in mine, but I booked from Friday to Friday, so...
With no end to the standoff in sight, Leanne decides to call EasyJet customer services to see if anything can be done.
EasyJet have said that they're not gonna compensate.
I love when she says, "It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's somebody else's." It's like, no, it's precisely your fault. If you come in a day later after your flight, like, I'm sorry, that's one of those moments where it's like, it's quite literally your fault and no one else's.
For the fact that you haven't read your confirmation and they're saying that they think you've booked the flights wrong.
No, I didn't book the flight wrong.
That's your argument with them, and they're saying that the lady who you booked it with has actually put in the booking that she's reconfirmed all your details with you and you've confirmed them with her. Then she sent you that out and you never checked it. So now you've got to pay for a seat, which will depart tomorrow.
I have already
but
paid.
You've lost that seat now because it was for yesterday.
You're now asking me for £120 to fly tomorrow? I have to go back down. I have to pay, come up from Wales. I have to go back down to Wales and pay you an extra £120.
There is other flights that later on in the day that are slightly cheaper.
I just want home. I have family at home waiting for me, and I can't stay here. I want home. And you want, it's not good enough.
Margaret can either pay £120 to fly tomorrow morning or £55 to fly tomorrow evening.
I tell you, it's a third world company trying to work in a first world country.
Got there in the end.
That's what it is. It's disgusting. Now they're asking you for another £55 to travel at the most inconvenient of times tomorrow night.
The row has all proved to be a bit much for Margaret, but she's decided to opt for the £55 ticket and fly tomorrow evening.
When I asked dates to travel, I expect him to be there. Foresight in mind. I paid dearly for it. I definitely won't be using EasyJet again, never.
There was no argument there. She's had the confirmation for months and she hadn't checked it, so she'll travel tomorrow. Probably not happy about it, but there's nothing that we can do.
Over at customer services, a sign has appeared announcing changes to EasyJet's check-in times. The problem is not everyone's been told about them, including mathematically challenged EasyJet staff Anita Herr.
I mean, the check-in information is still 20 minutes before departure. I arrived 20 minutes before departure to find you've changed the rules today. How am I supposed to know that? You're operating on one set of rules, your staff over there are operating on another set of rules, and customers are left in the middle. And I've just been told by the staff it's now 30 minutes as well.
I apologise, it has changed.
Yeah.
How
are we supposed to know that? Because nobody told me. I've missed my flight as a result of that.
Where are you travelling to,
I'm travelling
sir?
to Amsterdam.
Amsterdam as well. See, if you're saying you was here 20 minutes before...
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
So were we.
And the check-in closed 30 minutes before. So you was actually early, so how did you miss your flight then? If you're...
Under pressure from the passengers, Anita's getting confused about the change. She thinks it means more time for checking in, not less.
Yeah, but the check-in closes 30 minutes before, so that's 10 minutes more than what you're allowed.
No. 10 minutes earlier.
If it closes 20 minutes before, it's now closing 30 minutes before.
You're closing 10 minutes earlier.
Yeah, sorry, I'm getting confused here. Nobody's told me.
They're not.
But the big white board out there, Ian, saying 30 minutes before. So I can't really... I'm stuck.
I think that's better for them if it's 30 rather than 20. I get an extra 10 minutes.
Well, that's what I say.
It is.
They're saying they're getting less 10 minutes.
You're getting more 10 minutes. If we close 30 minutes before
not
rather
10
than
minutes
20,
less.
you're getting an extra 10 minutes.
Oh, not you as well, Leo.
We're getting 10 minutes less to check in.
Anita asks airport duty manager and part-time Mark Corrigan lookalike Alan Derbyshire to come and explain the situation.
These 4 passengers here.
I arrived at 25 past on the dot. These people arrived earlier, apparently.
We know we are going to suffer for a few weeks with passengers that are going to say we did not know.
Your suffering is irrelevant compared with your passengers' suffering. I now have to wait 3 hours.
In all honesty, it has always been 30. But we have gone in at 20.
Unfortunately, you didn't even bother to tell your own staff. You have notices around the airport saying that check-in is 20 minutes, closes 20 minutes before. This poor lady, caught in the middle, as she always is with bad management, finds that she was telling us one thing and the management have actually changed the rules. So it's not only the customers that are suffering, your own staff are suffering.
The passengers leave dissatisfied, but at least the rules are clear. Or are they?
The situation at the moment is the desks do close minus 20 minutes before.
but I'm not sure why they've got it out on the board now. So I'm just totally, completely confused and still don't even know what's going on. So I'm going to go in and verify it and maybe get that changed because I'm confused, I don't know.
That is unfortunately all we have time for today. If you enjoyed today's video, please feel free to leave a like down below, and if you're new around here, hit that subscribe button because there are plenty more Airline UK freakouts to come. Also, as always, I'll leave my links to my Twitter and my Instagram down below, and as long as I'm not at my follow limit, I'll follow you guys back. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Unacceptable.
Coming up today, a lady is told she's too late to check in even though her flight is delayed.
But you're not on time.
Shut the fuck up, chat. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I've been here. I've been fucking watching you. I've been watching you. Go, Hasan. Yeah. Yeah, guess what, dude? Yeah. Oh, what? Is my mouth not moving, but I'm still fucking talking? How is that happening? Who knows, dude? Who knows? Fucking check yourself before you wreck yourself, chat. You understand? That's right. What? What? X-Files shit.
5 head moves. I've been subbed to this himbo for a year. I'm a galal.
I can't wait. In the new house, these aren't going to be problems. Is this live, fool? Yeah, it is live. In the new house, there's not going to be these sorts of problems.
Content, brother.
Because I'm going to put a camera in the kitchen, so when I'm cooking, I'll be able to react and like pause and stuff like that. Yep. Because people are fucking non-stop. Like, they complain so much. Like, I can't believe he's cooking. Like, they don't realize. How am I going to describe, like, I literally have the camera. Like, I have the fucking, like, playlist pulled up on my phone, and I'm watching it, and I come back and fucking react. It's just less pausing. Which is ironically something that people appreciate regardless. Probably some chatter's favorite day when I'm not like pausing nonstop.
Pogu.
Yeah, there's not going to be a bathroom camera, okay?
Show us you cook your tendies.
You fucking freaks. There are certain things that change and certain things that won't change.
Has 0 head, has 0 head.
I will still pee in private, and I will still run the ad at the top of the hour. Now, of course, if you no longer want to see the ads, you can subscribe and avoid those ad breaks at the top of the hour every hour that come. That's right. And obviously, you can subscribe for $5, or you can do it for free with the Twitch Prime, or you can use an ad blocker or a VPN, but Twitch Prime is free if you have an Amazon Prime account that you've stolen from your wife's boyfriend or someone like that. Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
You're not leaving on time. The plane is sitting there on the runway.
Another passenger demands a refund.
Don't go.
I understand. Excuse
me. Give me my money
explain?
Because I come to pay this here.
And a drunken Irishman tries to find his way back home.
How do we get to Dublin?
We don't travel to Dublin, so you won't be travelling with us.
Yeah. How do we get to Dublin?
However you want to get to Dublin. Can I help you? Yeah.
Come fly with me. Let's fly away.
Hello everyone.
How do I get to Dublin?
And welcome to another episode of Arthur TV's Airline UK Freakouts. It's another busy day for EasyJet and already there are delays. A technical problem is holding up the flight to Zurich and the dispatcher's priority is to get it back on schedule as soon as possible. EasyJet have said no to a passenger who's turned up late for the flight, but inside the terminal the argument isn't over.
You're trying, you're just not being flexible enough.
You've seen
Part
me
of
try.
this service, customer service, is about flexibility.
Not when it comes to our on-time performance.
But you're not on time, you're not leaving on time. The plane is sitting there on the
If we
runway.
accept you, the aircraft will be delayed further, and that can't happen. I checked with dispatch and we can't get you on it.
You know, when they say that, I low-key don't believe it. Like, oh, we can't have you. It's like, yeah, I bet that that's not true. I will never believe that. As long as the fucking door's not closed, I don't believe that at all, dude. If they close the door, that's one thing, you know what I mean? That's like, that's reasonable. They close the fucking door, you know? Airlock's done. They do it because they overbook the flights. And then they move people on the waiting list to the actual fucking, to the upcoming, to the next flight. Yeah, they overbook. And that's precisely why they don't do that. Airlock is mostly the reason girlfriend works on airport. No, I know. I'm saying that, like, absent of, like, shutting the airlock, it's bullshit.
Mrs. Choti had planned to meet her husband at the airport for their flight home to Zurich, but she arrived after the check-in had closed.
I'm due on the flight 6:20 to Zurich tonight. My husband, who is also in London, has made it because he's probably got the trains connections properly. I didn't make it. I've been rushing here to get here. And I've just missed it. There's 20 minutes still to go for the plane. I mean, I've been queuing here. There's no customer service. Nobody's saying, are you trying to...
Okay. Yeah, if you come to the fucking flight 20 minutes prior to departure, you're fucked. Yeah, that's like, you're just super late, dude. A lot of these people might be super late. Like this morning, my mom missed her flight because she was only 1 hour before the fucking flight. 1 hour. And they were just like, yeah, you can't fucking check your bags in. Like, it's just not, you don't have enough time to check your bags in because you're 1 hour before your flight. Yeah, LAX. That's just LAX, though. That's just how it is. Wait, so she's not even through security yet? No. She's already landed. I'm just saying that, like, no, I woke up at fucking 5 this morning. That's why I'm really tired right now, and that's why I'm eating earlier than usual too, because I woke up at 5 to drive her. She's not in line. She's already in. She's already back home, but. It's just like, LAX is really bad, honestly. It's really, really fucking bad. It's abysmal. The rule is 3 hours for international airports. Wait, yeah, but it's not international. This is like a flight back to the East Coast, man.
To get to Zurich, what time, whatever. Just queue up here until you scream and shout. So I'm trying to get on the 6:20 flight, which is delayed, which isn't leaving. It's sitting on the runway, but I can't get on it.
Every day, St. Leo deals with the same demands from late passengers, but it's dispatchers who call the shots, and there's only so much he can do.
We've just tried. You can listen to me double check. Wait there.
Oh, international airport, not flight. Well, I can't speak for other airports, but LAX is separate, so... LAX's Tom Bradley International Airport is technically separate from the rest of LAX. It is an international airport in general, but... Oh, it just doesn't matter, dude. Like, I'm telling you, it fucking doesn't matter. It's LAX. It's one of the Oh my God, what did this guy just say? Chat, look at this guy. Chat, we got a European. Chat, look at this European, dude. He said, are trains too expensive or flight too cheap? That's so sweet, dude. When you get a Euro boy in here and it goes, I don't understand. Why can't you take a fucking train, yeah? Bro, our intercontinental railways are literally like Oregon Trail standards. You know that, right? Like, it would take multiple days to get from the East Coast to the West Coast or to the West Coast to the East Coast in the United States of America. Like, how many fucking days would it take? 2 days, 16 hours on Google Maps? I don't even know if we have like, I mean, I'm sure there's like one train or something that fucking goes from east to west, west to east. Like, but I don't even think they have like, it's a 3-day trip by Amtrak. 3 fucking days. And also, not only that, but it would be insanely expensive too, probably. It takes almost 3 days by train just to get to Dallas from LA? No, that's half the country.
Stay golden king and never feel shame in being thick and smile.
Yeah, regular seats on Amtrak are upwards of 90 days for one trip. What? What do you mean 90 seats for one trip, or what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, our first world country is like a joke when you fucking pull the when you like strip the coating, the gold coating, you realize like, oh dude, this country sucks. Oh, that fucking Gucci belt was fake. Like, this dude's pants are completely tattered. They're busted. He's got no underwear on. Like, aren't you donor class now? Can't you private jet your mom anywhere? Dude, you have to be 12, right? Like, you literally have to be 12. Like, it's the same energy as like thinking that I bought my fucking house cash up front. You know what I mean? Like, you must have bought your house cash up front, and also you can fly your mom private jet anywhere, dude. You know how fucking expensive private jet charters are, dude? Are you nuts?
No chance at all. No. Okay, thanks. We can't get you on it.
Why not?
Because... Why not? The check-in's closed and all the figures and all the paperwork's gone to the dispatcher now. You've seen me try with the dispatcher. What else do you expect me to do?
I've got half my family on the fly.
Yup, because they arrived on time, you divvy.
I can't.
Oh my god.
I can't. Your family's on the flight.
Yes, you can ask. You can check if my husband's
Irrelevant
on the
of
flight.
that, I can't get you on.
It is absolutely irrelevant that she's got family on the flight. As always, St. Leo is spot on and to the point. Whilst all of this is going on, 300 miles away at John Lennon Airport in Liverpool, passenger services agent...
Oh, that's pretty funny. Shroud spent $13K on a private jet to do a World of Warcraft raid? What? Guys, can I just describe something to you? Shroud made $30 million, dude. Or however much it was. I think it was like 30. Well, how big was his fucking contract, dude? Was it 10? Like, regardless, do you understand how much more money that is? Like, what the fuck? His fucking, bro, his fucking mixer deal was gigantic. And by the way, it's awesome. He's great. Like, he deserves whatever the fuck he wants to do with it, okay? Train won 5 to 7 million yesterday on stream gambling, and you can't buy a fucking private jet. I think people's like points of view are so distorted. And that is before we like even get to, that's before we even get to fucking like what I think is acceptable on my own, dude. To like spend money on. Socialists mad when labor get paid. Do they even understand what they're saying? Yeah, like I don't get it. Like he's people are so fucking strange. Like, bro, this motherfucker just clicks on heads. He's a nice dude. He doesn't even mind fucking paying his taxes. He actually has talked about how fortunate he is and that he would pay even more in taxes. Like, what more do you want, dude? Like, he's better than 99.9% of people at his same fucking pay rate or above. He's making his money in like a significantly more ethical way possible. He's just a normal dude. And motherfuckers are like, oh, dude, what the fuck? Fuck him. Like, what? Yeah, this is a fucking insane thing, okay? This is an insane thing to do. Better than you and you're a socialist? See, that's what I mean. Like, I mean, yeah, dude. Yeah, he is. He's more, yeah, you're right, dude. You're so right. You fucking got me. Yeah, Shroud is actually literally building the Vanguard party, dude, with his fucking money. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. God damn. I love it when people get most of their surplus value, but not if it's much more than I get. Then it's a bad thing. Yeah, exactly. I fucking hate it when people are not subjected to the same fucking shitty ass work conditions, even if they literally advocate to better those work conditions themselves and recognize how fucking horrible that reality is and may have even worked in a similar capacity. Fuck those guys now that they're, you know, they're still have a good head on their shoulders or a solid perspective on what the average working class person goes through. Yeah, I know. Let's see if I can bait him. Yep, you did. You did, man. You did. Here, take a week off for that bait. That doesn't stop me from being bitter. All love, though. Yeah, I mean, I respect that. At least you're... It's okay to exploit as long as you admit it and say you want it to get better. Where is the exploitation, dude? Where is it? Where, explain. Point on the fucking doll where the exploitation is occurring, okay? Go ahead, man. Come on. Is the exploitation with us in the room right now? Can you explain that? And then whenever I ask motherfuckers, they literally will turn around and be like, you're exploiting your chat. Like, okay, don't watch, you fucking idiot. Nobody asked you to watch. Exploitation is when chat willingly gives you money on their own because they feel like your entertainment should be compensated because they appreciate what you do for 8 hours every single fucking day, 7 days a fucking week. That's exploitation. Taylor Swift exploited me when I bought her album. Kanye West is exploiting me when I stream, when I pay for a Spotify subscription so I can listen to his music. Or Apple subscription so I can listen to his music. What a fucking idiotic thing. Like, Marvel Studios have exploited me because they have a new movie coming out and I really want to watch it and now I have to fucking pay for it. That's what happens when you're so fucking brain dead and cannot comprehend how like anything works. And you're so angry and you're so horny to just be like, yo, fuck this guy, that you literally think like volunteering to pay for free content is exploitation. Jesus fucking Christ. And then they literally will be like, well, you're taking advantage of other workers being exploited in the Amazon servers. It's like, okay, there's literally no other viable option. There's no other alternative. And ultimately, anyone who fucking uses the internet is doing that too. So it's so stupid. I'm using the same internet as you, dumbass.
Kelly McCartney has hit a language barrier with a lady from a country we know all too well here on Arthur TV.
What is it? What do you smell? French people.
I don't speak French, I'm afraid.
Earlier this morning, Kelly booked Josiane Delphine on a flight to Paris, but she's arrived too late to check in.
I did tell you this when you booked it, you had to be here for 1 o'clock. I understand what I did say to be here for 1 o'clock. The check-in's closed now. She's coming now. She's on the telephone. She's very busy. Can I just tell you, when you did the booking today, we did not struggle one bit in understanding each other. I clearly wrote down and told you. Well, you understood me today. You understood when we were speaking about your nails.
Tell you what, these Scouse girls do an absolutely cracking job of standing up to customers on this programme.
You understood all that.
She has the option of transferring onto the next flight, which leaves in 6 hours, but it's not what Josiane wants to hear.
Don't go.
I understand.
Give me my money because I come to pay this here. Je dormirai ici s'il le faut. Mais tout le monde saura. You give me my money. Finish.
I've told you I can't do that. Can I just
speak your boss?
She's coming now.
Je ne peux pas rester. Le vol il est à 55.
I can't understand what you're saying. I told you I can't understand you.
You speak English quickly. I speak French quickly.
Well,
okay?
I can't understand.
Okay, but she's in power there. Dude, French people are so funny. That is such a fucking... That is a quintessential French moment, dude. Like, oh, you speak English quickly? I speak French quickly. Okay, well, she doesn't have to understand you. Okay? Like, you need to make the case to her. So you actually have to be accommodating in this situation because you're at fault, unfortunately. So, like, imagine walking into a fucking Apple store, not knowing how to speak English, and you only speak French. And you walk into the Apple store and you're like, I do not care. My phone broke. You'll fix it now. And then start yelling in French. When the other person's like, so what is it? Like, what's the problem? Can you explain it to me? I'm speaking French very quickly.
Speak English quickly. I speak French quickly.
Well,
okay?
I can't understand French slowly. I can't speak every language of the world.
Can I do?
As the first round...
Yes, refusing to speak English is at the core of being French. That is true. That's literally a factually correct statement. I've been to France. You can speak English to a French person and they just respond in French. It's like, I don't know. And they don't even respond in French in a way where it's like, oh, I'm trying to fucking understand what you're saying. Like, let me describe the situation to you, but like, let me use like, you know, international words or something, you know, words that are the same in every other language. Like, no, they just speak to you like you're a fucking born and bred French speaker. It's like, what the fuck, dude? You know I don't speak it. If I did, I would have fucking spoken it to you. And the worst part is they know how to fucking speak English.
Of France versus England kicks off, Mrs. Choti is still trying to annoy her way onto the plane back in Luton.
Excuse me, do you think you could let my husband know that I'm going to get there
Once you come to the front of the queue, there's other people in it at the moment.
I didn't know that you wanted me to come to the front of the queue.
Well, no, you need to wait with everyone else because other people
I'm
who queued up before you. Yeah.
I've got to wait.
It's still a no for Mrs. Choti on the Zurich flight, and she's now been transferred to Geneva, but Leo is facing a tricky situation. The Zurich plane is still on the ground.
Oh my god. How long's it delayed altogether?
How long's it delayed?
Dispatch ain't gonna take.
Oh my god, you're such a bitch. You get fucked now, okay? Oh yeah. Oh, if I'm her in the situation, I'd be fucking chirping, dude. Oh my god. Oh, it's delayed. You're really gonna exploit people by showing them ass to force them to sub without redistributing wealth? Shame on you, Hasan. You disrespect America and its founding fathers, and you call yourself a socialist? That was a good one.
I'll have to plead with her, because it's going to be a nightmare. Having a bit of a nightmare at the moment. The aircraft's delayed 1.5 hours. Her family's in there, in the departure lounge. She's on the Geneva. So they're going to be congregating in the departure lounge together. But they've spoken to dispatch, pleaded with them, and there's no way they can get them on them, because she's got bags as well, which I can understand. I mean, it's like the greatest good for the greatest number. We've got 145 people on it who are going to go on time.
I wonder why.
Happy 8 months, Habibi.
That's really interesting. She has a ticket. She can get on the flight. I wonder why. Perhaps it's because the flight is full. Now, how could that have happened? How could the flight be full already? Everyone in the airport is guilty until proven innocent, to be honest. Always. He said bags, you mad, bro? Yeah, totally, dude.
But if we make an amendment to the paperwork, we're going to get a delay on it. I'm just going to plead with dispatch one more time. That's all I can do, really.
Leo makes one more call to see if he can get Mrs. Choti on the flight.
Hi, it's Leo. I rang about 15 minutes ago and spoke to someone down there, and they said that we couldn't take any LMCs on the Zurich, sorry. But it's really, really urgent. It's because the family is already on the Zurich and they're in the departure lounge, and she's going to Geneva. So they're going to be congregating in the middle.
You don't like to see that kind of behaviour being rewarded, but with the potential clash, Leo is piling on the pressure behind the scenes.
We can take them.
In the chat.
Superb. Cheers, mate. Thank you. We're going to take them now after all that. Can you believe it? She wasn't the nicest people as well. I think people think they can come, and if they...
What do you mean? What do you mean she wasn't the nicest? Dude, it's like, much like cops, okay, airline people are dealing with people in their worst moment, okay? I have literally never had a good moment inside of inside of a fucking... maybe not an airplane. Airplanes are fine. But like at an airport. I've never had a good moment inside of an airport. The architecture, I feel like, is designed in a way that, like, you know, draw out really horrible feelings. This is fitting my niche interest of criticizing people's airport behavior. Yeah, well, hey, my friend. You're in luck today, okay?
Shouts, I want to get on my flight. They think they can get on it. And it's not because of that. Which she's obviously going to think it is.
But Mrs. Choti has already heard the good news and is all set to join her husband for the flight home to Zurich.
I think I'm relieved. It's a good story in the end. So, but I think one had to make a fuss to get there, otherwise you were not going to get anywhere.
She literally does think it's because she complained.
She wants to calm down. Just calm down for 1 minute.
Don't take EasyJet again.
Got the wrong lesson, but
Back
whatever.
at Liverpool, international relations are at an all-time low.
Still the same. Still the same.
As well as insisting on a refund, Josiane Delphine now wants another £500 back for tickets she booked for her family to fly the following month.
I take the ticket from only my family. You give me only my money.
I haven't got the money to give you here in Liverpool. I haven't got cash to give you back for that
Give me
ticket.
check.
I haven't got checks. Customer
Call
services.
police. You call police because when I don't have my money, I sit here.
Sit there, but
Oh, look, so she does know how to speak English. That's so crazy. Notice how the French lady all of a sudden is speaking like very clearly in English instead of yelling in French. Wow. That's shocking. Let me tell you something. That's very shocking to me to hear that.
I haven't got the money to give you back. I haven't got the money.
With Josiane threatening to stage a sit-in, Supervisor Joanne Dempsey has been called to referee.
Can I help you?
The boss?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to go to Paris today.
But the lady booked it for you before.
Okay. In Paris, when you don't have baggage, you speak French?
No.
No. When you don't have baggage, you come 20.
But we're not in Paris, we're in Liverpool, and the lady wrote on here what time you have to be here.
I don't want anything. I want my money to take.
Well, we haven't got any money here to give you.
Je dormirai ici s'il le faut. Mais
Sorry?
tout le monde
I
saura.
can't understand anything you're saying, and if you don't listen to what I'm saying, you're going to have to speak to EasyJet in Luton.
Finish.
Sure, hold on. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Felicia.
Eventually, Josiane finally realises that if she wants to get back to Paris, she's going to have to compromise. She's given up on refunds and agreed to be on the return flight later in the evening.
That's the time there of the flight, 1945, but you need to be here 1900, okay? Okay, see you later.
And of course, they always buckle in the end. Reminds me of another thing that happened in France.
I just reckon because she was late, she's just being angry. And then she's just calmed down and realised she's not going to get anywhere anyway. Changed her mind. From not flying EasyJet ever again to flying tonight.
Another job well done for the Scouse girls. As it comes to the end of the evening, Leanne has one more tricky customer to deal with. A drunken Irish bloke. What a rarity.
How do we get to Dublin?
I think that my two favorite cities I've ever visited, I rip the most. Like both London and Paris. I just fucking non-stop rip on them.
An Irish bloke. What a rarity.
How do we get to Dublin? How do you get to Dublin?
You have to use Ryanair service.
How do you get to there?
You have to book it over with the travel agents or over the telephone with them.
How do we get to Dublin?
We don't travel to Dublin.
I have been to Vienna, yes. I'm sorry. I've been to Vienna. I've been to a lot of German cities. I've been to Germany a bunch of times. I do not like German, how do I describe it? It's like, I don't know. I don't like the vibes. I've been to Austria. Yes, I know Vienna is Austria, dude. I know. Thank you, by the way, for correcting me as though I am unfamiliar that like Vienna is in Austria. When how many fucking times have I talked about the gates of Vienna as a Turkish person? I know the difference, dumbass. It's still like Germanic ass fucking culture, okay? Like I don't know how else to describe it. They're like very German. Like I love the public housing system. I think it's brilliant. It's beautiful. The city's beautiful too. I guess Austria doesn't count because I was really young when I went. I was like 16. Whenever Mozart's like 500 year death anniversary was happening, and I went and I listened to the 500th like death anniversary at the Orangerie. So I don't know how old I was at the time, but think about it like that. Österreich. Wow, how relatable. Bitch, I don't need to be fucking relatable with every single thing I say. I can't be relatable to you, man. I've had sexual intercourse with women. Okay? So, sorry. It's just not going to happen, okay? I apologize. But, no, you're not always going to be able to relate. Thank you, Taco Dan, for the 10 tier 1 gift subs. Mozart has been dead for only 230 years? Okay, maybe it was... No, it can't be his 200 and... What? I don't fucking remember. What? It was maybe his 200th year anniversary, but not really. Maybe it was his birthday? Not his death anniversary? I don't fucking know. Maybe it was 200. I mean, it was something big, okay? It was like... It was a round number. I can't remember. Yeah, I can't fucking remember. It was boring as shit and I was young. Could have been his birthday, maybe? 2019 was the 300th? 250th birthday in 2006. I went to one of the concerts in Vienna. I wonder if it was then. I wonder if it was... Was I in high school? Didn't you say like a week ago that Vienna is one of the nice cities? It is. It's so beautiful. So is Zurich. Like, Switzerland is fucking rich as shit and a beautiful city. Like, incredible city. A lot of European cities are incredible, to be honest, though.
German and Austria is German. He's
Dude,
right.
it's like, it's so dumb. Dude, Amerifats who have never been outside of America, if you go to a fucking European city, you'll understand what I mean. When I get, like, so frustrated, you'll comprehend it. It's like when you see what happens when there's like a better distribution of wealth with respect to like how our tax dollars are spent. It's mind-boggling. Preserved architecture, incredible city planning in comparison to America. Okay, we get it. US bad Europe city is good. Can we watch the video? I mean, yeah. You can go watch it on your own.
So you won't be travelling with us?
Yeah. How do we get to Dublin?
However you want to get to Dublin. Can I help you?
Yeah.
You have to travel with Ryanair.
How do we get to Dublin?
They love him.
I was crying too, isn't it?
In Liverpool, Josiane Delphine is back and she's finally checking in to her flight to Paris. She's on time.
Your flight's delayed 35 minutes.
No, it's later.
I feel like not allowing drunk people to fly is literally directly racist against the Irish. Like, it feels like it's anti-Irish racism.
But EasyJet isn't.
This morning when I come, it's not later.
And communicating with the locals isn't getting any easier.
And now, what can I do?
I don't understand you, I'm afraid.
What can you do now?
Yeah.
go down to the little departure lounge.
I'm late 5 minutes. She said no,
Well,
you can't go.
You'd missed your
but
flight this
now
morning.
it's 35. You know, anybody not perfect. Personne n'est parfait dans la vie.
Wait, now she's 35 minutes late? Are you fucking kidding me? Or is she 35 minutes early? Oh, the flight is delayed. Oh, yeah, that's really fucking nasty. Yeah, of course. Of course her fucking flight is 35 minutes delayed. Just get ready. I'm sure it'll be even worse than that.
You know where is EasyJet?
I have to go to Dublin, though,
Would banning horny people from flying be racist against Turkish people? Yes.
As Josiane finally boards her flight.
What happened, bro? You butthurt that I said the Irish are drunk? Yeah, yes.
Leanne is still struggling to get across the idea that EasyJet don't fly to Dublin.
The information desk for the reservation. Goes to the information desk to ask the number for Ryanair.
How do I get to Dublin? How do I get to Ryanair? You went Ryanair. No. Where's Ryanair? I go to Dublin tonight. I'm going to Dublin.
What a loose bloke. Even if EasyJet did fly to Dublin, Leanne wouldn't have let him on.
I wouldn't have let that gentleman travel because he was drunk. And the policy is that passengers who are under the influence of alcohol are not allowed to travel on an aircraft.
Again, with the hibernophobia, dude. Unacceptable.
Safety reasons.
Tell you what, I know I've got a bit of a bromance going on with Leo in this series, but I think I've got a bit of a thing for Leanne. What do you reckon? Team Leo or Team Leanne? Actually, who says
Leanne, dude, are you kidding me? She's so fucking pretty.
Come fly with me. Let's fly, let's fly.
I mean, she has a terrible... oftentimes she pops off and has a terrible attitude, but she's very pretty.
Fly away.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Airline UK Freakouts on Arthur TV. First up, we're at Luton Airport with St. Leo. Tonight is set to be a busy night and our boy has come prepared.
It's like the start of a night shift for me. I just bought some new calming tablets.
To be fair, someone said, notice how the cops weren't called on that drunk. I don't think the European countries, well, I mean, they're British, so barely. But I don't think European countries fucking are as trigger happy as like calling the murder brigade as we are here in America. Like they don't just like fucking immediately phone the cops.
And he's gonna need them. A crash on the M1 has delayed a coachload of Greek passengers for tonight's final flight to Athens.
Aww. Yet another person who does not understand American culture says, you call the police on drunk people? We call the police on sober people as well. They don't even need to be doing anything. They just have to be black. Which automatically adds 3 disorderly misconduct points, no matter what, and greatly increases the likelihood that you will be considered a threat.
It was completely blocked.
I understand that, but
And I suppose you could delay the flight for 5 minutes because this is
not a case of
this
delaying
it
for
was
5
it was 5 minutes, yeah.
Even though 30 passengers have arrived late, EasyJet are insisting that the flight can't be delayed.
This is the last time you see us, and we're coming a lot with this company.
Obviously, the whole "I'm never going to use this company again" doesn't really work on someone who's in customer services that has no real interest in the company's profits. There's only one man who truly cares for EasyJet's passengers, and his calming tablets are about to be put to the test.
For hours and then
Well, we got stuck.
We got stuck on them one for 4 hours. Is it my fault?
We want to go.
Or you are green line? You got to sort it out. It's not my problem.
That's insane. Bro, half the fucking flight is down there. What the fuck? Why can't they let him in?
Get on this aircraft now because it is too late.
What am I going to do?
We can transfer you for tomorrow morning.
Hey, where am I going to spend the evening?
That's up to you.
It's not up to me. It's up to you.
Okay. If you want to talk to me, I'll talk to you in a polite manner. No.
Bro, it's wild that like Greeks and Turkish people are so fucking similar. They sound the same. They fucking look the same. It's just literally like.
Okay, I'm waiting.
We've only got a few seats now on the 1340 tomorrow. If anybody wants...
Leo is offering the passengers a free transfer onto tomorrow's flight, but for some of them, it's not good enough.
If you want to get on the one...
We're being treated like that's how we feel. That's how I feel. I mean, we've been stuck into this country for no reason.
What? Tzatziki is Greek? No, it's not. It's a lie. What countries does Turkey have beef with? Literally every country. The only country that Turks don't have beef with are like Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, like all the fucking Stan countries. Because they unironically stan for Turkey because they're Turkic. Oh, Venezuela. Venezuela. Chechnya. Latin America, Turkey doesn't give a shit about at all. So like Turkey and Latin America are in good. Latin American countries are in good standing with Turkey. Somalia and Turkey have a really good relationship. A lot of African nations have a really good relationship with Turkey. The only thing Greek and Turkish nationalists have in common is that they both live in Berlin. Turkey has beef with Enes Kanter from the NBA? Yeah, because Enes Kanter is like a fucking Gülenist, dude. And countries and Chechnya are part of or are part of Russia. Yeah, I know. The USSR, yeah.
I am the glob glow gab glab this wabble dabble wabble gabble flibber blabber blab. I am full of shribbly liber kind. I
Yo,
am the yeast.
Kanye really spitting in my donos right now.
Boarded people onto the aircraft now. It's boarded. It's boarded.
You have no luggage, you have no nothing?
We have no luggage.
You're too late, I'm sorry.
Fortunately for St. Leo, a blessing is coming his way to help him with the situation. The pilot has decided to remain on the ground and wait for the delayed passengers. Check-in has now reopened and Leo's first hurdle of the night has been cleared.
Now they're running it.
So the passengers are on their way, and despite the captain making the decision, this divvy still thinks it was down to him being rude to check-in staff.
Well, unless you shout, you won't get anything.
Earlier on, and 200 miles away in Liverpool, an all too familiar story is brewing. The afternoon flight to Nice is about to close and Laurent Montet is having a problem paying for his ticket. That's right, it's another French freakout.
You're joking. Not another one? Oh, for God's sake, I can't stand this.
Okay, I'm a professor, you know, in French. I must go in Paris for a judiciary affair, okay? I must go by Nice. There's no problem with this.
Yeah, but we need a card to go with it. You can go and cash your cheque at Thomas Cook and then pay us in cash.
It'll open at Palmer.
The plane.
Yeah, the plane's leaving in 20 minutes.
It'll open at 20 past 2.
Monsieur Montet needs to get to Paris to give evidence in a murder trial, but he must first persuade someone to cash his cheque. I guess it shows how old these...
Bro, it's so funny. They're so ruthless, dude. They're so fucking ruthless. They do not give a fuck. They're like, yeah. Oh, you're at a murder trial? Nice. How about you cash your check then? First and foremost, that's what you need to do.
These episodes are. I can't really make any jokes about this because I don't really remember what life was like back in the days of paying with checks and guarantee cards. I genuinely have no idea whether he's being unreasonable or not. I guess the boomers in the comment section will have to take the reins on this one. Over to you guys.
Has to be pounds. Excuse me. I'm very, very angry. Okay?
This has
Okay.
this is not alcohol.
No, I'm angry. I paid my hotel with that. I paid my books with that, and I want, you know, to pay me money with that.
You can't here. He gave us a checkbook and he had no guarantee card to cover for it. As well as that, the check was in French francs. We can only take checks that are in sterling.
You know, I want to see your director, responsible person, you know. I want now. No. What now?
To be honest with you, I don't think anywhere's going to be able to do it for him because it's in French francs.
No, I want now. I want to go now, you know. It's possible. I know it's now.
Monsieur Monte is now too late for the Nice flight, so sales desk agent Joanne Johnson has offered him a seat on the flight the following day, but still there's the problem of how to pay.
Right. Okay, just wanted to confirm it with you anyway. All right. Okay, bye-bye. No, we most definitely can't take it without a check guarantee card.
I can't understand why.
I've explained to you why.
It's a valid payment.
Don't bang your hand on the desk.
I want
No
to
need
see
get
your director.
angry.
I want to see your director.
Okay, what we'll need to do is tag it because it will have to be ultimately put into the aircraft hold.
Back at Luton, Mr. Theodoro has found another reason to have a go at Leo. He's been told to check his suitcase into the hold, but is demanding to take it on as hand luggage.
How come we brought it over and now we cannot take it back? It's the same weight, the same.
By the way, the fact that they're using francs in this show means that the show is older than 2002. Like, it's like... It's pre 9/11 probably. Right? This video is older than half the chat.
For safety, the purpose of these guys here is to ensure.
How come we didn't check it in on the way
I
here?
don't want to argue
It was
with
a
you,
different
but-
airliner.
So if you want to check it in, check it in. If you don't want to check it in, then I'm afraid you can't travel.
Okay, I will. You're basically blackmailing me.
Not
I'm
at
checking it in. It's a
You're
black.
basically blackmailing me.
Blackmail.
It doesn't fit
Well,
our
it's a blackmail.
procedure. Okay.
Okay, it's a blackmail. I have
the
to take the
gentleman
blackmail. I have no alternative, unfortunately.
Sorry, this bag thing was supposed to be checked in.
Despite everything, the Theodoros are still trying to sneak their suitcase on as hand luggage.
I go there and then
It's not that big.
Okay, we'll go into the aircraft hold. You've already got a receipt.
No, I don't have it.
All right, come on, follow me out.
I
We'll
will
get
have
you.
problem since I can claim from if
By the way, the chatter that said like, "Oh, you can't put your fucking airline like luggage in the previous flight." That's also bullshit. They literally take your fucking luggage until the last moment. When there's no space in the overhead because they overbook as always, they will literally take your fucking luggage at the door. Like before you get into the fucking airlock, they will take your luggage and they will still put it in. How can you side with any of these passengers? I don't know. I've literally flown before. It seems like you have not.
Without the finesse of a certain Swiss viola player, Mr. Theodoro is unable to prevent his bag ending up in the hold. As the couple board the plane, it's peace at last for St. Leo.
Really disappointed now that he's gone. No. Won't be sorry to see that one gone.
Are you like your uncle when you fly? Yeah, much like my uncle, I also fuck your mom when I fly. In the air. Mile High Club.
There's some really nice people on it. The people he took up and said, oh, thanks very much, we know you didn't have to do it. And he was still causing problems even as he was boarding the aircraft. Never happy.
What's the deal with the...
I take back what I just said. They're all horrible.
It's another busy day at Luton for St. Leo, and this time a passenger has just missed the flight to her friend's wedding in Glasgow.
There isn't one now till tomorrow morning. Is the first one out going to be of any help?
What time is the first one out?
I need to double check that. We just had a woman in the queue that I've been speaking to. She's really upset. She's got a wedding that she needs to attend in Glasgow tomorrow morning, and because she's arrived too late, we couldn't get her on board the aircraft.
Glasgow!
And it's Friday, flights are full, and we can't get her out there until tomorrow morning. Is it 2 people or 1?
Yeah, it's 2 people. Maybe it's been really hard.
Lula Durante missed check-in by 5 minutes, but her boyfriend hasn't even made...
How fucking far is Glasgow, by the way? Like, actually, okay, don't make fun of me. I don't know. Like, can't you just fucking take the train? No meme.
Smile.
They're in like Luton, right? Luton. Is the other side of the country like 4 or 5 hours? Okay, that's bullshit, dude. If you can fucking traverse the country in 4 to 5 hours by train, like you should. I mean, it still sucks to like lose a fucking flight, especially if you paid for it, but it's like doing LA to Vegas equivalent. Nah, not even, dude. LA to Vegas is not. LA to Vegas is like 6 hours, right? Oh, it's actually 4 hours. Never mind. You can do it in 4 hours. Six-and-a-half hour drive from Luton to Edinburgh. Imagine driving for 4 hours when you could fly. Yeah, it's true. Somebody said take the Hogwarts Express
to the airport.
What I'm going to do is do my best to get you on one this evening. If you take a seat on the red seats, once I've got that all confirmed for you, then I'll come and see you in a moment.
But can you listen to me for a sec, Dan? They're trying to see if they can get on the flight. You're coming to departures, Dan.
As Leo tries to find seats on a later flight, boyfriend Dan shows up.
Uh-oh.
There's definitely nothing at all that we can do this evening. I've confirmed you both on the one tomorrow morning.
Dan, it is we got here late. Sorry.
What I'm going to try to do is help you. You're definitely on the one tomorrow morning at 8:50.
Yeah.
What you'll need to do is come back at about 8 o'clock this evening to see if there's any availability.
Well, there might be an availability this evening.
If someone cancels.
A flight tomorrow morning means Lula and Dan risk missing their friend's wedding altogether.
Hoping to get a later flight tonight. Fingers crossed, we don't know because both flights are fully booked up, so it might be flying tomorrow morning, taking a trip back home tonight, coming
They're both good looking.
Back, getting a taxi in the morning or something, you know, losing all the hotel fare and all.
She has the worst hair I've ever seen, but still.
It's hassle, basically.
Unfortunately, it's not looking hopeful. There were no cancellations on the later Glasgow flights.
I'm really sorry. I'm sorry, I've done everything that we possibly can now. You are confirmed on the one leaving here at 8:50 tomorrow.
Are there another flight or is going home?
Dude, oh my God. I haven't had music stuck in my head like this in so long, but the entire time it's just playing in the background. In my head, I'm singing, 80 degrees. It's just stuck. It's stuck in my head.
So we're just going to try and sort out another flight, you know?
With
Doesn't Sky Blue have the same hair? Yeah, I love her. And no, her hair looks a little different. She's got like a turf bang vibe going. Ogbob 619. If she's pretty, I'm a supermodel, and I think I'm ugly as fuck. Trying to get DMs and whispers nonstop in the chat. That's
Glasgow no longer an option. Dan and Lula try to get seats on the Edinburgh flight.
If you want to come back in about 20 minutes, we can check if anybody's cancelled, okay? But we can't do anything at this time, unfortunately.
But it's the same waiting game.
I feel pretty sorry for her, mate.
I feel gutted. It's like you're the one really that's responsible, and you're the one that's got to break the bad news. And when you're saying it, you know how she's feeling, because when you're dealing with something and you have it for a couple of hours, you do, but you shouldn't. You do become attached to it, and that's what's happened in that instance. And I just feel awful for her.
I can't believe it. It's the worst thing that could have happened. Missed the flight. Missed our chance.
Yeah, there was a
Back at the Liverpool sales desk, Monsieur Monte has reached boiling point. Despite his persistence, they still won't accept his check.
Bro, my man is trying to be a witness to a murder trial, dude. What the fuck? Let him on the flight, dude. Mon Dieu!
Security on our desk, please. So from the minute you come to this desk, you're throwing things at me, so I'm unwilling to help you anymore. So I've got security down to remove you. If you told you, if you want to get the information desk to give you the number for Manchester Airport, that's all I can do for you.
Okay, so I understand. The point of view. You know, I understand.
Okay.
Now, even the security guards have been roped into the conversation.
Why could you do an exception? Yeah, for a check, because there is a money on the check.
What it is, it's not an international bureau. Where that desk over there, it's not international. It's not an international exchange. That's why they can't exchange it. But if you step to one side, we'll try and sort something out for you. Okay.
There's only so much you can take.
What are you getting?
We've tried to help him from the minute he come to this desk. And I explained to him from the minute I walked over to Thomas Cook, I explained to him that he wasn't going to get on this flight.
This is why they went on the Euro, bro. Because of this guy.
British people.
This guy couldn't make it to his murder case. They were like, we must change to the Euro. Fuck the francs then. Except in the UK, like, they still... Okay, everybody else changed to the Euro.
Today, and I don't know how many times I said it to him. Although we carried on the phone, I told him to get the credit card number, he wasn't happy with that. So, he threw the book at me. So I've thrown the book at him and I'm not going to help him anymore.
Monsieur Monte has waved the white flag and surrendered. The Paris courts will have to wait for their witness.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
In Luton, Dan and Lula have almost given up hope when Leo's phone rings.
Luton's Belfast. Hello, EasyJet. It is.
Edinburgh.
Really? Excellent. Thank you. Cheers. Bye-bye. Excellent. We've just heard that there are a couple of people within the group who are checking in that are travelling. So you're going to Glasgow?
People have cancelled.
Damn!
That's
What was that? Wait, what?
Stupid.
11th hour cancellation. So we're going.
Yeah, give it 2 minutes and I'll take you over.
Thank you, EasyJet.
It's a happy ending as
I missed these. Hot damn!
Leo's hard work pays off. The patron saint has saved
11. That's good news.
Thank you. Cheers. Bye-bye. Excellent. We've just heard that there are a couple of people within the group who are checking in that aren't travelling. So you're going to Glasgow.
People have cancelled.
Damn!
Hot damn!
So you're going to Glasgow.
People have cancelled.
Damn!
So stupid.
Hell yeah,
dude.
brother.
Hot damn! Like the fucking Americans do, yeah? That's called cultural appropriation, boys. Get them. Time to fucking lock them up, dude.
Our cancellation. So we're going.
Yeah, give it 2 minutes and I'll take you over.
Thank you, EasyJet.
It's a happy ending as Leo's hard work pays off. The patron saint has saved the day again.
Thanks, man. Thanks a lot. It's such an achievement when you finally finish your shift and you've made someone's day or possibly week. So I'm really chuffed. They managed to get on. They're well happy and I'm happy too.
Oh, give the man a bloody medal!
On that happy note,
Oh my god, that's Dr. House.
Come fly with me.
I'm gonna do P.O. Box in a second. I'm almost done with the food, okay?
Let's fly away.
Dr. House, the inventor of houses. Also a billionaire. If you guys remember, that's how capitalism works. It's innovative and it rewards those who happen to be named after whatever their inventions are.
hello everyone and welcome to another episode of Airline UK Freakouts on Arthur TV. First up, we're back at EasyJet's check-in desk at Luton Airport. There's chaos at the sales desk as an overturned lorry has caused delays on the M1.
You still got 25 minutes, please.
Jatin Lodia and Harry Shadedra have just missed check-in for their flight to Amsterdam after being caught up in the gridlock.
Please.
Okay, if you
Sorry,
don't listen
what?
to me, then I won't deal with you, okay? So it's up to you.
Yeah,
Of course you can. Leo, would you like to come over and deal with these passengers, please?
You need to be here earlier to be able to check in for the flight.
So what time do we
There's
have to
no
check in
physical
by?
way.
Quarter
You'd
past?
have to be in here by 1:15.
Yeah, it's 1:15 now.
It's 20 past almost now.
It's 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Oh,
that
come
makes.
on.
We can't. I'm really sorry. We
Yes,
can't get you
you
on
can
it.
do something. Just-
We can't do anything.
The planes are leaving for another 25 minutes.
For EasyJet, customer satisfaction don't mean nothing, yeah?
No, don't. That's why it's so cheap.
For the 145 passengers we got on the aircraft.
Yeah, we'll be there. We'll be there before it
Mate,
takes.
we'll soon
No.
make notice that does not function for you.
No, it does
We'll be.
function,
Yeah,
Smart.
but
There's no
Leo,
need to be
listen. We'll be
rude.
there before the plane takes off, so you won't be
No,
delayed.
it's final. I'm sorry, I can't keep
Leo, you can
discussing
do it, mate.
We
Come
can't
on.
get you on it.
Get us on the
We
phone.
can't get you on it. It's going to be £25 to go on the next one, which is at 19.25.
You know what?
Either that or you lose your.
Bro, it's so cheap though. Like the flights are insane. Like it kind of makes sense that like EasyJet was just like wilding out, dude. It's a 5-minute flight. I mean, still, dude, for the price of one tier 3 gifts or one tier 3 sub, you can fucking fly, dude. It's wild. Also, if you get a tier 1 sub, which is only $4 a month this month because of September, you can avoid the ads at the top of the hour. You can also use the Twitch Prime, which is free because the ad break is coming right now. But if you want to ad-free broadcasting experience, then you can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or you can use an ad block, or you can use a VPN. But Twitch Prime is free if you have an Amazon Prime account. So, yeah. Yeah, there it is. Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
Whole ticket, and then you have to pay again for a new
Who's your area
seat.
manager?
Sorry?
Because you don't look like you can do much, so who's above you?
Right, you boys are new to Arthur TV, so this is the first and final warning. Insulting Saint Leo here is blasphemy. If you do it again,
I will look for you. I will find you. And I will kill you.
I can give you an address to write to.
No, I want to speak to him.
Okay, if there's no one here now,
Just get us
I'll
on the
give you an
flight, Leo.
address.
We ain't going to be
No,
long.
I can't get you on.
Leo, come here.
I'll double check. You can come around. You can come around and let me double check.
I finished speaking to you yet.
but Saint Leo has finished speaking with them. Also at Luton, there's confusion at check-in. Passengers Dave Shafier and Dave Brieger are off to join their wives for a weekend in Mallorca, but somehow Dave Shafier's name appears on the passenger list twice, whilst Dave Brieger's name isn't there at all. So to clarify, they're both called Dave, and we know how confusing that can get. Hey David.
You know, because I am my own boss, I can Burfield. I can wake up one morning and go, oh, I don't feel like working today. Can I just stay in bed? Oh, I don't know. You better ask the boss. David, can I stay in bed all day? Yes, you can, David. Both me. That's not me in bed with another bloke called David.
There's been a screw up. You can see there's been a screw up because you put down the name twice.
The mistake on the reservation, okay, wouldn't have been an EasyJet.
Yeah, Ricky Gervais used to be so funny. I don't know what the fuck happened to him.
As flex.
Funny. Not funny, Keg W. The British Office is hilarious, dude.
Well, I'm saying it's not mine.
Thank you, We the Bear, for the 5 tier 1 gift subs in the community. Thank you, my friend.
Definitely wasn't my mistake.
Okay, you're going to have to pay for it if you want to get onto this flight.
No, you need to get hold of somebody and get it sorted.
EasyJet insists that all passengers fly under their own name, meaning one of the Daves is going to have to pay for a name change, but it doesn't come cheap.
To be honest with you, if you want to get this flight now.
The thick of it with Peter Capaldi is good too if you like the British Office. Mate, Armando Iannucci is one of my favourite fucking writer directors. You telling me?
Now it will cost you £145.
No, guys, you don't seem to understand. I have paid 2 seats. So what you're saying is if I want to, I've got to pay another £145.
Right now it will cost you £145.
No, guys, you don't seem to understand. I have paid 2 seats. So what you're saying is if I want to, I've got to pay another £145.
That's correct, because it's been booked in the same name. We've got 2 bookings for the
who's
same
the other
passenger.
Mr. Shafier? I'm paying for the seat twice. I've already paid for the seat.
If you want to travel today, we've got 2 minutes. You will need to pay the additional £145.
I want to speak to station manager before I make that decision. Before I make that decision, I wish to speak to your manager.
This is the most insane thing I've ever heard. Are you fucking kidding me? I would literally start breaking CRTs, dude.
Because we've both got the same Christian names, they seem to have made a screw up somewhere. So they said we've got to go over there, spend £145 for a name change.
There's a mistake on your reservation.
Exactly, thank you. You acknowledge there's been a mistake. Thank you.
Can we have that in writing? Can we have that in writing? You've made a mistake, and we'll give you a mistake. Give us. I want your written. I want both of you to write that you've made a mistake.
I'm trying to help you.
We're happy to get you out of the problem, and we'll give you the credit card.
Okay, we didn't make the booking, right? You made the booking.
The two Daves finally agree to pay, but while the argument continues over who's...
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. That's insane. I've never... Dude, oh my God. Oh my God. They paid? Ashley XOXO, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Why did you just fucking Haas mod that? Why? Girl's name with numerous Y's? Is that why? freak, dude.
As buff.
Chad down so bad they Hasan at the sound of a girl's name. Yeah. Literally, yeah. Yeah, the Hey with a bunch of Y's, Kanye. I hate that song. That's a song I don't like. But I don't even know what it's called.
Who's to blame?
Hey, we won't be able to accept you on the aircraft.
Check-in closes.
Check with the captain.
Take the money and we're not.
Come on. Come on. Okay, fuck you. I mean, fuck yourself, EasyJet. Oh, get the fuck out of here. Dude, this is so frustrating. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is terrorism.
Months. Hassle.
What they are doing is terrorism, okay? That's crazy. I'm going to run that back for you guys to understand.
Over there, about £145 for a name change. Paying for the seat twice. I've already paid for the seat.
If you want to travel today, we've got 2 minutes. You will need to pay the additional £145.
I want to speak to the station manager before I make that decision. Before I make that decision, I wish to speak to your manager. Because we've both got the same Christian names, they seem to have made a screw up somewhere. So they said we've got to go over there, it's about £145 for a name change.
There's a mistake on your reservation.
Exactly, thank you. You acknowledge there's been a mistake. Thank you.
Can we have that in writing? Can we have that in writing? You've made a mistake, and we'll give you a mistake. Give us. I want your written. I want both of you to write that you've made a mistake. We'll give you that.
I'm trying to help you.
Happy to get you out of the problem, and we'll.
I've never I will never understand this. They got fucked over so big. Like, they got paid $145.
We didn't make the booking, right? You made the booking.
The two Daves finally agree to pay, but while the argument continues over who's to blame,
we won't be able to accept you on the aircraft.
check-in closes.
Check with the captain.
Now you take the money and we're not on the flight.
You have made the booking incorrectly. That is what the problem is.
We have not made the booking incorrectly.
On his After TV day...
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God, dude. That's such bullshit. You can't do anything. Like, you can't do violence. And even if you were to do violence, you can't do the violence to the right person who deserves it. You know what I mean? Hey, greetings from Southeast Louisiana. Just got my power back and can watch my favorite streamer. Oh, shit, dude. Congratulations on getting your power back. Hope everything is all right. These shows make me hate the airlines even more. You think the airlines would rather show customers who aren't sympathetic? Yeah. They fucked up when they bought the tickets. It's their own fault. Dude. It's like such an easy correction, dude. That's absolutely insane, dude. Literally delete like 8 letters and put new ones in there. Get the fuck out of that. Get the fuck out of here. I can't even talk. I'm so mad. Is this the JCS replacement? Airport JCS? No. Leo and the other airline workers are in a special government program for menaces to society express themselves in a healthy way.
Debut acting supervisor and wind-up merchant Aaron Story is laying down the law at Luton. Robert Gillespie and his friend have missed boarding their flight home by just minutes, but Aaron suspects something other than frustration could be fueling his anger. Mr. Gillespie, however, insists that he's neither drunk nor to blame for missing his flight.
What did you say to that, Aaron? Tell us. I can't swear it because he's going to say to me, you're not getting on the flight.
I said to you, okay, your flight's got a little delay on it.
Aye, go back to the bar. I said, look, it's okay if we go back. Aye, no problem.
I said you can go back, but look at the screens.
And where? In the bar? There's not in the bar in the beer.
There's no screens in the bar, sir.
Aye, I know. Forget it.
That is the last time I'm prepared to be sworn to by
Right, listen,
yourself.
I will swear to you. I've dealt with him, look at. Right, end of story. We get up the road tonight.
I've given up. I have no fucking idea what he's saying, dude. I just don't understand.
Offered you a flight to Edinburgh tonight, okay? You need to tone down your language, okay?
I said, are we getting me up the road tonight? Brits would literally terrorize their own for a typo.
14 months Pog. Thanks, Hassie.
It's what? It's Scottish? Oh, fucking P.O. Box, man. I'm about to do a fucking P.O. Box. This is the last guy. We're gonna watch this last guy. Scotsman. Try to get on the fucking flight, and then after that, we're getting into the P.O. Box.
I'm not even swearing, listen.
I can't tell, we pissed and missed my flight.
To be fair to Mr. Gillespie, he doesn't seem that drunk. Aaron doesn't really seem to have the same calming aura that St. Leo has. Also, on a side note, I can't actually understand half the things that Mr. Gillespie's mumbling to himself, and I grew up with a Scottish grandfather, so if there are any Scots watching, feel free to let us know what he's saying in the comment section down below.
I'll be staying through in departures for the next couple of hours, and if I see them again acting in the way that they have been, then offloading straight away.
St. Leo is back, and he's got more bad news for Jack.
Alright then! Time for the fucking P.O. Box then. Listly defend me, or pussies that don't defend me hard enough, of course. Alright, let's watch this fucking thing. None of these takes make sense. It's either you dress down to exploit your audience, or you dress up to distance from your audience to exploit the parasocial relationships. It's such a black and white take in both scenarios, and with you exploiting your audience when you're just a content creator and do what content creators do, make content. Yeah, no, that's the point. That's literally the fucking point. It's that they just don't want me to fucking do content, or they don't like me. That's what the point's reduced to, unfortunately. Like, I just don't like him. I don't want him to do what he's doing. I don't appreciate it. Why is he doing that? He should stop doing that. That's all it is. It's like a double bind, you know? All right. Let's exploit the fucking Nelk boys now.
What's going on? How are you, man? How's it going? Nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
Thanks
Good
for
to
coming
meet you.
through.
It's my
Ah, pleasure. Nice to meet you.
Use the bath.
I know him. That's fucking John Shahidi. I guess he's like a big time advocate for the Nelk boys now. So he has like some fucking Silicon Valley tech operation. I think he like created a platform or something like that. He's friends with like Justin Bieber and all these other people. He originally basically fucking started a platform that never took off or anything like that, but he had like literally every big stop saying 20 fucking seconds. Like, of course I'm gonna pause to give you additional context. Are you fucking dumb? That's the entire reason why you're watching it here instead of watching it on your own. You fucking weirdos. Shut the fuck up about me pausing. That's literally the point.
Nice. Congrats. I just bought a house too.
Fuck. Yeah, Shot Studios, which is a YouTube network for top internet brands. So originally, it wasn't supposed to be fucking a studio. It was supposed to be an application. It didn't work. He's a Iranian Kurd. Okay. So yeah, they started like doing apps and stuff. They became friends with like all these famous people, like Lele Pons and shit. And they always like kept the applications afloat. And always got a lot of like looks from Silicon Valley because
I chat hard.
They had like a fuckload of fucking famous friends. He's the reason why I went to like one of his parties. This is when I met Justin Bieber. I think he like threw a birthday party for Justin Bieber. I don't have a problem with him personally, but he's just like another like Silicon Valley guy kind of. So I guess when the application didn't work, he grew a user base of 7 million users, but dropped to 2.5 immediately. At one point, Twitter was in talks to buy it for 150 million, and then they dropped it. They did another round of funding while the fucking number of Shots app users were dropping, so they pivoted it from software to content. Rock Live rebranded the Shot Studio as a talent agency production studio for social media personalities, predominantly on YouTube. And got investments from Floyd Mayweather, Justin Bieber. He was a featured panelist alongside Rudy Mancuso, Hannah Stocking, King Batch. They were honored by Billboard as Latin power players for their success in developing the Latin American music careers of Brazilian singer Anitta and Venezuelan Italian artist Lele Pons. Please stop fucking writing about my mom. Okay. Anyway, yeah. It's disgusting how Hasan just steals content and puts in no effort. Also, I can't stand when he pauses to give his input. Just let the video play. Always.
11 months has.
Shahidi executive produced the Vai Aneta, a Shaw Studio produced Netflix original docu-series that centered around the Brazilian superstar. And that's it. Like that's what he's doing. And then he partnered with YouTube creators in late 2020, Nelk Boys, to help their YouTube channels, and Shahidi became president of their brand Full Send. He's always like, he's very good at like being on top of whatever the fuck is popping off and getting the most views. Incredible talent towards that sort of thing.
Into this like Airbnb at like 9 o'clock in the morning, I see all the cameras. I was like, I'm not sure if I'm walking onto a porn set and like I'm being punked here or something like that. But it's so far so good. Good to see you. Ready to suit up? What's going on?
Nothing. Traveling, talking.
I may have to join you.
Yeah.
As long as you put me on a long gun, I'll be fine. I don't know if I can swim 20 miles, but long gun, I'm good.
You'd be surprised how much easier it is to shoot someone close up, too.
Yeah.
Don, have you tried the Happy Dad yet?
You know what, dude? I'm not a drinker. And not because I don't love drinking, but because I don't do anything in moderation. And
what is it? Which one? It's our new seltzer.
Oh, that's a self-report on cocaine, motherfucker. That's right.
Okay. Is there booze in it? Yeah. I mean, can there be?
All right. So, are we good?
Just get ready.
We might as well.
All right, so here we are. This is episode 3 of the Full Send podcast.
This is like an emergency podcast, too, because we got some episodes banked up, but you guys know there's a lot of crazy shit going on in the world right now. Bob's kind of redeeming himself. He's almost getting fired from this podcast, if you guys don't know.
That's pretty fast after 3 episodes. I mean,
it's normally how it goes, Don.
It's impressive. It's impressive.
What?
Overachiever.
What did you start dating someone? That's about as long as it lasts.
Guys, awesome. Here we go. Once again, just getting bashed.
But he's kind of redeeming himself now because he put together a pretty crazy 2 guests here. We got Don Jr. and we got Robert O'Neill. Bob, what do you want to introduce?
I mean, well, first of all, I think
that
that shows that to get you guys in the same room this fast obviously shows that there's some shit going on in the world that needs to be talked about. Yeah. And I think you guys are obviously pretty vocal, not only on social media, both of you guys are pretty vocal, but there's a lot of shit going on. I mean, first of all, for anybody that doesn't know, Don Jr., obviously, we know who Don Jr. is. Robert O'Neill is the man who spent tons of time in Afghanistan.
Yeah, most of my adult life was at war. I joined the Navy as a Navy SEAL in 1996, and I didn't get out until 2012. And that's a lot of time and a lot of missions in there. During that time, we did the Rescue the Lone Survivor. We rescued Captain Phillips, which wasn't in Afghanistan. A bunch of tours in Iraq. And then I was on the team that killed bin Laden. I actually killed him.
No, he didn't. That's a lie. That's literally a lie. Also, all of his fucking earnings, and I know this dude watches, or I don't know if he watches me, but I know he follows me on fucking Twitter, but he did not kill Osama bin Laden. The guy who actually fucking killed Osama bin Laden is still serving. We don't know what his identity is, okay? But he left his fucking post on that night raid that they did where only a single fucking shot was fired. It's not like they actually had any sort of like serious fucking pushback on that raid. And he literally left his post, put all of the other fucking homies in a compromised position, okay? And he ran upstairs horny as fuck to shoot Osama bin Laden that was already fucking dying at that point. He was on the ground, and shoot him in the fucking face and canoe him. He's lying. That's stolen valor. I don't give a fuck about stolen valor. You guys know I'm a Korean War veteran. Obviously, I don't care. But these guys do care. His whole team has fucking outed him and criticized them. And also, the Navy literally took $6 million of his earnings because of a conflict of interest, because in the book, he like literally shills his everyday carry in the military. Like they're so horny. Felix says these guys all just want to sell t-shirts. That's what they do. He's just an influencer. He just fucking, did all of that shit so he could become a fucking influencer. It's all a lie. Mick Booyah, or whatever the fuck his name is.
That's one thing I didn't know was the Captain Phillips. That was
one thing, just to show up what we can do as a country. Because I wasn't at war. I was at my daughter's Easter tea party at her preschool on my birthday, Good Friday, April 10th. And we're getting ready for the long weekend. We got a call that's Captain Phillips, and we had, I think, 100 Navy SEALs in the Indian Ocean less than 16 hours later. And then we got them on Easter Sunday, because it turns out our snipers will do that. They will kill you at night on Easter Sunday.
Wow.
Pretty dope.
And the mission that you're most known for is obviously the one where we invaded Pakistan, surprised in the middle of the night, and killed Osama bin Laden.
Yes. Yeah.
So I want to touch on that real briefly, because I don't think their audience really knows the whole full story. You've told the story millions of times. Take us through that day, the second you get the call that the most wanted man on planet Earth, you guys are going to take him out.
At first, they didn't tell us what was happening. They recalled us. I was in Florida, and they recalled us because we just finished a deployment to Afghanistan, so we didn't know what it was. And by recall, I mean we went back to Virginia Beach. That's where our home base was. And they started out with, we found a thing, and this thing is in a house. This house is in a bowl in a country, in these mountains, and you guys are going to go get this thing. You're going to bring it to us and show it to us. And we're like, all right, what is the thing? Can't tell you. Okay. What country? Can't tell you. How are we getting there? Can't tell you. How much air support? None. Okay. That's an answer.
Sounds like a great start.
Yeah, it did. Well, and it got funnier because when we worked, Army pilots, Air Force pararescuemen who were basically the surgeons on the ground, but they're special operators too, Air Force combat controllers, which control the radios, and then we have SEAL operators, and they said it's only going to be SEALs because we're saving weight. So if you knew how to carry medical stuff, you're our new doc. If you knew how to use a radio, you're a radio guy. And so we're getting our gear ready, and we're like, what could this be? And we thought it was the Arab Spring had just started in northern Africa. So we assumed they found Gaddafi, and we're going to go get him. And, not kill him, just get him, bring him back. So we're coming up with this plan. Everyone's fixing their gear to whatever.
Yes, operator named Red shot bin Laden twice in the hip and chest, killing him. That is a fact.
They're going to carry. And then they said, go home and be with your kids for another, day and a half, and then come back. We're going to drive you somewhere and tell you what's going on. And we said, who's going to be there? And they started going down the list of whatever, the vice president might be the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of the Navy, all this stuff. And then one thing they said was CTC.
I thought you said only one shot was fired. What? No, the fucking other, the original, leader of the team, Red, who's still a part of the Navy SEALs. We don't know what his identity is, but he's the one who fucking shot and killed bin Laden. Okay? And then this guy and the other guy that also wrote a book that have conflicting reports on who fucking killed bin Laden. They both take credit for it. They literally ran away. Oh, I said one shot was fired. Oh, sorry. One shot was fired from the bin Laden compound. Only one shot was fired by a dude, and there's conflicting reports on that too, by some dude with a pistol. I didn't mean only one shot was fired by the SEALs. I said only one fucking shot was fired back at them by some I forget what of the dudes, but I think there was, and there's even conflicting reports on that. Yeah, but you literally just said only one shot was fired during the raid. No, that's not what I meant. You misunderstood me, but that's okay. That's why I'm clarifying it, okay? So that's what happens when you fucking clarify, But you fucking said it, dude! doesn't matter that you're clarifying your position that I misunderstood. You once said it, so fuck you. Also, it's top of the fucking hour and you still haven't said anything about it, and I'm fucking getting pissed off, dude. Getting fucking pissed off, dude. Because that is true. It is top of the fucking hour, folks. Which means it's time for a 60-second ad break. That's right. And let this Korean War veteran tell you that you can avoid those ads. You can't avoid the Korean War, but you can avoid those ads by subscribing. Whether for $5 a month or for free with a Twitch Prime if you haven't used it anywhere else. Or you can use an ad block or a VPN, but Twitch Prime is free. Here's the ad break now. If you want to ad-free broadcasting, you already know what to do. Boom.
PAD, which is CIA counterterror Pakistan, Afghanistan. And no one said anything. We went home and I was thinking to myself, if we're going to Libya, why would they be there? So then we came back, we got in vans. And I'm getting to a funny story, I promise. We're driving the vans down to North Carolina. And I had 4 guys here, and I said to the guy next to me, who's my boss, I said, this isn't Gaddafi. They found bin Laden. And he looked at me and just said, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. And that's when the guy in the front seat said, man, if we kill Osama bin Laden, O'Neill, I'll suck your dick. So 3 weeks to the day. Yeah, no. I did ask him about it.
It's been like 10 years.
No, not yet. But yeah, that was, anyway. But then we got serious. They said this is as close as we've ever been to Osama bin Laden. Then we were serious. No high-fiving, none of that. Just, can we go now? And we met the teams, the girl that found him and all that stuff. Trained for a few days and then went to...
Wow, it's kind of problematic, Sweaty. He's queer baiting. Cancel him, Zoomers.
Afghanistan and waited for the green light, which we got, and then we launched.
Yeah, maybe the dude never sucked his cock because he didn't actually kill bin Laden. He just took credit for it.
And we had come up with the perfect plan, rehearsed the perfect plan, 90-minute flight that we should die on, how we're going to take the house down. We've done this hundreds of times, so shouldn't be a big deal. What's the worst thing that could happen, though? Someone said helicopter could crash in the front yard.
He killed bin Laden like I served in the Korean War. You know what I'm saying?
So that happened. So we started off with a helicopter in the front yard. The pilot did it to save everyone.
So you had 2 helicopters. How many guys flew in that mission?
23.
23 guys, so split evenly on each helicopter?
Yeah, and then Cairo, the dog, was there too.
And Cairo, the dog.
Mm-hmm. And so our plan, we were going to put guys down right in front of bin Laden's house, fast rope, everybody out. My team was going to drop snipers and a dog outside. Then my team's going to the roof, and then we're going to get them that way. And that didn't happen. We were going to die as soon as the house blows up when we got on top. We were actually calling ourselves the Martyrs Brigade. Like, this is it. But the reason that we were...
the Martyrs Brigade. Dude, all these fucking JSOC operations are like night raids that are already questionable with respect to the ethics of conducting night raids. It's literally fucking murdering people in their sleep, okay? Which is precisely what happened in this night raid as well. I'm obviously not saying like, oh my God, I can't believe they murdered bin Laden in his sleep. I don't give a fuck. Fuck bin Laden. But having said that, come on, dude. Like, oh yeah, we're the Martyr Squad, bro. Fucking Martyr Brigade, dude. We're getting fucking fired on, you know? It's crazy. It's like literally one fucking counter shot was fired. That's what I was talking about when I said the one shot. No, the guy was there. He was there. He was one of the people on SEAL Team 6. That is true. He just did not kill bin Laden. But he lied about it and wrote a fucking whole book about it.
So you guys thought you were going to die?
We knew we were going to die. Shot down on the way in.
We knew we were going to die, dude. Yeah, except the only risk that these dudes had, let's be real, the only risk that these dudes had was, unfortunately, dropping a fucking Black Hawk helicopter on the way to the fucking compound. Bin Laden, for those of you who still don't know, literally lived next door to the fucking Pakistani West Point, okay? Everybody knew who the fuck he was, okay? This notion that, like, oh my God. Like, come on, dude. Come the fuck on. They crashed the fucking helicopter on the way to kill bin Laden in his fucking sleep. Okay?
Immediate fight when we get there. Houseborne IED. We're going to run out of fuel and then end our short
You're
life.
a fucking smock, man. They expected the house to be booby-trapped. How can you not understand what he mean? Come the fuck on yourself. Yeah, bin Laden loves booby-trapping the own house that he fucking lives in, dude. Totally. Except there wasn't.
Shoot it out with a packed meal until we're all dead.
Because it's not like you could have got, you didn't get air clearance, right? You weren't going to give anyone a hint because
there's nowhere to go. You got nothing. But we accepted it because, and we talked about this. I had a guy ask me, I'm going. I just need to say it out loud. If we know we're going to die, why are we going? Which is fair. And we said, we're not going after bin Laden for the fame or for the money. We're going after us.
Get the fuck out of here, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, dude, I'm totally not going after bin Laden for the fame, which is why I hornily left my fucking post, you know, because it was so scary. It was scary. We're all going to die. But also, I literally fucking did not sweep the second floor where I was supposed to be, according to reports. Okay? Just to rush upstairs and get one fucking shot off on bin Laden's already dying fucking corpse so that I could write a book about it. Come on, dude. Come on. He didn't do it for the fame. He did it so his homie would suck his dick.
Osama bin Laden for the single mom who dropped her kids off at elementary school on a Tuesday, and then 45 minutes later she jumped to her death out of a skyscraper because that's a better alternative than whatever in the hell is going on inside at 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. And her last gesture of human decency was to hold her skirt down, and she killed herself. She was never supposed to be in the fight. We're supposed to be in the fight. That's where we're going.
When you guys got there, when you guys arrived there, though, did you know he was in the building?
I was 100% sure he was in the building because of the woman that found him. She was certain. We'd get done with those training days, long days of training on the site.
He literally left. He left the military 4 years before he could get a pension because he wanted to fucking pop off with his book, which ironically, the military took a bunch of the proceeds from because of the ethics concerns that were in his book about like the information that he revealed and shit. Okay? So for him talking about like how I wasn't doing it for the exploits, like, dude, you literally just sell t-shirts. You and I are doing the same shit, brother. The only difference is like, you know, I didn't fucking do a bunch of weird shit.
Long hours
yeah,
at
he
night.
illegally wrote a book without consulting the fucking military.
Talking over a model, and right before, you know, we get a couple hours sleep, she would say, all right, guys, great day of training. Osama bin Laden is in the third floor of this building right now. I don't know why we're not going. Good night. She, you know, certain, but yeah. But then, you know, we were to the point where we weren't, there was no fear involved with this mission because you accept death. This is what we came to do. And then you get in there, everything's wrong. I didn't know the helicopter crashed until I got inside the building and someone told me the helicopter crashed. And I said, what helicopter crashed? And he said, our helicopter crashed in the front yard. Like, he walked right past it. And I'm like, well, I was looking this way or something because there's bin Laden's house. And then as we're doing that, the tail of the helicopter was over the fence. And the sniper with the dog, they were doing a loop to make sure no one escaped. And he came over the radio and said, hey, guys inside, be on alert. They're definitely ready for us because they have a training mock-up of our super secret helicopter in the front yard. And the boss came over and said, no, jackass, that's ours because we crashed. And he said, yeah, that makes a lot more sense than the shit I was just saying, doesn't it? Weird stuff happens in dark moments. But yeah, we did that. Got in there and then we went
Why the fuck is Don Jr. there, dude? It's so dumb. When does Don Jr. start talking about it? Hey, I'm Don Jr. Your story is actually really relatable to me because I try to act like my father a lot, and my father never loved me. So, you know, I would have served in the military as well, but instead I was doing blow off of hookers' titties. So, yeah, that's right. Kind of like my own personal murder of Osama bin Laden, you know?
Up the stairs. The woman told us Khalid bin Laden, who was his son, would be on this set of stairs, which he was.
How good was that impression, by the way? Am I crazy? I feel like that was pretty good. Hey, I'm Don Jr. That's right.
I killed him. We walked around
Fuck
him.
you. Some people just want to say everything is bad, dude.
We're down to two guys now going up the last set of stairs, looking up a curtain, and so there was some movement behind it. I was the number 2 man, the point man's in front of me, and he was telling me now we got to go because he could see movement. He's thinking those are the suicide bombers, but we can beat them if we go now. We have to go now because they're getting ready.
Yeah, right.
And I had no one behind me. I was like, well, I guess this is it. And I wasn't being brave. It was more of a, I'm going to blow up now and I'm tired of thinking about it. Let's just get it over with. And I squeezed him. We went up and he went through this curtain. tackle these people, and because he went here, I have to cover his back. I went this way. There's Osama bin Laden.
Hello, Daddy.
3 feet away, standing on 2 feet.
Did you see him like clearly?
Yeah.
This is completely false. Osama bin Laden was not standing on his 2 feet when he was shot by Robert O'Neill or whatever the fuck his name is. Okay, he had already been shot. He was already dying, or I think he was already dead. As a matter of fact, he left his position to fucking run up hornily to the 3rd floor where he was. And he was on the fucking ground bleeding, and he shot him in the fucking head. That's it. So bad how the guy's always saying I killed him, such a cloud chaser liar. By the way, for the record, why do you trust the other person's story more so than this guy? No, the other person's story is fucking bullshit too.
Yeah, I recognize his nose, his beard, how tall he was, how skinny he was, everything about him, and he's not surrendering. He's a threat, so I got to take him down. And if you're dealing with a suicide bomber, which he should have been,
fucking
you shoot
bullshit.
him in the face, and I shot him.
He also lied about like how Osama bin Laden apparently like used his wife as like a human shield or something. But again, that was good PR at the time. So the military totally went with that at the time, and then they fucking changed the narrative later. But you know,
in the face twice, and then once more on the ground. And then that's it. And then, we're moving his wife to the bed. His 2-year-old son was there. And for me, as a father, it was like, this kid has nothing to do with this. It's just humanity.
Oh, I shot him too. No, I'm just kidding.
Then I'm standing there. I can hear Osama bin Laden taking his last breaths. And I'm sort of stunned. And a buddy came up, because there's more Navy SEALs in the room now. My buddy came up and said, "Are you okay?" And I said, "No, what do we do now?" And he smiled and said, "Now we find the computers. Like, we do this every night. Hundreds of times you've done this." And I said, "Yeah, you're right. I'm back." Holy shit. And he said, "Yeah, you just killed Osama bin Laden. Your life just changed. Get to work."
Wow.
So
Getting computers is gathering all the intel.
Anything you can find. Yeah, anything electronic, CDs, and we found heroin. You can only fit so much of that in your cargo pocket.
Right.
Joking. Seriously.
He's not joking. That's not a joke. That's literally true, dude. Okay, that's that is actually a fucking very truthful thing he said. Oh, god damn it. I can't fucking...
But yeah, anything that might have a list of names, pictures, anything. And there was so much stuff there. It would have been nice to have Pakistan actually be an ally, because we should have stayed in that house for at least a week.
The source of what you're saying is The Intercept, which is a great article on it. Yeah, the heroin smuggling that... Notice how serious he was when he said it was a joke? Yeah, I love that. I love when... Who shot this bin Laden? A tale of two SEALs. More than 3 years after SEAL Team 6 killed terror leader, the elite group's warriors are at a war with itself. No. We'll look at this in a second, but look at the underside of the guy's arm. You can see heroin injects and scars. You got yourself a Navy SEAL. I'm sorry to say you've been misled by this man. I'm actually the one who eliminated bin Laden. Yeah.
Because he was running the whole show.
Does this guy have fake contacts or something? It's kind of weird.
From there, we got as much as we could though, and we left. Another helicopter came in and flew us out, and then we had 90 minutes to survive getting shot down.
And where was the safe haven where you guys were going, where it would be safe?
Afghanistan, believe it or not.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that was actually weird that because we're flying back and we have 90 minutes and worrying about something that is not, your worry's not going to affect, you're wasting your energy. So worrying about a missile is not going to stop it. So just chill, right? So we started our watches and we're counting it down. 90 minutes we got to get. And you're looking at your...
Yeah. Navy SEALs face sexual assault charges and drug investigation. What the fuck? God damn it. Not The Intercept 2. Anyway, fucking paywalls everywhere.
Your friends, I got the sniper from rescuing Captain Phillips sitting next to me. He actually gave me a Copenhagen, looking at my guys, and then, shit, it's been 10 minutes. It's been 20, it's been 30 minutes. Now it's been 40 minutes. It's been 50 minutes. We got to get to 90 minutes, and you start thinking about watching a no-hitter. Like, I'm not going to say anything. Motherfuckers pitching a no-hitter. 60 minutes, 70 minutes, 80 minutes. Then, like the sports analogies with Lake Placid when the American hockey team beat the Russians. You can hear them counting down if you look it up on YouTube, like 10, 9, 8. And then the pilot came over the radio and said, for the first time in your life, gentlemen, you're going to be happy to hear this. Welcome to Afghanistan. And that's the end of the mission. And then we showed them, and
which would no longer be the
crazy.
case today.
No, it wouldn't be safe haven. I'd rather stay in Pakistan.
So that's one of the reasons. Yeah, we wanted to bring you on. We're starting this new show and stuff. I think it's crazy.
Why are why did they choose to have these two guys on as their like third ever guest? Aside from like the obvious clout and stuff. So they're just like full tilt branding as like a reactionary brand now? Is that what it is? Like that's what they're going to be doing? Going forward? Is that what's happening? Why don't you subscribe? Because I fucking love stealing content, okay? Obviously. And even like from my friends, which the Intercept are, okay? That's why. They love Trump. I thought like
crazy that we got you guys on too, you know, experts, and like I think just the question is like, what the fuck is going on in Afghanistan right now? Don.
Well, I'm not an expert. I'm pretty good at talking shit and calling out.
Yeah, I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert.
The nonsense that's out there. You know what I mean? And you see so much of it.
Bitch, why are you there, dude? You chinless fuck. Why are you there? At least the other guy has like a cool story that he made up, but still.
These days. I mean, and, you know, from what I've got to experience.
I'm just a divorced dad. I like to act like I'm just a divorced dad, and that's why I'm here right now. I do a lot of memes and stuff, you know?
Over the last 5 years, which is like, you know, anything my father does is wrong. Anything I do is wrong. You know, you do the Hunter Biden sort of Don Jr. analogy. I'm like, this guy's like.
Okay, fuck you, dude. Fuck you, dude. How dare you? How dare you compare yourself to Hunter Biden, the fucking charmed prince, dude? Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you insane? First of all, Hunter Biden, okay, does cool drugs. Okay, that's number one. You do the drug of the bourgeois class. You do cocaine. Hunter Biden does crack, even though he's literally rich as fuck, okay? You've done nothing. You've accomplished nothing in your life. You've like stolen money from charities, whatever. Hunter Biden taking advantage of the last name Biden by fucking literally getting hundreds of thousands of dollars for a no-show job from Burisma. Okay? Like literally just like going to Ukraine, getting fucking paid as a laborer without putting a single fucking ounce of effort or work into it. Okay? Legend. Hunter Biden has sex with strippers without having to pay for it. You pay strippers all the time and they still don't want to fuck you. Okay? Don't compare yourself. Do not compare yourself to fucking Sigma ass Hunter Biden. You're a fucking loser. Everybody knows you're beta. You have no chin. What happened to your chin? Hunter Biden, classic, handsome looks. Okay? Very, very handsome. Hunter Biden, fat cock. Donald Trump Jr., very tiny penis. I haven't seen it, but I assume it's very tiny. He's just exuding like a tiny penis energy. Hunter Biden, dad loves him, okay? Loves him. Fail son, dad still loves him. Photo shoots with his father where his father is like caressing him and kissing him and stuff like that. Where's your photo shoot? Donald Trump Jr., dad despises him, okay? Despises him. Literally, famously has, paid money to not be around you. Your dad has. It's so sad.
Like a legitimate, just total piece of shit. And it's like, no problem. He can do whatever he wants. He's a private guy. It's like, well, so am I. I wasn't in government. I wasn't one of the. So it's just, between the.
Humbling to know that the one major victim for the U.S. military is assassinating a cowering, disheveled loser at point blank range in front of his family. Yeah. 100%. That same fucking cowering, disheveling loser that was like funded by our allies and was hidden by our allies for many, many years as we like continue to fucking bang the war drums and like destroy the lives of hundreds of thousands of fucking civilians in Afghanistan. Great stuff.
Media sort of functioning as a cheerleader for the other side and going to such great lengths to simply protect Joe Biden and the Democrats. I mean, this guy is like mashed potatoes for brains. You see that,
fuck you. Oh my God, this Hunter Biden slander cannot stand, dude. Cannot fucking stand. Oh, God. It's got to be so sad. It's got to be so fucking sad. Constantly being compared to Hunter Biden and just never, ever being half as fucking cool, dude. That's so sad. I mean this. Like, I genuinely mean this. No one likes Don Jr. No one. His dad doesn't like him. Hunter Biden, many people do. People lie and act like they fucking hate him. Okay? People try so desperately. The same energy that, like, causes people to lie about how much they like Don Jr., which is conservatism, brain rot, obviously. I'm being a little ableist. I'm sorry about that. Is exactly the same energy that causes people to act like they fucking hate Don Jr. Okay?
He comes out. He's on
Hunter Biden. Oh, God. I can't believe I said that accidentally.
vacation while the world's burning. Imagine Donald Trump as Afghanistan fell. By the way, as Afghanistan fell, while they pulled out our troops, but left between 10 and 40. And they don't even know. 1,000 Americans in Afghanistan. Now, Taliban control. I can watch the meltdown. It'd actually be nice because, like, they'd have such big aneurysms that there'd be none of this, like, ridiculous media left. Like, they would explode in their outrage. Joe Biden's on vacation.
I love this because he's, like, saying, I wish my dad would do the exact same thing that Joe Biden did just so the media would get mad. That's a self-report. You're basically saying, like, yeah, I don't really give a fuck about the people of Afghanistan or the Americans stranded there, but it would be cool to, like, fucking watch, the whole world burn. Like, it would be fine. Pathetic. Also, who wears fucking Puma, dude? What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
Like, I'm surprised he didn't do his speech from an ice cream shop the other day, because it seems all he's capable of. So, it's hard to believe that it doesn't exist, that someone's willing to call out the bullshit when it exists. And
why do you think that is?
I created a niche.
Why do you think that is? I asked Dana when we did Dana, like, why is the media so against the right? Like, is it about money? Is it like,
I
why
think
are
they're
they
just
so against it?
They're active. You see it in school, right? They're activists. If you're going into journalism, that's your mindset, and then you're in your bubble. If you go against the bubble, you get eaten alive. And listen, it's no different probably than the woke military. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, Rob, because and we do have to make the distinction between guys like this, the door kickers that are actually kicking ass, and like the generals that are saying, I really want to learn about white rage. It's like, give me a fucking break.
The difference too, having shooters on the ground fighting the enemy, Al Qaeda, ISIS, Taliban. Seeing the difference between them and then, like, show me a 4-star general and I'll show you 14 people kissing his ass all around him. And just telling him exactly what he wants to hear so they can have his job eventually.
Well, and he wants to get a board seat at, woke corporate America.
Yep.
And so they want to keep us in these wars indefinitely because, like, hey, listen, they're not making a lot of money now, and that's their retirement plan. But, like, they're also costing the American taxpayer trillions. They're costing guys like Rob their lives and limbs. So we can stay in a war to get a board seat at Raytheon in a couple of years.
That's what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing.
So someone has to call it out. And, like, to your point, like, dude, like, I was always conservative, but I was never political. But the fact that there's such a vacuum of, people that are just not willing to speak up, that I have sort of created a name for myself within politics just to be like, hey, has anyone called bullshit on this yet? Like, how insane is that?
That's what I mean. What is the reason? Like, why? What motivation does Twitter have to, like, remove the president?
I think it's got to be personal power somewhere.
Like, is it about money somewhere?
There are a lot of people on television and politics that are blatantly lying, and it's got to be for kickbacks. It has to be. I can't figure it out. I don't know why. I don't want to say someone specifically hates their country. They got to be getting money on the back end. Someone is.
Well, and Twitter will also virtue signaling. There's like a reward system, right?
Yeah.
If you're a liberal and you come out and you attack the conservatives, like, hey, like, it's the Colin Kaepernick shit, right? Like, you get a sneaker deal, or Megan Rapinoe, you hate your country, great, we're going to put you on you're the face of Subway sandwich now. Like, it's become cool to be woke, and there's a way to monetize it rather than talking common sense. Now, if you come out as a conservative, everyone out there is attacking you. So there's no upside. So I know there are people that are out there sort of selling some of this crap. They don't believe it because I know them. But it's like, well, it's the path to making a couple of bucks. Yep. And I'm not willing to risk taking the hits. That's the difference with me. I was like, Screw it.
So
Like,
like
I'll take the hits. It's like,
So
what
an
do I care?
anchor on like CNN is just gonna follow the narrative just because they don't want to lose their job. Is like what you're saying. Like everyone's
I think
doing
that,
it.
but they
just
got
to-
there through years of indoctrination.
Yeah.
And you see it in our school systems. I mean, you see it in some of these like sort of liberals of TikTok videos where it's like they're doing whatever they can to push some of the crazy aspects of the left. And I'm not even talking about like the difference between conservative and liberals. I mean, like some pretty batshit stuff. And it's like they're proud that they're indoctrinating kids to make sure that they never see another side. And if you see another side or bring it up, it's over. And so, they've just sort of taken over and grabbed a hold of all of these sort of cultural institutions. I mean, I think conservative values are generally like, hey, live and let live. Turn the other cheek. That's been great, but like, look what it's gotten us. I mean, we've seen it every cultural institution, even sports. I mean, woke sports is a thing. And now I know a lot of players, whether it's MLB, NFL, NHL, like probably not as much NBA, but like they are out and they can't even imagine like what's going on. They're like, I can't believe I got to go to work and push this bullshit. And yet it's jammed down their throat. And they know there is a very real consequence. I'm sure you've had this conversation, Bob.
That's a good
but
point. That's a good point.
100%.
Yeah.
Quick question. So back to, excuse me, Afghanistan.
Yes.
So obviously we're launching this episode tonight, right?
Yeah.
Because obviously it's pretty significant what's going on. Rob, you've been there. Take us through, first of all, two things. What happened in Afghanistan, for those who don't know, and what is going on right now currently as we speak?
People make mistakes all the time, and a lot of successes are because of mistakes you made. You're learning from them. You can Monday morning quarterback anything. I personally think we should have pulled out mostly out of Afghanistan around 2004, 2005, because we kind of had it won. We hadn't heard of an improvised explosive device, roadside bombs yet, but bad decisions are made. They wanted to surge. They like people. There are guys on the ground like me were saying, we live in a house in Jalalabad, Afghanistan. We know our neighbors. We give the kids candy. We get kebabs at the stand in the middle of town, which is unheard of, especially today. We don't need a bunch of scared young Americans driving around up armored Hum vehicles, running people over just because they're here. Regardless of your intention, you'll be seen as an occupier. So that's the first mistake. We do need to keep a base, especially Jalalabad airfield, which is was really nice. And Bagram, Bagram is it's so fortified you can defend it forever, and you can have pilots out bombing caravans and back in time, literally for karaoke night and green bean coffee. Like that's what the place was like. Speed limits and paved roads. Keep those two open just for the cross border op. We know Al Qaeda is in Pakistan. They're not in Afghanistan. We came here to fight Al Qaeda, not the Taliban, like it or not. Just keep these here. We can hit them with drones. People started getting mad about that too. Oh, you're killing them with drones. Yes. Sorry, we can't kill people nice enough for you. But, we stayed there. We did get bin Laden in 2011. And it did need to start being scaled back, which is happening. And an unfortunate truth is we were going to have to negotiate with the Taliban eventually. That's just the way that part of the country works. We tried to give them schools and democracy. They don't want it. They want their valleys. That's it. So we have to start that. You certainly do not drop the keys and leave overnight. Yeah. That's the problem. Complete chaos because, it's almost to the point where, okay, are you stupid or are you incompetent? It's one or the other. And if you're the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who's the highest ranking military officer, if you told him to pull out, you should be fired. If you told him not to pull out and he didn't listen, you should resign. Where we lived, and a lot of Americans, a lot of the coalition forces over there, if they screwed up this bad, they died or they got fired. You don't just don't show up for the press brief because you're in the basement.
Yeah, and I think that's where, I think we all probably as Americans agree that it was time to get out of Afghanistan, but there's a way to do it. And that's what everyone's saying. Well, Trump was going to try to pull out. It's like, yeah, Trump negotiated with the Taliban because you had to be in the room. Joe Biden has not yet spoken to a world leader. It's been like 5 days. Another world leader, like he's on vacation and checked out. Trump had conditions to the withdrawal. You heard Pompeo maybe on the news the other night, like X, Y, Z. If those guys were coming out in these single roads that they've now blockaded coming into Kabul, Trump would have been droning the hell out of them.
Yeah.
Joe Biden, no conditions, no nothing. And again, he pulled out our military before he got rid of the civilians. There's a difference. You can be in agreement that it was time to get out.
Yes.
You can even be in agreement that some things could be, it's never going to be great and the Taliban would always be there. But you can also say the execution was ridiculous. Joe, but you can talk a little bit about this, the fighting season, because, we were going to pull out in late spring when it's still cold. Yep. People are they're getting through a rough winter. In the middle of August is literally the worst time. But Joe Biden wanted ownership. He wanted to be the guy that said, I did this.
I did this on
So
9/11.
he delayed it. I did it on 9/11. He wanted the photo op. It was like Kamala going to the border. You know, she was 1,000 miles away from the border where the real crisis is happening. But, you know, the media will cover her. Look, she's doing her job. She's next in line. She's definitely going to be the next president. First female president. Rah! She was 900 miles away from the actual crisis, you know, the point in McAllen. It was the same thing. Joe Biden wanted that photo op. He wanted to go down as this. So he changed what Trump had sort of negotiated. The other difference is.
Okay, I have to admit, Robert O'Neill, like, I can't believe I'm giving him credit, but what he said about like us pulling out in 2004, like, yeah, he has a good, like, he's right about that. Okay, he is right about that. Like, he understands that, like, you know, we weren't doing anything good there. Like, he gets it. The fucking stuff about the drones and like Bagram, like, he still doesn't care about the people of Afghanistan. You know what I mean? He still thinks like they should be murdered. They're not human beings. But go back and watch that NBA clip. Oh, no, he was like, yeah, I don't really watch NBA. No, I saw all of it. I know. Don Jr. called his dad Trump. Yeah, he's like, I loved it. Dude, there's so much I love about Don Jr. too. Like, don't get me wrong. It's just like, he's such a fucking pathetic dweeb lord that it's virtually impossible for him to look good. Like, when he's talking about like, yeah, people really like me because I'm just, you know, just some guy who's like, I've always been conservative but not political, but people love me. It's like, dude, the only reason why people even give you any shred of fucking clout is because of your proximity to your dad, who fucking despises you. Okay? That's it. There's no other reason. Like, you're just a guy, and you're not even a good guy. You can't even fucking be like cool or remotely charismatic. You are just a fucking permanent L nerd.
The Taliban looked at Trump and realized, okay, like, we're not going to be trifle with that guy. They watched Joe Biden give press conferences from an ice cream shop, and they're like, yeah, we can fuck with that guy. Like, he's not going to do anything. He's just a weak guy. And the one thing these guys understand, I would think, and Rob, you can speak to this better, is strength.
Oh, easily. They, the Taliban are tough fighters. They were scared shitless of Bagram Airfield. Scared to death. And that's the first thing you give up.
What is that? What is it?
Bagram Airfield is a Russian airfield that we built up. I mean, to the point of comedy, where I'm not kidding about karaoke night and Green Bean. Like,
Don't they have like
it wasn't
7
bad.
foot thick runways so you can literally land like
anything,
the moon,
anything there.
Yeah.
And you got to figure, so that there's, I don't know, maybe 4 or 6 airstrips, jets everywhere, bombers everywhere, pilots, aircrew, security, Marines, soldiers. Everything is right there. And you can, I mean, you got to figure, you have Bagram Airfield, you have access, a footprint for Russia, for Iran, for China, who's going to take it, by the way, watch and see. Yeah. Oh, and the Taliban won't fuck with China. You know why? Because China will kill you. And we're at the point now where we're saying, well, the Taliban are assuring us they're going to allow safe passage of civilians to the airport. On what fucking planet are you living? Yeah. First of all,
they're going to honor women's rights. That was the one I saw today. I'm like,
horrifying.
Really? Like the same people that throw gays off buildings, that enslave and rape women and children on a daily basis, they're going to honor women's rights. But more importantly, the Taliban yesterday, they called out Joe Biden, be like, well, Joe Biden gave this speech and he left. Like, we're here answering questions. They called out Facebook and big tech, being like, you guys are the ones suppressing free speech. We're here answering questions. And as much as I don't want to give the Taliban credit for anything, like, they're not wrong. That's how insane our world has gotten.
It's backwards.
It's like the Taliban is calling us out for being oppressive.
Yes, the Taliban call us oppressive.
I mean, it's, you know, you're living in the Matrix, but they're not wrong.
No, they're not wrong. One thing funny, though, just to get a little humor in there, someone did send me a picture of those dudes in the weight room that we just gave back, and he's on the treadmill. They're like, so what's this guy doing on the treadmill? I was like, well, based on what I know of these people, he's trying to figure out a way to either eat it or fuck it.
Got it. So what's
why not?
So 3.5 years. So there's 3.5 years left of Biden, right?
Yeah.
So what's the play? So
I mean, think about that. I mean, if you look at our border, right? Humanitarian crisis. You know, you have kids in cages. You know, we didn't build the cages, but it was a really big deal that there were a couple of kids in cages. Now you have kids in cages that are 700, 1,000% overflowing, right? COVID positive up to 18, 19% statistic I read, and they're just releasing them into McAllen, Texas. Like, again, if it were Trump, what would they be saying? Just like
They'd be all
Obama
over,
built the cages, but that was not a problem. Trump using those cages, a huge problem. Joe Biden getting them and having them at overflow capacity in the middle of a pandemic, sick, and releasing them into society, not a problem. Just like if you're in New York right now, you need a vaccine passport to go to work, to go to dinner, to go out. But if you're COVID positive in McAllen, Texas, they'll just release you into society and you can go do whatever you want. It's an honor system. Just try not to go near anyone. Like, you think that's going to work? I mean, there's just a hypocrisy that is just so flagrant these days. It's so glaring. And yet, again, no one's calling it out. It's perhaps why, I've been able to create a decent presence on.
Wait, what? Is he advocating for COVID passports in McAllen, Texas? Yeah, I think, they got COVID passports in New York, but not in Texas. I wonder why, jackass. Like, literally, I wonder why there is no COVID fucking passports in Texas. God, it's so awesome. It's so obvious that, like, they couldn't get Trump, so they had to get the fucking shitty version. Fuck, Trump would have been owning in this interview, dude.
On social media, because I'm one of the guys. Again, like, hey, Rob's done a great job of that. I mean, and by the way, he calls out, the bullshit on both sides. And by the way, even I do too, because I mean, there's plenty of these establishment Republicans that I'm like, guys, like, you go and you wax poetic, when you're at a fundraiser talking conservative stuff, and then you go to DC and you fold so that some douchebag at Politico doesn't write a mean article about you. I'm like, that's not who I want representing me either. Like, I want values and I want resolve, not sound bites and talking points.
Right.
One thing I want to know is, like, how much authority does Biden have when it comes to, like, pulling those troops out? Like, is that all his decision?
It can be with the commander-in-chief. He's the commander of all the forces. And like I said, if the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and National Security Advisor says one thing, the president can say, no, we're not doing that. We're doing this. But there should have been. I hope there were people around him saying this is a horrible idea. Because it's not gonna end well, and if we can't get our 10,000 Americans out, we're jumping troops back in.
Well, it seems like some of the stuff I've read is that people were advising him, like, don't change the existing plan. You know what I mean? Make sure there's conditions. But again, he wanted to change it to make it his own. He wanted to get the full credit for that. So now he owns that shit.
He's gonna own it forever. It's worse than the fall of Saigon. So, all he had to do was keep walking.
What was the move then? Like, what? Because I know I don't think we were spending a lot of money there anymore, right? We didn't have a lot of people there.
We didn't have a combat death in over 18 months. Right. And,
safer than Chicago.
Yeah, actually,
that's what I said.
My father said it last night, and he goes, hey, when I left Afghanistan, when I left my thing, for 18 months prior to that, or whatever it was, there was not a single American casualty in Afghanistan, which is significantly safer than Chicago, New York, or any of our big cities. All
so
under
what
Democrat
was this
control.
rush then? Like, it seems like there must have been something else
politics.
to it.
He wants to own it. It's politics. I mean, if Joe Biden would have said, we're pulling out, this is my call, and we pulled out and everything was great, it's like, well, shit, awesome. But nobody thought that was going to happen. No one with it. I mean, of course, nowadays up is down, down is up. Like, if you tell the truth, you can get fired. And people just don't like the truth. They just want to say, yeah, I'm sure we'll be fine. The Taliban won't take it. And they said, no, and even the bullshit about, we have some tough Afghan fighters that we train. Look, you train them for 20 years. They're twice the size of the Taliban. They lost in 3 days. Someone's not fucking fighting.
Well, did you see the video I put up on my Instagram? Like, I mean, it was literally, we spent $88 billion just on training. And you're watching these guys try to do jumping jacks. Like, check it out on my Instagram. Like,
if you
it's
haven't
literally
seen the jumping
laughable.
jacks,
like, it's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
right?
I know.
Like,
I know.
It's absolutely ludicrous that you spent $88 billion.
So
and again, it's just being cycled back into the pockets of the guys that are part of the military-industrial complex and all of that stuff. They're getting rich off of it. And again, they're maybe a politician then, but then once they leave politics, they become a lobbyist.
And then
they're lobbying for that. And that's how the money cycles. And it keeps those guys rich.
True.
It's why D.C. is the richest zip code in the country, or one of the top 3, but they don't actually produce anything other than they peddle influence.
So what now, back to Afghanistan, what is going on right now as we speak? So are we have soldiers there that are trying to evacuate Americans and Afghans?
Yeah, the Taliban had been planning this in mostly Canada, Pakistan for the past 15 years, what they're going to do. And the plan, well, they didn't assume Bagram would fall, but that worked out well for them. So then they can surround, it's called Hamid Karzai International Airport. That'll, maybe not anymore at this point, because they're going to rename it. But they're going to surround it, and now they have everyone trapped in the cities. They can't get into the airport to leave. So there's Taliban checkpoints everywhere. And, I just on the front cover of I think the New York Post today, there's someone getting hacked to death with a machete outside of an ATM.
Well, they actually put out, they said yesterday, I did a little, sort of Rumble Facebook video on it. They literally put out a press release saying,
cracked the
get
code.
to Hamid
Rolling
Karzai
ice
Airport,
face.
though the embassy says we cannot guarantee your safety. Like, so they want you to travel there. Now, the embassy, don't forget, the embassy now is in Taliban control.
Right, it's Taliban
Joe
checkpoints
Biden on
and all
July 8th said, under no circumstances will there be photographs, of the Chinooks, I guess, or whatever it was that they were like, of Saigon in 75. It's literally the same photo. Like, it almost looks like you can't tell the difference in the photo unless you look at just the building. I posted a video, on my Twitter and Facebook that shows literally the photographs of them evacuating the embassy. This is 6 weeks ago. Joe Biden said under no circumstances was that going to happen. They have the same helicopter evacuating people out of the embassy. The difference between this and Saigon is this is significantly worse because they forgot about the 10 to 40,000 Americans that were still there. They got some of those embassy personnel out.
Oh, yeah.
The embassy fell. It's worse because there's 10 to 40,000 people that are stranded in Afghanistan.
And they're telling
they're saying we can't guarantee your safety.
The Afghans that worked with us, and they find out you worked certain areas with the Americans. They're not just going to skin you alive. They're going to watch them. You get to watch them skin your kids alive. Then they'll get to you. So what we're saying to them, so the Department of State, for people who don't know, they sort of take care of the civilian sector and how to, travel advisors, blah, blah, blah. So they're telling these Afghans, the State Department is just saying, just contact your representative of the State Department. They had all evacuated.
Yeah.
They got nothing. They got nothing.
Yeah, contact the embassy. What embassy?
Right.
The embassy's in Taliban control. So some bureaucrat in D.C. I mean, I saw the media. Tom Cotton put out this thing on social media, the senator. He goes, listen, contact my office at this number. We will figure out a way to make it happen. The media starts going, oh, what are you going to do, Tom Cotton? It's like, well, the embassy fell. No one else is doing jack shit. Like, he's actually trying to help. Like, he's actually trying to proactively be part of a solution. It's not ideal, but he served and he understands how these things work, and he sits on the Senate Armed Services Committee or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
He may be able to help get something done and effectuate, like, change. But the media jumps on him. Oh, what are you going to do? Like, well, what are you guys doing? Right. You're running cover for Joe Biden while he's on vacation.
How many people are over there right now that we want to get?
We sent more people in, didn't we now?
They said 6,000.
But how many people are in there right now that we want to get out?
We don't even know. That's the point. Like, they put out a thing between 10 and 40,000, according to, I guess it was
Americans.
Which is a little latitude.
Right.
And, well, they said they resumed flights, and in the last 24 hours, they had gotten something like 600 to 700 people out. So play it out. If they're getting 600 to 700 people out in a 24-hour cycle, and there could be up to 40,000 people, you're going to spend 2 months evacuating Americans? What do you think is going to happen? Like, the Taliban, I understand the press is giving them a lot of attention. They're giving the Taliban a bigger platform than my father, the former president of the United States, who's not allowed to be on social media. Yeah. What happens when the beheadings start? Because they're going to start.
Oh, they've already started.
All right, so when
what
they do,
happens
though,
when the raping starts?
When they do, though, and that's something that we see on our end, and we see those happenings, what's the play?
They're going to control their media and they will.
Do we go in and get?
It'll happen. We won't see it.
Yeah, the Taliban,
it's happening.
Who do have a verified Twitter account, by the way. They won't put it on their Twitter account.
They have a verified Twitter account.
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't they?
No, the Taliban spokesman. I mean, it's a designated terrorist organization, and they have it, but Donald Trump's not allowed to be on Twitter because he sent a couple mean tweets. And I always say, you know what? Looking at the world right now, I would take $1.85 gas, peace in the Middle East, a secure border, a booming economy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, in exchange for a couple mean, but probably also true in most cases, tweets.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Yeah, but that's not the way we. That's
mean
not the
tweets.
world we live
That's
in.
where we were. Mean tweets.
But the Taliban right now are basically like, "Hey, we're going to comply with you guys." Correct?
Well, see, they know the world's watching them now.
Yeah,
and who knows? They might let Americans out, but once they have control, they have it now in spots that we can't see, and these are not good people. These are as brutal as they get. These guys are as bad as ISIS. They'll burn you alive. They'll depending on the age of your daughters, these ones get their heads cut off. These ones are sex slaves. This one gets hung at the Coliseum. That's what they do, and these are just bad people. And they've been gearing up for this. They've been seething at this, and they're there.
Well, and they know how our media works, right? So they know how to give them exactly what they want to get the cover. It's like when Putin says, well, what happened to Ashley Babbitt? Putin could care less about what happened to Ashley Babbitt in the Capitol, but it's a way of calling out the hypocrisy, and he knows the media is going to jump. It's like when China start saying, well, that's not really woke. I mean, you got to, like, China doesn't give a shit. Like, they literally are committing genocide against the Uyghur Muslims in China. They're enslaving people. They have death camps. They don't care, but they know how to manipulate our media, and they're just acting like a puppet master so that our media goes after ourselves, and we end up eating our own. We eat our own, and that's how they gain leverage on a world stage.
What do you think your father would have done differently? Because these guys kind of surprised them, right?
Well, hey, listen, like I said, Pompeo's talked about it the other night in terms of the details. Like, there were conditions to this thing. They weren't going to do it at a time, during the summertime when, the Taliban, they're literally bored. They got nothing to do but fight. You can speak to this.
We've been calling it the fighting season. We've known it every year since 2001. They fight in the summer, and then the winter sucks.
Yeah, the winter sucks. They go high. Things are calmer, so you can do it. So you don't have this massive surge. He would have been droning the shit out of the the highways coming in.
Convoys,
I mean, there were just caravans and convoys. It'd be like the original Iraq War, right? You'd get a get an A-10 and just run down the line, shooting depleted uranium at these things, and you could take out tens of thousands. There would have been real conditions. There would have been fear in the back of the mind of these guys saying, like, hey, I'm going to get nuked on this road going in there. They wouldn't do it the same way. It would have given the Afghan fighting forces, if they wanted to actually fight, a chance, because it wouldn't just be this deluge, this onslaught at once. But again, Joe Biden changed that plan because he wanted credit on the world stage. He's so not there that he figured, hey, if I do this, it'll go great, and I can take credit for this. And now he owns it.
So what consequences is this going to have now in the West?
Look, what do you think, if you're sitting in Taiwan right now, what do you think's happening? What do you think happened in the last week to sort of, the notion of being an...
I love this. Oh, the Taiwan rhetoric is so fucking funny, dude. It's like you don't give a fuck about Taiwan. Donald Trump never gave a fuck about Taiwan. Also, I love that he basically was talking about the warthogs. That's a war crime. He's talking about the highway of death in the first fucking Iraq war, where the U.S. military literally fucking opened up on retreating refugees and also disarmed Iraqi soldiers. So he is currently referencing, not Taiwan, but what he's talking about is literally the highway of death. Really cool stuff from why couldn't we just do the highway of death? That's an
American ally.
Some war crimes.
We're an American ally. We just abandoned 40,000 Americans up to possibly in Afghanistan. What do you think Taiwan's thinking? Whatever China's timeline, and there is a timeline for taking over Taiwan, it just accelerated 1,000 times, because they're going around saying, see, you can't rely on America. Like, we just made ourselves so weak on a world stage that I don't think the average person...
Did we just have I didn't realize we had a massive military presence in Taiwan in a similar capacity to fucking China. The thing I wanted to mention that I find really funny is when he's talking about how other world leaders know how to manipulate the American media. And he's like, oh, how Vladimir Putin talked about Ashley Babbitt. What happened to Ashley Babbitt? He knows how to get them going. You literally just did the Taliban Facebook censorship thing. You fucking idiot. You literally just did exactly what you're talking about with respect to liberal media, but for the Taliban. I can't believe I gotta hand it to the Taliban, but they're right about censorship on Facebook. I mean, they're right.
Free socialism will win.
Anyway.
Person can fathom it. I mean, if you're an ally of the U.S., we just told all of them,
10 months.
We're there with you, but we're not really there with you. When the shit hits the fan, we are leaving and tucking tail.
Well, we've our strength has been a triage of forward defense, deterrence, and alliance solidarity, and that's how you can win. You can win without firing a shot. But once we lose our allies like this, I mean, it's like they don't trust us. I wouldn't trust us. I would not be an interpreter anywhere for the United States right now.
Yeah, and if you're in Taiwan and you're talking about that, you know what? China, come on in. If you're in any one of the places that China's essentially trying to colonize around the world, they'd be like,
this is pretty funny. Coming from the country that has Puerto Rico, Hawaii, the American Samoa. There's Alaska. I guess Alaska is a little different, but Guam. Guam. I find it strange that he's like, one, talking about Taiwan this way, but also, secondly, like, does he think that like we were holding off like China from, you know, taking Taiwan or something? Like, what is that? This is like a new conservative take that I haven't heard. It's new to me. And I don't know what the argument is about Taiwan. Like, what is their argument? Are they saying that, like, America is stopping China from, like, taking Taiwan or something? Also, America doesn't even fucking recognize Taiwan, so what is he saying? Like, Trump was president. It's not like, you know, it's not like he made any fucking efforts to do, like, Taiwan independence or anything like that. You know what I mean?
Like, you know what? We'll take their money. We'll take the briefcase of cash they're giving us under the table. The Americans, you know, they got to play by different rules. They're not going to, like, China's going to take over the world.
So,
it's
Don,
what they've
is
done
that...
with rare earth minerals. It's what they've done with everything. And that's their plan. And that was going to happen probably one way or the other because they're actually, you know, they're smart and they don't play by rules, meaning, you know, they don't care about political niceties. You know, they're not trying to please anyone. They could care less. They have one mission and one mission alone, and they're able to think beyond 2 weeks from now when we have our next elections to say, this is where we want to be in 100 years, and this is how we get there, and everything else doesn't matter. We don't think that way. We're so short-sighted. We make stupid decisions so we can have a win for next week so that we can get reelected, continue to keep power, get that board seat in the future. Yeah. You know, America's future be damned. I mean, we've leveraged the shit out of our country. You know, our children's futures are screwed because we just, hey, what's another couple $1 trillion? Joe Biden, you know, a couple $1 trillion to teach critical race theory, you know, and woke bullshit to our children. Well, who cares? It's infrastructure because everything's infrastructure. You know, your sneakers are now infrastructure, Bob. Like, that's where we've gotten. And they don't care because it's not their money. But it allows them to keep power and it allows them to then later make money again. And that's why my dad got involved in this in the first place. He was like, listen, I'm a business guy. Like, he's been watching this shit pissed off for decades. And now.
Smooch.
Also, Donald Trump Jr. has done nothing ever in his fucking life, and it's so transparent because it's like, that's all he talks about is literally just like, you know, I mentioned this in my Twitter post. Check my Twitter out. I mentioned this on an Instagram post. Check my Instagram post out. It's like, dude, are you just there to plug your Instagram, you fucking loser? You're not, like, your dad's never going to love you, okay? I'm going to be honest with you. If you reach 1 million followers, your dad is not going to magically love you.
Now you're seeing, because you said it right? We're only 7 months in. Like, we've got 2 humanitarian crises, right? The border, unquestionably. Again, you don't have the coverage because the media is one way, but it's a crisis. Afghanistan, serious crisis. Inflation, serious crisis. I mean, we're gonna destroy the middle class of this country. And then, you know, by the way, the next crisis is going to be the refugee crisis. And, you know, there are definitely some great people probably in Afghanistan. And there are people that we have no idea what their intentions are. You know,
he's so mad. He's like, why am I not talking about Afghanistan? Like, I literally was there. Why is this fucking chinless dipshit talking about Afghanistan? I would much rather hear the fucking weirdo Navy SEAL talk about it than him, to be honest.
I have friends in the Border Patrol. I mean, for the last few months, he's like, hey, like a good percentage. And I don't mean like 1 or 2. I mean like significant double-digit percentage are like, yeah, they're guys from the Middle East coming in. Mm-hmm. Like, they just see it. It's a porous border. Now, if you're a Cuban refugee who's being shot at by your government,
you stay put.
You're not allowed in the country. We don't want you because the Democrats in power don't want someone who's maybe against communism and socialism, which is where they're ultimately trying to push something. So if you're a Cuban refugee seeking asylum and actually like deserving asylum, not like I just want to come to America for the free shit, which is what you see a lot, you know, at the southern border, but people who are actually getting shot at by an oppressive regime that's jailing them for simply wanting freedom and for speaking out against the government, they're not allowed in because they've experienced what socialism and communism does. And, you know, so this is one of the things I talk about a lot, and media goes crazy because like, what do you know about it? Well, I know about it because my mother escaped it. You know, my mother was from communist Czechoslovakia. She escaped because she was a good athlete. She was an Olympic skier, and so she got to Canada and then came into the U.S. legally and like wasn't ever going back. And I remember as a kid, you know, I saw my parents like with their wedding picture. I was like, well, why is my grandfather there but not my grandmother? Mm-hmm. And they basically explained it was like, well, like they wouldn't let them both out of the country because they knew if they both got out of the country, no one was ever coming back. So I'm like, sounds like a wonderful system. Let's bring it here.
Yeah.
And my grandparents sort of made sure that I experienced that. It's sort of probably indirectly, meaning I didn't know it at the time, but it was probably how I sort of became a conservative, because as a kid, when they got to come to America and saw what we had here and the freedoms that we have and all the shit that, like, you know, these Bernie Sanders supporters and these 12-year-old kids regurgitating what their high school professors are indoctrinating them with, like,
high school professors? High school professors that are teaching fucking children that communism is good. Like, I mean, I have a couple high school teachers in here that are definitely leftist, but like outside of like maybe maximum 100 teachers that are fans of mine, I doubt that there's a lot of fucking high school teachers that are teaching communism as a positive.
They saw that and they're like, oh man, like, you got to see the other side. So at 5 years old, I spent my summers in like communist Czechoslovakia. Like, I've waded in those bread lines, and I can assure you they're not nearly as glamorous as Bernie Sanders would have you believe.
Are you gonna run for office?
You know, I don't have intentions of it right now, but I'm in the game 100%. Like, I think I can actually do more helping. Rob's been on the road with me as we've done that in Montana and elsewhere. Like, you know, I want to help 30 other guys, because that's the problem. Like, one guy in DC, there's so many, even on our side. Like, you know,
I feel like Donald Trump Jr.
Congrats on the new hussy house in Arby.
1 year after Trump is gone, would effectively serve as a poison pill for any fucking candidacy, dude. Like, who would be like, oh my God, Donald Trump Jr. is here. Like, that's sick. Yeah, I can't wait to vote for J.D. Vance because Donald Trump Jr. came on and vouched for him. You know, the son of the guy. That's sick, man.
These like stiff schmucks, again, they tell you what you want to hear, they then vote for you, then they go to DC and do whatever the establishment tells them. So, you know, I'm in the game fully, like, you know, and right now I think I can do more, you know, as one guy helping 40 guys than, you know, one guy in the office and doing all that. But no, I'm gonna stay vocal. You have to. We have to fight for something.
What about your father? You think your father will run again?
Listen, I'm watching him, and, you know, again, I think Joe Biden's legacy will be showing America how good they actually had it under Trump. You know, I know you'll never hear that, but just there's not a metric where we're not significantly better off. Now they'll say, no. Well, statistically speaking, you know, you saved 16 cents on your, you know, July 4th barbecue. Remember that? 16 cents. Now, if you drove your car to pick up your steak, if you went about 7 yards because of the energy prices, that savings was gone. You know, if you drove a quarter of a mile, it was gone. But they won't talk about that. So, you know, they'll figure out a way to manipulate the numbers to make it seem so great. But, like, the reality, it's a disaster. And now they're going to dump another, you know, they dump $2 trillion. They're like, look, everything's great. Yeah, you just stuck $2 trillion onto your kids' and grandkids' futures. So, of course, it's great. There's all this extra money in the economy, but, like, they're paying people to sit at home. I mean, I moved to Florida just trying to get people to work. I speak to the contractors doing work on my house. They're literally like, I can't get someone to show up because they're making more money sitting on their couch than they would be working.
So
or they'll work 2 days a week for cash, take the government money as well, and they're net ahead doing nothing.
So if you're a betting man, you think your dad will run?
I love hearing about what the working class should do from the guy who's literally never worked a day in his life. Sorry. That's not true. He has worked, only to fucking do charity fraud. Unbuy your house.
Run again?
Listen, I
seems like it.
It seems like he's into it. I mean, and honestly, I'd like to see it because the problem that we have is it doesn't seem like there's a bench on our side. There's a natural bench on the Democrat side because, you know, they have their sort of fluffers in the media, you know, that'll make everyone a hero, right? You know, AOC, she's the greatest thing in the world. Rashida Tlaib, she's wonderful. She's a, you know, brilliant politician. Like, you know, none of the hypocrisy, none of the lies. That it's harder on our side, and I don't know that we have enough people yet that will fight.
Yeah, dude, Fox News, literally the most famous fucking why? Conservatives always act like Fox News does not exist. It's so funny. They're like, they have single-handedly the most successful media company out there, and then they just act like Fox News is not there. Oh, they got fluffers in the media. We don't have anything. It's like, dude, what about Fox News?
Back the way my father will, where he just doesn't care. He just takes the arrows. He just keeps fighting. He doesn't give a shit. Like, we don't have that yet. Our guys are still, our bench isn't deep enough that we have enough people that aren't afraid of the slings and arrows that come at you when you're a politician and you're a conservative.
Yeah, we have a bunch of pussies.
Yeah.
And look at the Republicans that voted for the infrastructure bill just because they got pork in there. When they'll get reelected.
Dude, this guy, fuck you, dude. The one thing that like Republicans actually did that was good, and you're gonna fucking use that against them? Like, are you psychotic? You fucking piece of shit, dude. What a garbage person. I love when these fucking dickheads talk about how, like, they love the working class. We love the working class. And then he's, like, fucking complaining about an infrastructure bill, dude. Ugly-ass tattooed bitch. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Ah, I'm such a good populist. I love the people. It's like, dude, you're really gonna fucking shit on Republicans for having such a sweet deal that they like unironically couldn't say no to it because like they desperately need funding for their own fucking infrastructure.
They're not playing the long game. They're playing to the next election. And like the Taliban would say,
I've never seen worse tattoos on a human, dude. Holy
same with China.
shit.
They say America has the clock, but we have the time. They're all playing the long game.
100%.
And we're fucking our kids over. They don't even realize it because communism has indoctrinated them to thinking the shit they're being taught. Because Nikita Khrushchev did say in the 1950s, we're going to take over Hollywood. We're going to take over your schools and your media. And they did. And they said, we're going to beat America without fighting a shot. And no one even talks about that.
Yeah.
It's like there's
right.
just because you're not at war.
Okay, now I'm kind of seeing like why he follows me now. I feel like this dude is gonna assassinate me. Old Tifu has bad tattoos. Old Tifu. LMAO, he has 0 kills. Okay, no. Motherfucker, no. He was Navy SEAL, dude. Are you kidding me? He definitely has kills, dude. Probably, I mean, the ethics behind those kills are most likely very questionable. Should be called into question. But let's be real. Like, he definitely has kills.
War doesn't mean someone's not at war with you. And it's just a shame. And with this country, we have the capability to do whatever we want, a force for good, and we won't do it. We just call each other names.
What do you think, like, the future of the U.S. is? Like, if it's this divided, like, what do you think? Are we headed for, like, a civil war, like an anarchy? Like,
it's divided between, like, the Beltway and New York. That's the media and the politicians and the stuff in Hollywood. I get out. You guys travel a lot. When you meet people, regardless of the side of the aisle, Americans are really, really good people. Americans will help each other. Americans agree with each other. And it's not like it's not the Republicans or the Democrats.
There was a dude in the chat that said I should be killed. What an insane person. I'm like, why are you watching me, dude? I mean, actually, like, why?
Cap.
Democrats, the conservatives and liberals, it's the fucking crazies and the fucking crazies. And they're the loudest because the loudest boos come from the cheapest seats. And that's just how most people are good. I'm confident in it.
I think they're also waking up.
I hope so.
A lot of people are waking up.
I think the media, like, look at what you guys are doing, right? I mean, you're catering to a younger demographic. You're doing that because there was literally no one talking the counterpoints to the other side. So I think you guys have an incredible opportunity. And I think, people were watching, wow, had I known about Hunter Biden's laptop, like, I wouldn't have voted for, imagine it was me.
Oh my God. Is it fair, though?
Imagine it was me doing crack. Like, they say that because I know.
Yeah, you just do cocaine. Like, you don't do crack. You don't do crack, the proletarian's choice of drug. Like, it's fine. Like, you're a fucking bougie little bitch. It's okay. I have a fucking $3 billion mega mansion. You know what I mean? It's like, we're just Bill Dipperly. Hunter Biden, on the other hand, just literally housing houseless people. Okay, actually doing that. That was what he was doing. It's true. Look it up.
animated and I am aggressive and loud as fuck.
But
Like
is
they
it
say
fair,
that
though,
Don
is it-
Jr.'s on cocaine. I'm like, you have pictures of that
Literally.
dude, like
But
in
smoking
50
crack with a
situations,
hooker.
smoking
Listen, you
crack.
bashed
So what
him.
does he do? Does he just rail a bunch of blow and just like
I guess
fuck
like, who
hookers in
knows? But
Russia?
like, if I was selling art to undisclosed buyers for $500,000, having like a Picasso sold last week, for like 150 grand. Hunter Biden selling art for $500,000. You think they'd have a problem if it was me? Like, he's not even an artist, but he became one. If I took $1 billion from China, it would be a problem. If I was in dealing.
Again, Hunter Biden, artist. Donald Trump Jr. doesn't understand art.
With Russian oligarchs with ties to Putin, like that would actually be Russia collusion.
Is Hunter even doing anything when it comes to?
But does it matter? Like, you know what I mean? Like 10% for the big guy. Like, I wasn't in government.
Right.
I didn't have an office in the White House. Now I'm vocal because we were up against literally everyone. So it's like, in my way, like that's how I fought. Like, it was like, fuck it. Someone's got to say this stuff. So I think America, to sort of the bigger point that you were bringing up, is like, I think they're onto it. I think media has lost all credibility. I think they realize that media has really become sort of like political entertainment. Like, how can we take an outrageous stance and be outraged for clicks and clickbait? I think they're getting it. And I see that. And, again, I get it, dude. I'm an unlikely source to be, tied in with sort of middle America, but what I call the dark zone everywhere between New York and Malibu. But like my hobbies, whether it's shooting and hunting, and like I'm there. That's where I actually spend my free time, and like that's where my friends are. You've seen it, like
The moment that you use like being in middle America as a flex, you have already betrayed the idea that you were trying to present yourself as like a regular American, okay? Well, I love being in middle America. Those places are dog shit. I grew up in Florida, and also, of course, grew up in an incredibly lavish lifestyle with a very wealthy family. But I love hunting in Nebraska sometimes with those pathetic peasants,
I don't think you can fake that.
No.
Politicians try all the time, but like this is actually, Rob actually saw this because we did some campaigning.
Thank you, Doobie Wizard, for the 521 gifts. Those.
And I guess it was GQ magazine. You actually paid me one of the great compliments.
Says man with a 3 billion mega mansion. It's 4 billion now, bitch. That's right. My mega mansion, $4 billion.
I had in my life.
I'm not bullshitting.
And GQ followed us. We were campaigning in Montana, and someone asked me about shooting and hunting, and I sort of started rambling because that's what I do, and I was a competitive long-range shooter. And so they go to Rob, and they're like, okay, like they wanted to try to sort of get me, like, so, Don's talking about shooting and long-range and competitive, but like he's really full of shit, right? And Rob was actually like, dude, like I was a SEAL sniper, and like Don's forgotten more about this shit than I'll ever know.
I'm
like,
not even bullshitting. Yeah,
so it was one of the great compliments of my life. I don't know if I've ever told you that, but like,
well, I appreciate
8 months.
Oh, this is so pathetic, dude. It's so fucking sad and so pathetic. Yeah, he told me I'm good at hunting to suck me off. It's so good. Oh, God. Hey, whatever.
You're saying that.
It was. So, for me, you got some street cred there. So when you say it, it actually means something. And these guys were like, oh.
Well, it's funny when someone knows more, because I was a sniper, and when someone knows more about ballistics than me, they're like, well, so what? How does this work with the wind couch and then the trigger? I'm like, I don't know. I pull the trigger and the dude's wife screams. I don't know.
But so I spend my time in that world, and I do it, and that's where I enjoy it. But like those people, they're getting it. Like the people who were uninvolved are starting to get involved. The people who were in the middle and were like, maybe I don't like Trump's tone. And by the way, there's a big percentage of people that still think that they're very, just innocent, just good God, family, country Americans. They're like, I don't love that tone. I think now they realize that tone was there because you need it to be. Because you're the only guy actually standing up. And when they're attacking you, they're attacking your family. Don't forget, like, Don Jr. committed treason. Don Jr. was dealing with the Russians. Don Jr. perjured himself. He should be treason, like a crime punishable by death. Mm-hmm. Like senators, people on intelligence committees were saying that I did these things. Going after your family that way. Now you start to realize, like, you know what? Maybe the mean tweets, maybe if they attack you that way, and by the way, now he's proven to be right. Like, name something he wasn't.
I literally love Don. I almost said. I literally love Hunter Biden, dude. I do. I would love to have him on the show. Oh my God, I should try to get him on the show. That's one person I would give such a positive interview to. Like, I know the White House has like cucked me with having fucking, you know, Fauci on and stuff, but I wonder if there's a way I could ever have him on. I would do a double booking. Chet Hanks and fucking keep saying Don Jr. Chet Hanks and Hunter Biden, my two favorite fail sons.
Proven to be right about, essentially, you know what I mean, in big issues in the end. Maybe that's why there's a mean tweet, because like you're the only one out there actually fighting. So I think people are onto that, you know, and they're starting to realize like what's actually going on. And I think that's important.
Speaking from like the young, oh shit.
Boys, good job, guys. This budget like porn set that you guys got going on. I mean, it's falling
we got
apart.
Don
Like,
Jr., Robert O'Neill.
We have your father who's decided to come in and join us here tonight.
Hey, Dad.
Surprise! Your father has decided to join us here.
Did I take it too far?
I forgot to tell you, I do have ghosts that follow me around and do shit like that.
Bro, he is so excited. He was like, what? What do you mean? Is my dad here? That would be so funny. Oh, Dad.
You know what I mean? In big issues in the end. Maybe that's why there's a mean tweet, because like you're the only one out there actually fighting. So I think people are onto that, you know, and they're starting to realize like what's actually going on. And I think that's important.
Speaking from
eyes.
like the young, oh shit. Boys,
good job, guys. This budget like porn set that you guys got going on. I mean, it's falling
we got
apart.
Don
Like,
Jr., Robert O'Neill.
We have your father who's decided to come in and
Watch his face.
join us here tonight.
Hey, Dad.
Surprise! Your father has decided.
Hey, Dad. Did I do all right?
To join us
Did I
here.
take it too far?
I forgot.
No one knows what it's like. Look at his face. Oh, no, of course he's not there. Just smiling through the pain, dude. Who am I kidding? My dad would never be here to watch me. I mean, come on, believe me, that's crazy. The Click meme account made a video about you? Is it about in the Disney? I know, I saw it. Are we bored of this? Should we fucking drop this and go to Alpha Male, goes to Eastern European country, doesn't get any pussy, gets mad instead? And then gaming? Yeah, I'm dropping
in
it.
Eastern Europe by Matt
Once I'm done eating, we'll fucking I'll download that 12 days game or whatever.
Dated 30th of November 2017. In January of this year, I packed my things and got on a one-way flight to Budapest, Hungary to start my life anew after nearly 2 years of living in Chicago. Do I like it here? Mostly. Don't get me wrong, Hungary and everywhere else in Eastern Europe is a massive upgrade over the US in everything that matters. The streets are clean and safe. What? The women are cute and loose. And the cost of living can't be beat. Well, as long as you have an American salary, I guess. But after nearly a year in Pussy Paradise, the bloom is off the rose. Pussy Paradise, what? Here are some annoying realities of living in Eastern Europe that you'll just have to get used to if you're an expat. Expat, huh? Keep that word in mind, folks.
No, expat.
But who is Matt Forney and what is Return of Kings? First, the website itself. It has a helpful about section where they write, Return of Kings is a blog for heterosexual masculine men. Okay. It's meant for a small but vocal collection of men in America today who believe men should be masculine and women should be feminine. Okay. Return of Kings aims to usher the return of the masculine man.
Mora says that game is going to annoy the shit out of you. Would not recommend. Wait, really?
Man, in a world where...
What about Boyfriend Dungeon? I heard Boyfriend Dungeon is like Hades, but instead you date your weapons or something. How gay is Boyfriend Dungeon? Okay, we'll put it out to a test. That game is going to annoy the shit out of you. Do not recommend. Okay, let's see. Boyfriend Dungeon or 12 days or whatever. Very gay, but there are straight options too. I'll do full gay. I'll queer bait a little bit. Will play 12 minutes and nearly rage quit. Wait, really? Wait, why is that fucking... Alright, we'll put a poll up after this video is done.
Masculinity is being increasingly punished and shamed in favor of creating an androgynous and politically correct society that allows women...
What was the political game XQC just played? How am I supposed to know what game XQC just played, motherfucker? I've been streaming this whole
to
time.
assert superiority and control over men. Jesus, victim complex much? Sadly, yesterday's masculinity is today's misogyny. The site intends to be a safe space on the web for those who don't agree with the direction that Western culture is headed. If you're new, check out the top. Women and homosexuals are strongly discouraged from commenting here. Alright. Return of Kings community beliefs. The ideas and beliefs here are based on neo-masculinity.
Two signs to identify a liberal in disguise.
Here are a few of its principles.
What is it? Gay? And Jewish. I assume that's why they have Dave Rubin.
12 minutes is a repetitive and frustrating game. Very fun though.
Number 1, owns a mansion. Get it right, bitch. Get it right. Oh, this guy just started fucking following me. Never
so
mind.
Much gay representation and trans representation. It's also a fun dungeon game.
Tenets. Men are generally different. Blah blah blah. Men will opt out of monogamy. Blah blah blah. Best traditions, rituals, testosterone. A woman's value is fertility and beauty.
Stop saying Disco Elysium. I'm never gonna play a reading game where I literally have to sit there and fucking read. Shut up.
Gender roles good.
Oh, you found
Socialism, feminism, cultural Marxism, and social justice warriorism aim to destroy the family unit, decrease the fertility rate.
Oh my god. They support women's rights. They support libertarianism. That's how you know someone's a liberal.
And impoverish the state through large welfare entitlements. Yeah, so this is Return of Kings. Kinda yikesy, traditional conservative, but with a pickup artist veneer on it. Founded by Rouge V, a particularly notorious and toxic pickup artist, I should say. So what articles does this website has to offer? 2 Signs to Identify a Liberal in Disguise by Edgar True, September 30th, 2018. 1. They support women's rights.
Oh, he put it up already. Oh, never mind.
Hold the claim that allowing females to vote was a rotten call of judgment by men, and to this day there are conservatives, in quotation marks, who support this decision. Personally, I find it anti-conservative and pro-liberal to allow women to vote. That doesn't equate to hating them, but rather recognizing they lack logic, which by their very nature means they cannot vote in accordance with law and order, safety and security. It isn't complex, unless of course you're a female, in which you may not possess the intellect to grasp.
I love this. This is what freedom of speech, anti-free speech advocates want to take away from you. It's so fucking dumb, dude. The irony is, like, if you write an article like this, first of all, it's so funny because it's obvious that you are seething. Okay? Women are not real, nuanced
Women
now.
are the physical manifestation of sensory perception. And in the same sense that when your senses are...
What? Yeah, Rouge V can't even fucking go to Australia. Okay.
The overall societal implications of such a manner. Conservatism has a foundation. It does not stray from tradition. In the ancient world, men dominated and women submitted, or were put in their place if they were too disobedient. I mean, far be it from me to kink shame, but Edgar, my boy, you're making it real difficult for me right now. Any man or woman who supports women's rights to vote in terms of political power is liberal-minded. Beware of those prancing around right-wing circles who still hold this delusional libertarian-esque mentality. They are not conservative in their hearts of hearts. And here I gotta say, English isn't complex, unless of course you're Edgar, in which case you may not possess the intellect to grasp the...
Isn't going after these dementia people just other poll of how anti-SJW channels will talk about the silliest examples? They don't represent a significant portion of the population of what people believe. Wait. You mean this guy? The women are not real guy? Or do you mean like Return of Kings? Because that's a very... The Return of Kings is like pretty popular PUA broadcast. Not all conservatives think this way. Obviously, but...
the overall grammatical implications of such a language. Moving on, let's look at what our friend Matt Forney has been up to. How Donald Trump is inspiring a masculine renaissance in America. Why electing Donald Trump is the only way to preserve freedom of speech in America. Make no mistake, if Hillary Clinton becomes president, she will kill free speech in America. If you value the freedoms bequeathed to you by the Constitution, you have no...
The damaging effects of Jewish intellectualism and activism on Western culture. Oh, these guys are like... Oh, just straight anti-Semitism. Oh, this is just... Oh, this is just Nazi stuff. Content. Oh, I didn't know Rushdie was like a Nazi. I thought he was just a rape advocate. And when I say rape advocate, I mean like literally an advocate for rape. Like doing rape, not like anti-rape advocacy. He was pro-rape. Stop getting tricked by bad girls who are pretending to be good. This important article gives you 30 signs that a girl has been over with 100 men. Fuck, this is making me want to sign up so bad. What up, Racy? Fuck, dude. This is like tailor-made for me, dude. I want to know. I want to fucking know. I wish it was in like a better format.
Congrats on the new house, less than 3. Well deserved, you legend.
Thanks, Racy. Thank you for not canceling me for purchasing a house, man. I know. Really hard not to, probably. Okay, let's keep going.
No choice but to support Donald Trump. His persuasiveness and openly nationalist platform make him the only
Oh, I've seen this meme. I wanted to repost it. Oh, this isn't even it. Oh, here it is. They all tell you it's the Jew, but have you heard of the Hibernian conspiracy? Sounds crazy. Get ready to take the green pill. Dude, I was gonna repost this, and I thought it's too spicy. I saw this already. It's so funny. It was Irish Americans who first assaulted white America's core values. Barack Obama, an Irish president. Oh, this is so good. Come on, it's so good. It's so good. It was Irish Americans who first assaulted white America's core values, bringing with them a culture which many had commented was still pagan at its core. They began to... Come on, bro. They were literally fucking Catholic. What are you talking about? Like, if anything, they have the right to say the Protestants are fucking pagans. They began to dismantle the Anglo-Saxon purity of the United States. The first true Americans resisted, but finally the Irish forced their way into business, finance, politics, and the media, and used it to spread the Hibernical influence. There's a comment about like who really controls the media, and it's like all the Fox News commentators. They all have Irish. They're all of Irish descent. And I think it's really funny, but obviously, you know, it's a little too much. You know what I mean? It's a little spicy to put on the Instagram account without additional context. Furious fanaticism, the love of war and disorder, a hatred for order and patient industry. Robert Knox, anatomist, describing his views on the Celtic character, 1850. Wait, is this not a meme? Think the media is safe from Hibernoism? Think again. Hibernian media control. Walt Disney, John Ford, Alfred Hitchcock, John Huston, Michael Moore. This is satire, right? There's no shot.
Hibernophobia is real.
Oh, when you watch TV, you're actually watching Hiberno disinfo. Oh no! Oh no! He's right. Bro, It's both sides, dude. Look, Hardball and Sean Hannity.
Hasan back at it again.
Oh, it goes. Oh, dude, I thought it ended with Macaulay Culkin. Nope. You thought wrong. Oh no! I can't look at this. This is too much. I'm done. I'm done. The Golden Country, Hibernian control of the Federal Reserve. Joseph W. McIntosh was comptroller of the currency from 1924 to 1928. He introduced the so-called McFadden Act, designed to bring banks under Irish control. The insidious Hibernian worked his way into American finance to control the direction of the nation. Oh, Jesus Christ. James Francis Thaddeus O'Connor was a United States federal judge. O'Connor was appointed comptroller of the currency by President Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1933. During the worst financial crisis in U.S. history, Harry Truman had expected McChesney to bring the Fed into line and the national policy, but instead he guarded the Fed's power, not just through Truman's administration, but also through the four administrations that would follow.
Baby is coming.
Over nearly 2 decades, Martin would achieve global recognition as a central banker. It also made him and his family obscenely rich. William McChesney, longest serving chairman of the United States Federal Reserve Bank, serving from April 2nd, 1951 to January 31, 1970, under 5 presidents. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 3, not 4, but 5 presidents. You understand me? The IRA leaked your home purchase. You know what? Hate Watcher just started agreeing with this. Worst accent yet, you yank. To be sure, you can trust me with your money, you dirty. What does Sassenach mean? Oh my God. That's why the Leprechaun movie is never shown anywhere else other than BET. They've never allowed the Leprechaun movie to leak. That's right. Sassenach means English? Oh, that's awesome. Edward W. Kelly Jr. was governor of the Federal Reserve Board. He was instrumental in preparing the Federal Reserve System for Y2K and to make sure the federal computer systems would keep running as the year 1999 turned over to 2000. Suspiciously, these preparations proved very useful in keeping the same systems running after the 2001 terrorist attacks. The whole Celtic race is addicted to religious ritual. Consequently, those suffering from serious maladies are subject to the perils of battle, sacrifice human victims. Okay, I'm getting tired. Colonel Richard Kemp just said on Fox News that Biden should be court-martialed. Nice. I'm getting weird anti-Jew 4chan vibes from this. It's literally a parody of what 4chan and like Nazis think about Jewish people. It's making fun of how easy it is to like create a conspiracy. How easy it is to create a conspiracy about a particular group of individuals by, of course, making fun of the Irish. And it's definitely a leftist meme, yes. With how much reading there is, this is a leftist meme, let's be real. It's called satire. That is, of course, you're dirty Sassenach. If you're actually an Irishman in this community, you know, like myself, then you already know that this is the truth. We've already done fifth column in here. That's right. We've taken over all your broadcasts, including and not limited to Twitch.tv. That's right. My name is not Hasan Piker. What did you think Piker meant? I was hiding in plain sight this entire time. That's right, I'm a pikey.
1 month to sub baby smile.
None of you know. Not even for a moment. Not even for a fucking moment. That's right. Why did you think that Donny O'Sullivan openly stated that I had such a good Irish accent. That's right. Yeah. My name is not Hasan. It's Sean Piker. Too late. Anyway, let's keep going. These are slur heads up. Dude, I know. It's literally my last name, and Facebook wouldn't let me have it for the longest time. All right. The protocols of the Druidic Elders of Hibernia. Every year, the most powerful men in the country meet at the Grove Club, where they dress in robes and sacrifice a child in effigy before a giant Celtic old god. This sounds like the activity of a small, insignificant sect. Think again. The Grove boasts such members of Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan, George Bush Sr., George Bush Jr., and Bill Clinton. Notice some all Irish. That's right. Pictured here is George Bush Jr. with his father, Bush Sr., attending the Grove. An important part of the Druidic practice was passing on the teachings of the gods down to one's own son. Pictured here is the Irish Ronald Reagan and the Irish Richard Nixon until after attending the Druidic Grove. Look at this list of attendees at the Grove. Though some are merely puppets, the vast majority of some Irish background. Are you asking questions yet? That's right. I was Irish this entire time. I simply learned the inferior language of Turkish to throw you off the side, to throw you off the fucking scent. I wouldn't be surprised if this took off. All major Operation Mindfuck vibes. Adam Ruins everything, guys. A fan, by the way.
Do I follow Hasan Nabi? Yeah, I really like him. I like his work. Happy to collab anytime.
That's right. You want to know why? You want to know why Adam wants to ruin everything? It's because he's too close to the fucking hibernophobia conspiracy. That's why he wants to ruin it for us. Ladies and gentlemen, that was 10 months ago. 10 months ago. What made you think this is the right opportunity to send me? Holy shit, I haven't stopped doing the accent for like the past 10 minutes, dude.
Pog. Love ya.
Yeah, the green pill. Now we know where we got the mega mansion money. He's clearly an IRA op. He's so Turkish. Yeah, it's called based and green pilled. Based and green pilled. That's right.
Love from Australia.
Trump gets booed by his people for suggesting the vaccine. Yeah, I know.
3 mil will get you a mega mansion or
I kind of don't like this video that much. I like, I wasn't that into it.
Hell yeah, 9 months.
Mansion money fame from a pot of gold. Zero chance you could do any Welsh accent. Yes, I can. There you go. I'm sorry. Free the Welsh, okay? I apologize.
Poggies.
That's just the words, not the accent. I'm Welsh. That was actually good. You need to be canceled. I can't believe you just called my grandmother a whore in Welsh. Okay, chill. I'm sorry. I didn't know. There was a bunch of stuff that I wanted to watch, and I can't remember it now, which kind of sucks. Oh, where was that fucking house video that I was gonna watch? Chat, there was like a big ass house video. I can't believe Cody coded a video on Fuckboy Island, which I love, by the way. Welsh are just funny sounding Englishmen. Don't say that. Yeah, of course I watch Fuckboy Island. I've tweeted about this. Not me and Malkova's house, no. There was another one yesterday. I don't know if it was this one, but this one is amazing. How the U.S. government made affordable housing illegal.
So I spend a lot of time looking at houses on Zillow.
Did they? Oh my God, this is like... Okay.
And lately, I noticed that even in places where houses are usually expensive, they seem even more expensive. Like here in the San Francisco Bay Area.
Oh my God.
What has the last year been like?
It's shocking. Buyers are paying 15 to 20% above asking price now. I had a listing in South San Francisco, 32 offers, 31 very unhappy buyers.
For years, the Bay Area has been an extreme example of how difficult it is to find affordable housing in the US. It's where Silicon Valley bus drivers sleep in their cars at night because they can't afford housing near work, and where school teachers can't afford to live in the counties they teach. But it's not just the Bay Area. The lack of affordable housing is a national problem, and right now it's worse than ever.
We've seen over the last year housing prices reach a level that they've never reached before in American history. They kind of just look like a rocket ship, going to the moon. Housing prices reaching a median of $350,000 for the median American home.
Those prices have made rents more expensive and have made homeownership less attainable for millions of Americans.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do a poll. The 12 days or boyfriend dungeon. Let's run a poll. I'll run it. Hold on. Isn't boyfriend dungeon mostly reading? Wait, it is? I thought it was like a Hades type game. 12 minutes? Oh, dude, fuck that. We're doing 12 minutes then. All right, we're doing 12 minutes. Never mind. No voting. No voting. No voting. No voting.
Hassle.
Oh, never mind. People are voting already, but it doesn't matter because not a lot of people are going to vote anyway, and I'm going to fucking end up doing 12 days anyway. I don't want to do a visual novel game,
Americans. So why is...
I like that I said no voting. Like, as though motherfuckers are going to go vote. Are you kidding me? 30,000 people in here. 3,000 votes overall. 30 fucking thousand people in here. 3,000 votes overall.
Is this happening? And how do we bring that rocket ship closer to Earth? We can think of today's housing prices in terms of a supply and demand problem. On the demand side, there are a few things happening. The first is a generational shift in who's buying homes.
Millennials are the biggest generation in American history, and they're aging into their prime home buying years.
On top of that, mortgage rates are at an all-time low, which means it's very cheap to borrow the money needed to buy a house. That's enticed more people to buy if they can, making demand for houses even higher. The problem is that supply isn't matching that demand. From 2010 to 2019, there were fewer homes built in the US than in any decade since the 1960s. In particular, the construction of smaller, entry-level housing, the kind made for first-time homebuyers, has dropped dramatically. In the 1980s, those starter homes made up around 40% of all homes built. Today, it's closer to 7%. In 2018, one estimate said the U.S. housing market was 2.5 million homes short of meeting demand. By the end of 2020, it was 3.8 million.
And that's driving a big part of the problem, both for renters and for people who want to be homeowners.
The shortage is worst in the places where demand is high.
Road 96 is a political game XU was playing yesterday. What is it? What is it about? We'll look at that too.
Near good jobs, transit, and schools. And one pretty straightforward solution to that is to just build more homes in those places. But for years, there's been one big obstacle to that. We aren't allowed to. Take a look at this map of the Bay Area.
Oh, this is a Yimby trash fire video. There is truth to additional housing, okay? There is truth to additional, creating additional housing. The problem is, most of that ends up being luxury fucking high rises. No one wants to make affordable housing, and no one will ever make government, like public housing made by the government, okay? That's the issue. And the video is not even addressing the fucking problem with like vacant homes. So many rental properties, so many vacant homes, so many people just like sitting on all of this empty property that could be better used.
It's showing something called zoning, or local regulations that decide what can be built where. This much of the region is zoned for residential housing. In blue are areas zoned to allow multifamily housing, while the areas shaded in pink are zoned for single-family housing only. That's 82% of all residential land in the Bay Area.
What it means is that you've banned the ability for anyone to build anything other than a single unit of housing on that lot of land.
And in many towns, like Atherton, they've excluded all multifamily housing from their neighborhoods.
And that doesn't just mean a giant apartment building. It means things like duplexes, things like, fourplexes, things like that are illegal in the majority of the country.
This is an example of something called exclusionary zoning. It's a big part of the reason for the housing supply shortage.
I always feel like motherfuckers are constantly talking about like upzoning and dismantling regulations exclusively so that like everything can be luxury high-rise condominiums that are ugly as shit that are not going to end up fucking fixing the housing problem at all, and it's going to turn it into like New York. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's more space now for, more rich people to come in, but
in the US.
Yeah, it's like tear down the single family homes to build a Target with condos on top. Exactly.
And single family
certainly not a place you'd live in. I mean, yeah, I fucking very hypocritically own a what is a YIMBY and why does it suck? No, I don't have a problem with being a fucking YIMBY. I literally talk about public housing all the goddamn time, and I do not care if it's like built in my backyard. Yes, in my backyard. No, in my backyard is the is NIMBY versus YIMBYism. Most people are very, very against building stuff in their backyards, quite literally. So you're saying it's an artificial shortage of housing? The CEO of Vox Investor General Atlantic is on the board of BlackRock. Come on, it's like a fucking... It's like a parody. Are you shitting me? Everybody wants to blame BlackRock. Nobody wants to blame low supply, low mortgage rates, and the enormous demand for starter homes. YIMBYs are in favor of deregulation. NIMBYs are in favor of making sure that no additional buildings are being constructed. Both have I don't know. I'm neither. I'm usually a fan of regulation, but I do feel like
more than 1 year of
the only fucking dismantling of regulation should be in favor of decommodifying housing in general, okay? Why would anyone want more single-family housing, though? Cities built to serve suburban families that require multiple personal vehicles to get anywhere fucking sucks. I don't disagree with that either. I really saw the disappointment on your face. Yeah.
Skyscraper.
I mean, she did talk about duplexes and what, like 4 stories and 2 stories. I don't have a problem with that.
Family only zoning is just one way local laws limit how much housing we can build. Many places also employ height restrictions. In Cupertino, California, some areas are zoned for multifamily buildings, but they don't allow any buildings over 2 stories. Parking requirements are often written into zoning laws too. Cupertino requires developers to set aside space for 2 parking spaces for each unit of multifamily housing. That means if you were building an apartment complex that had 100 units, you'd need to find space for 200 parking spots, which usually means buildings that size don't get built at all.
They lower the number of units they're actually building so they can save space for those parking spaces. And then those units become more expensive because the land still stays the same cost to the developer. And you then get a situation where potentially more affordable units turn into higher income servicing units.
Another feature of many zoning laws is minimum lot sizes. It means builders are legally required to allot a minimum amount of land for each home, often a large amount of land. In Cupertino, most single-family lots must be at least 5,000 square feet each.
Starter homes are usually around...
I think it's 6,000 in West Hollywood. People who are saying, what the fuck? I mean, if you live anywhere else, I promise you, it's not that big. If you live in like fucking New Jersey or anywhere else, you're imagining something like massive. It's big. It's much better to build an apartment. It's a much better use of space to build an apartment or a multiple family home. But for people who are saying like 5,000 square feet, holy shit. Like, there are people fucking literally live in houses that are the size of that lot in like most parts of the country. Kansas City suburbs are 8,000 square feet. Yeah.
$1,400 to $1,500 square feet. And so you've basically banned all that type of housing.
In Atherton, the minimum lot size for homes is 1 acre,
Yeah.
more than 43,000 square feet.
See, motherfucker, like most parts of the country, people are like, what? 5,000 square feet? That's crazy. It's like, dude, are you kidding me? People live on fucking like multiple acres, dude.
Which makes it virtually impossible to build any kind of affordable home there. Together, exclusionary zoning laws like this push builders across the country to focus on bigger, luxury homes instead of smaller starter homes or multifamily housing.
Essentially creating gated communities in public spaces. What you are saying is that you are only allowing people who have already been able to partake in the wealth of this country and to grow their income and have access to high opportunity jobs and education to live in our neighborhoods.
Historically, some of the first zoning laws in the US were engineered for that exactly, to block people of color, and in particular Black Americans, from living in predominantly white neighborhoods. Today, the laws don't explicitly mention race, but they continue to worsen segregation. In the Bay Area, the more single-family zoning in a neighborhood, the whiter it is. But all this has another effect as well. By shrinking the pot of new housing getting built, while demand keeps rising, it drives up the cost of housing.
People get so mad at me, especially in this community, about this take where it was like, why don't you deregulate zoning laws? Why don't you fucking advocate for zoning laws? And I personally feel like it is literally a consequence of my advocacy. It's fine. There's like definitely deregulation if you want to fucking build. If you want to build public housing, I'm perfectly fine with that. But why don't you deregulate zoning laws is always so fucking dumb when there's already vacant homes. Like, we need to implement price control. We do need to build more housing. But that needs to be the type of housing that, like, actually fucking is affordable or free that people want to live in.
Still giving my money to my favorite capitalist streamer SMDH.
If your hyper focus is like, oh, let's allow like more buildings to be built, you're wrong. You aren't as well informed as you portray yourself, but I like you. What? But we agree on the 5K square feet.
Housing for everyone. Changing zoning laws can be difficult, and often the biggest obstacles are the wealthiest residents.
The process is usually defined by who shows up to these public meetings, and what you have is often a much whiter, wealthier crowd, the ones who come and say, I don't want this in my community, I'm concerned about what will happen to my property values, and then there's this kind of code word, neighborhood character.
Remember those teachers I mentioned who can't afford to live in the counties where they teach? Well, in 2018, one local school district proposed a solution: building affordable housing units for teachers in San Jose. It caused an uproar among San Jose parents, who petitioned against changing the neighborhood. It may not seem like a big deal when one wealthy neighborhood blocks one multifamily development. The problem is that it happens all the time. Communities.
Because in this country at this stage, if you have fucking home ownership in an urban environment, that means you're wealthy and therefore powerful, and therefore you literally functionally run the city. That's why I've talked about like the mayor of New York. When we talk about the mayoral race in New York, it's like, that's not a person, okay? That's not an individual with their own personal ideology. That's not a person that actually is like, yeah, I'm a leftist or I'm a right winger and I'm going to do this. Like, no, that's a person who is managing the interests of the commanding economies and their power brokers, okay? That's all you're doing there is just like doing a balancing act between the police, in New York it's police, Wall Street, and real estate developers. That's literally all you're doing, as you try to most ethically fucking purge homeless people away from the areas in Manhattan that are expensive, okay? And that's it. That's literally your job as the mayor of New York. Same with California, too. Same with Los Angeles.
Block new housing everywhere.
People are, when they hear this kind of rhetoric, very confused because they're like, you know, why I don't want to live in a place with 10,000 apartment buildings. It doesn't even make sense to do that. And they're right. No one is saying that there should be every neighborhood in every city should be, 10,000 foot apartment buildings or anything like that.
But even small, gradual changes to zoning laws can have an impact. For example, allowing smaller homes on smaller lots, or simply allowing duplexes, would double capacity for housing in some areas. In recent years, some cities like Berkeley, Minneapolis, and Portland have taken the huge step of ending single-family zoning. But the problem is nationwide.
The real fix is going to happen when these decisions start being made and start being regulated at the statewide level or at the federal level in some capacity.
Today, the Biden administration is attempting to tackle exclusionary zoning through a $5 billion program that would give money to localities that remove exclusionary zoning policies. But even that may not be enough.
This is more than any presidential administration has done on this topic, either Democrat or Republican, it is also very small in the face of this problem. They want to take action, they recognize how big of a deal it is, but they are not actually willing to create the kind of political blowback from often very high-value voters living in suburban environments.
Ending America's housing shortage will require real political willpower. And it'll require people across the country to take a look at their own neighborhoods. What gets built, who gets excluded, and how to make homeownership achievable for the millions who are shut out.
Road 96 gameplay trailer. This video is like, let's do the projects and make sure BlackRock owns it. There are hella condos being built in Berkeley, but they've all got that gentrification glass look, are in no way affordable. LMAO. Wait, what? You mean to tell me that areas that are upzoned immediately get fucking swapped up with, luxury high-rise condominium developers, and no affordable housing is actually allotted? And even in places like New York, where there's like conditional developments, where there is actually a separate part of the building where, the poorest can live, is still not enough, and it's not necessarily like diverse housing at all. So and there's a massive fucking wait list and a lottery to be able to even get that inexpensive housing in New York, and that all of these are actually just misdirections, and the real problem is actually building public housing, but no one wants to do it because ultimately homeownership is the single most important way to develop intergenerational wealth in this country, and historically that's how we've literally marginalized black people, for example, and that homeowners are seen as like small business owners that are sitting on these like incredibly valuable investments, and therefore they do everything in their fucking power to ensure that the property values never go down. As a matter of fact, only goes up. And that's precisely why we will never have anything that fucking hurts homeowners and their fucking dumbass investments, because no one actually buys a house to live in the house forever, but instead they buy houses exclusively so they can fucking sell it later down the line, because everyone believes in the American dream and no one gives a fuck about living in a place and, building a family, and the whole like American dream white picket fence is a complete fucking lie, and everyone was a goddamn shark con man. Yes. That was your question, then yes, you are correct. Anyway, let's watch this. Says the homeowner. Yes, you are a fucking baboon. You are an absolute idiot. You are a pathetic parasite if you don't comprehend what I'm saying. I'm saying that as a homeowner, as a new homeowner, first-time homeowner, I do not care if the price of my, the value of my home goes down, because I do not rely on that as an investment vehicle. I make money off of my labor, okay? And as do many Americans. So I do not give a fuck if the price of the value of my home goes down ultimately, okay? Especially if the counter to that is that we have public housing and permanent shelter for homeless people living on the fucking streets and eating trash, okay? You can leverage it for retirement. You want to retire, right? You can leverage a bunch of different things for retirement, so it doesn't fucking matter.
Hey, it's me, Alex. I'm okay. I met this girl, this boy, loser, at the diner, at the gas station, in the mountains. They were hitchhiking, driving. They were escaping to the border. Looking for someone called Zoe, John, Jared, Sonia. And running from the police, running from some bad guys. They helped me, played games with me. They stole my money. And they made me realize that I have to come back home. I have to make my own way to help the brigades. Where am I? Road 13, Road 42, Road 67, Road 96.
You exploit your viewers' labor by sitting behind a computer screen and reading off their messages, and it's top of the hour every hour. Time for a 60-second ad break.
God damn it, you're right. The game is different every time. What's up? Sorry. Are we watching game trailers? Because I wanted you to check this out. No, I'm not going to look at Black Myth Wukong. Hold on. So, hey, I'm the one who posted the Vox video. I thought it was pretty good, but I'm not incredibly informed on housing. Thanks for your insight, though. Vast majority of what you're saying rings true. When it comes to zoning specifically, is there anything you do want done? Yes. I'm in favor of deregulation only if it's to allow public housing or affordable housing to be built. Okay? That's it.
Ghost of Tsushima DLC.
With
Sticky Island
absolutely, like with price restrictions set ahead of time so that people can't like take the new housing and try to sell it to or try to rent it out to like wealthy people.
Where me and my 3 friends relentlessly shit on you. Hassle.
Anyway, it's top of the fucking hour. It's time for a 6-second ad break. You already know what the deal is, okay? So, you know, I'm gonna run an ad.
Inshallah.
Okay, I am going to run an ad. Hold on, I'm just like looking at the SB10 and SB9 is something I'm looking at right now because apparently some people were suggesting that I talk about SB9 and SB10 in California. An accessory dwelling unit being part of a new initiative called Backyard Homes, in which homeowners receive help building an additional ADU in their backyard for exchanging. Dude, this is gonna be fucking abused, bro. That's crazy. Nice. They're like gonna build mini homes so that homeowners can become mini landlords, dude. Oh God, this is the worst fucking we are living the worst country ever. Okay, this literally allows homeowners to be able to convert their garages into a living space so they can have their fucking like mini slave. An ADU is what every single fucking Los Angeles house that I looked at has. Called an auxiliary dwelling unit or an accessory dwelling unit. Okay, it's basically a garage that is converted into more house. Okay, dude, this is your solution? Jesus fucking Christ, I swear to God, dude, like neoliberals are so fucking psychotic. Oh no, houses are being built, how awful, we can't just give them away. Yeah, fuck yeah, bro. Now we can all be landlords while we're surfing for even greater landlords. Also means that normal houses will charge even more because it will be better than this garbage. Isn't this just feudalism? Yes. Oh, fuck. I keep forgetting to run the ad. I'm running the ad. Kind of like a tyrant myself, you know? I force you to watch ads if you don't subscribe. I'd get one and not rent it out. 2 homes for one. You probably have to. Is there not basement suites in the US? No, not in California. California basement is literally a fucking manhole in your house. This does help us move back with our parents, or our parents can move in with us. Yeah, dude. So that new homeowner Hasan can fucking build a fucking auxiliary dwelling unit in his backyard and say he's charging rent to his mom and dad. and take advantage of a nice little home reconstruction project, boost the fucking property value, okay, tremendously, because now you have a fucking ADU and that's like an investment vehicle on top of the original house that you have, okay? All of a sudden, you got the fucking government to pay for like a massive greenlit reconstruction project in your fucking backyard. Bam, you've literally fucking quintupled your value. Okay? Great. What is this? XQC finds a Hasan Abbey viewer?
How do we even lockpick? We don't have the skill.
Long live the Hasan Abbey Soviet Socialist Republic. Long live the HSSR.
This fucking guy again, dude. This guy is actual Hasan viewer.
Anywhere with free electricity, just need a charge.
Like, he's in his show now, spamming some bullshit.
What's he saying? Listen to what the dono said.
This fucking guy again, dude. How do we even lockpick? We don't have the skill. This fucking guy again, dude.
Oh, he's saying the character and the kid. I thought it was the dono or something.
This guy is actual.
ADUs are also used at permanent Airbnb places. Others are holding onto their houses to list as on Airbnb as supplementary income. Both drive housing prices up. Yep. I will play this game.
As Zen viewer.
Anywhere with free.
I will play this game. Anyway, where was I? So yeah, this sounds like fucking dog shit. I'm gonna be honest. Sorry.
Please play 12 minutes. Pogo Arjan.
I don't know what it is. I just don't fucking trust Yimbys, dude. Like, or people who call themselves Yimbys. And I don't like Nimbies either. Don't get me wrong. Because I do believe that there needs to be additional development. But motherfuckers who like constantly talk about deregulation as the only way to fix the problem with housing, there's just something that absolutely fucking it does not sit right with me. Please turn off the stream when you say, okay, it's game time. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to fucking download both the 12 days and both. The other one. I know there's a Ghost of Tsushima DLC as well, but it takes piss me out when it's literally politically impossible to build public housing. Okay, then build Section 8 housing. What the fuck? Build affordable housing.
Love you
like
all. Arjan plays a game now. Hassle. Arsenal sucks.
Tell everyone you're making your parents and Marat pay rent. The internet will explode. $12 minutes. Sorry, not days. Hold on. I'll fucking download both. Shut up, chat. I'm downloading both, okay? I haven't opened Steam in so long. QuakeCon sales, 75% off. Okay, what is it? 12 days, right? 12 minutes. In 12 days, not 12 days. An interactive thriller about a man trapped in a time loop featuring James McAvoy, Daisy Ridley, and William Dafoe. All right, buying 12 minutes.
Hey, Arjan has high.
Dafoe, like Puggo. But Daff with doo-doo Daff. The people want Hollow Knight Polit. I don't care what the fucking people want. Bro, didn't you hear Bitcoin solves the housing crisis, bro? You get to live in your grandma's basement with your overheating mining PCs. Shut the fuck up. Will gonna beat your ass for that pronunciation. What, Dafoe? Make sure you can afford to buy them all first. Yeah, you're right. How will I be able to afford video games? Now that I bought a $3 gazillion mansion, mega mansion. What was the other one? What was the other one? Chat. Now Road 96, right? Get Road 96 on Switch. Wait, it's on Switch? I should just get it on the PC. Why would I fucking get it on the Switch? I have to pee so fucking bad, dude. Oh my god. I'm about to pee in my pants. I'm downloading all these games before, you know, all this before I go pee. And then we're going to watch another housing video because that's what we're going to do. Would you guys be interested if I did an IRL stream with Cutie Cinderella where we went and bought furniture? Okay, good to know. I see that there's a lot of interest in the chat. Okay, let's watch the second thought, America's looming housing crisis.
This episode and others like it are made possible by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. If you'd like to help support my channel and get early access to every video, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought.
Here, let me just show you that. On paper, Danielle and Kristen Sills are the perfect first-time home buyers. They've upped their budget and widened their search of the Boston area, but the last house they bid on had 29 offers.
It sold for about 70 or 80,000 over what the asking price was. And it was a 1,200 square foot home.
Finding an affordable apartment was hard enough before the pandemic, right? But now things are even worse. Some are calling it a crisis.
The shortage is now critical. Affordable so-called Class C apartments are 96% occupied nationally.
When they go shopping, the inventory, the active listings they can choose from are down about 30% from this time last year. That's just a staggering shortage of homes on the market right now.
He compares this with what happened during the subprime mortgage crisis a decade ago. Millions of homeowners defaulted on their mortgages, and investors came in to buy the properties and convert them into rental housing. So you're going to see a lot more of this soon, Shep.
As you watch this video, you're probably sitting somewhere with a roof over your head. For many of you, it's probably your home. Either that or you're watching at work, in which case I applaud you for stealing back some of your extracted value. Shelter is one of the most critical needs of almost every species on Earth, including humans. It's integral to the American dream. A modest home with a white picket fence, 2.5 kids, and so on. Homelessness is rightly seen as something society needs to address, as most decent people feel that no one should go without shelter in our modern era. And yet, despite the importance of housing and the significance we place on having somewhere to call home, it seems that the US is on a collision course with another housing crisis. It may not take exactly the same form as the housing crash of the Great Recession, but it is coming, and it's not looking good. In this episode, we'll explore the state of housing in the US and consider what factors are feeding this growing problem. Before we get into the causes of this looming housing crisis, let's take a look at a few statistics. If you look at the housing market today, you'll notice a few things. First, there aren't many single-family houses to be had. People just aren't selling. The houses that do go up for sale are snapped up incredibly quickly, typically within a week or even a couple of days. Having to offer tens of thousands of dollars over the listing price has become the norm if you want to actually have a chance of having the winning bid. If you owned a home and you put it up for sale today, odds are you'd have at least a handful of offers by the end of the day, and many of them would be well over the asking price. Month-over-month price increases are now exceeding even the absurd levels we saw in 2006. And we all know what happened shortly after that. What's going on here? A big part of the problem is that the housing market is incredibly short on supply. Pace of housing production has slowed dramatically, contributing to an already serious lack of housing. This is partly due to a shortage of construction materials, and partly just a continuation of the trend of producing fewer and fewer homes per year. As of 2021, the US faces a shortage of roughly 7 million homes. That's a lot of demand. But a housing shortage isn't the only problem here. The big picture is this. Young people are trying to buy affordable homes, but the prices for even the most modest, quote, starter homes are out of reach. These prices have been driven up by institutional money pouring into the housing market to snatch up homes as investment properties, including the homes of those recently evicted during the pandemic. To make matters worse, some large investment firms are lobbying to end eviction protections so that they can acquire even more houses, adding to the housing demand and homelessness problems at the same time. With single-family homes out of reach for the average working American, the media has begun trying to frame perpetual renting as a good thing, something that benefits young people. The problem there is that even renting is becoming prohibitively expensive. There are now officially 0 counties in the entire country where a worker earning the federal minimum wage can afford a one-bedroom apartment. Even for those making significantly more than minimum wage, things are looking pretty grim. There's a common joke that goes something like, "The bank said I couldn't afford an 18."
I thought you said there was a housing surplus and that's why regulation stuff was ancillary. No, there are more empty, vacant homes that are still owned by people, like, than there are homeless people. Like, significantly more vacant homes than there are homeless people. Part of the problem, one of the immediate problems, is that people just sit on fucking properties because they see it as an investment. Land is not going anywhere, chat. No matter what happens, land is not going anywhere. Land is finite, okay? So land value always increases, especially if you live in like a nice neighborhood, especially if you're fucking, you know, not living next to a goddamn pool of water, body of water, and the rising sea level is going to actually decrease the land, which will then ironically increase the property value. So that's another concept. But you live by a pool now, King? Yes, I do. So, sure, but most of the homes are fuck nowhere, not in the middle of this big city. Bad take, by the way. Pepega. No, even in big cities, there's a fuckload of vacant properties, dude. And the issue is, deregulation only opens up the market for luxury high-rise condominiums. Okay? I make $40K a year and can't afford a one-bedroom apartment. Looking at renting a one-bedroom apartment, it's like some castle. I never thought my life would be like this. Yeah, it's fucking dog shit.
$1,800 a month mortgage, so now I pay $3,000 a month in rent. The cherry on top is the true unemployment rate. If we take the LICEP definition for unemployment, someone who is looking for a full-time job that pays a living wage but cannot find one, then the true rate of unemployment in the US currently sits.
I make $16 an hour and I can just by the skin of my asshole live in a 330 studio apartment for $800 a month. I live in Alaska. Shit is mad fucked. What the fuck? In Alaska, dude? I feel like it should be one place where, like, they should encourage homeownership because you're in fucking literally Alaska. The only people that live there are, like, dudes who work in oil and criminals who ran away after doing many murders. So it is very surprising to me that you're having a hard time living in Alaska. What the fuck? Sorry, fishers too. Fishermen, murderers, and fucking dudes who work at the oil rig.
It's at a staggering 23.7%. So even if, quote, affordable housing were available, it likely wouldn't be affordable because nearly a full quarter of Americans can't find a job that pays a living wage. With that context out of the way, let's look at how these problems combine to form the perfect storm for economic meltdown. We'll start.
Will you cement over your pool? Pool is very high cost and maintenance. No. Why would I do that? Oh man. Will you cement over your pool? Pool is very high cost and maintenance. You can create a garden/farm back there with your mom. Yeah, dude. I'm going to cement over the pool so that I don't want my mom to even hear this because she's only bought plants so far, as I've told you already. She literally has only bought plants so far for the house. I'm like, Mom, can you, like, you know, can we get a bed and stuff, like a bed frame? That'd be nice. She's like, yeah, no, totally. And then I come back to the house, only more plants, just plants. But no, I'm not going to do that. Also, here's yet another fucking chatter cucking their own content. So you telling me you don't want hot tub streams? Like that's what you're saying. I'm confused by this take. You don't want pool streams and hot tub streams? Because, you know. Yeah, dude.
Start with everyone's favorite bad guys, the billionaires. It should come as no surprise that the people putting in bids at $60,000, $80,000, $100,000 over asking price are not your average person. They're typically the ultra-wealthy, usually through investment firms or other real estate poaching groups. Let's take Charles Koch as an example. One of the billionaire Koch brothers, Charles has donated millions.
He's talking about me, the ultra-wealthy billionaire.
Of dollars to 3 conservative organizations spearheading the push to eliminate COVID eviction protections. This alone would be reprehensible.
This is so insanely fucked, by the way. Here, yet another instance where like just like the fucking trying to not extend the eviction moratorium is, you're a demon. Like, you are literally a fucking demon. You are not just like any regular bad person. You are the worst person. Okay? Especially at a time when these rich fucks also constantly talk about how homelessness is such a problem. Oh my God, I'm going to move to another place where there's no homeless. It's like, okay. Well, wherever you move, you're going to move to a place where there's other homeless people because you're probably going to move to a fucking urban environment. It is demon-like to want to create more homeless people in the midst of a gigantic homelessness crisis that you fucking complain about nonstop. I tried to buy a house here outside of LA, and 1-bedroom starter home is $950K paying. Yeah, no, don't tell that to fucking anyone else, though. How is the USA still considered a first world country? Because there's a lot of rich people. It's the wealthiest country on earth, dude.
But since the beginning of the pandemic, he's also been heavily investing in real estate, snatching up homes left and right to add to his massive portfolio of assets. Among them, the homes of the evicted and desperate. In April 2020, he dumped $200 million into Amherst Holdings, a company which brags it has acquired over 30,000 homes since 2012. Koch Real Estate Investments was also among the investment groups that recently bought an ownership stake in SmartRent, a landlord technology company. Charles Koch is—
What? What the fuck is SmartRent, dude? Wait, what? That's when your landlord restricts your... Wait, is it a way to like restrict your fucking temperature control for your... Oh my God, dude. That's fucking insane. SmartRent is an enterprise smart home automation company developing software and hardware that empowers property owners, managers, and home builders to effectively manage. Wait. Effectively manage, protect, and automate daily operational processes? Oh my fucking God, dude. Republicans are like 1987 George Orwell Animal Factory. Meanwhile, like, mega donors of the Republican Party are literally investing into letting landlords control your temperature, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, shit. Oh, this is like, look, I got lucky with this current landlord I have. The one before this, not so lucky, okay? The one before this, I just literally, the heater did not work. It was an apartment, the 1-bedroom that I used to live in before this one. The fucking AC would break, and I'd be like, the AC is broken. Can you please fix it? And then the landlord would be like, it was a management company, so it was even worse. We're like, no. Oh, yeah, totally. We'll get to it. Never got to it. Okay? This takes it one step further, where it's like, Hey, you're using the AC too much. We're gonna restrict your temperature, dude. Sorry, you signed a lease. So, yeah, guess what? I'm not letting you go
Hey, Sunny,
below
have a good
70
evening, please,
when it's
Dane. Sometime soon I
150
miss
degrees
Hasan.
outside. We got hardware too. From self-guided tours to park management and access control, Smart Rents integrations, partnerships with purpose-built solutions provide endless options for owners and developers. Create a customized automation platform that works for them. Flexible and scalable to suit any property type, so they can do self-guided tours, contactless touring solution, ID checks. Wait. Smart Rent will verify that prospect identity matches what is submitted on the ID cards and selfie upload. Occupants not mentioned once. Yeah, this is not for occupants, bro. This is literally to like make landlording more efficient. Smart Rent will verify that prospect identity matches what is submitted on the ID cards and selfie upload. Every property is unique, and our solution enables personalization touring setup based on property demand and needs. What? Texans claim their home thermostats were raised remotely during energy shortage. No. Living room thermostat. Lock the front door. Dimmer entry light. Parking management. Centralized parking database. Alleviate parking management issues. Optimize parking space utilization and drive additional revenue opportunities. Oh my God. This is like when you can get your fucking guests. You can give parking tickets to people in your fucking apartment complex. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God, dude. Oh, I'm looking at this. Dollar signs, of course. I'm a homeowner now, so dollar signs are... I'm seeing dollar signs in front of my eyes, you know what I mean? George Orwell, 1987, dude. If you don't pay rent, they literally lock you out of the apartment. Dude, you could torture your fucking tenants with this. You could literally crank up the heat in the middle of the summer if they're not paying their rent. This is a problem for us poor, so stop talking about it. True. Why am I even talking about this? Actually, I'm also perfectly fine with our horrible fucking healthcare infrastructure too. Because, you know, I can pay for a healthcare complication. So why would I ever advocate for, you know, Medicare for all? I mean, after all, I'm the one who's going to be paying taxes, blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, remember, guys, I can't advocate for things that don't impact me. Lord Hasan, have you please turn on the AC? It's 100 degrees. My apartment complex works with a predatory towing company. Once I left my parking pass on my seat instead of my dash, and they towed it, and I had to pay $300 to get it back. What the fuck?
See.
I could hack a smart rent device within a day. Okay, meow cakes. Not everyone has your fucking technological proficiency, okay? Bro, this is nuts, dude. This shit is so fucking dehumanizing. Like, you can't even... Like, rent should at least give you, like, a protection from... Like, it's shelter, right? It should at least have, like, a little bit of privacy. Now they can just, like, fucking install... smart rental programs and fuck you over. Real-time space availability. Guest parking check-in. And you pay for it. Yeah, now when your guests come, you have to fucking pay for the parking for your guests. Reduce unauthorized parking through the use of sensor technology. Long-range intermediaries. Our software provides communities with actionable data and alerts that notify appropriate site teams or towing vendors.
Let's go 1 year subbed. At Hasan Abbey, thanks for all you do. I agree
There needs
this
to be
some
like
awful
additional deregulation for this sort of stuff, right? Because I don't think you can like operate like a tiny fucking serfdom within your own goddamn house or within your own goddamn like apartment complex. So I'm pretty sure the government would not let, like local government would not let you fucking, you know, ticket your own tenants as it stands currently. I just don't understand how people see this and think this is totally ethical and reasonable way to earn revenue. How much is it currently being used, you think? I think that this is a new opportunity to make money. Contactless property access management is fucking insane, by the way. You can lock and unlock your tenant's door. You can lock and unlock your tenant's door. That's fucking insane. Capitalism does foster a lot of innovation, you know what I'm saying? Access types and credentials. We offer a wide variety of access types and credentials like fobs, PIN codes. Maximize efficiencies with the power to remotely control door locks, thermostats, lights, and more. Smart apartment technology is transforming the resident experience and property management. Streamline the move-in, move-out process. One platform can manage vacant unit devices, access points, and more while providing an app for residents to remotely control their home. Elevated resident experience. You can just fucking, you know, spy on your residents, dude. Connect your personal Ring devices. Residents can easily pair Ring devices like cameras, doorbells, and peephole cameras for the seamless smart home experience using just one app that your landlord will have access to. Oh my fucking God. Hasan, all this is done already, but it's manual. There's nothing
brother,
crazy with ticketing people who
congrats on the
park in
house.
resident spots.
You deserve it and love you. Keep up the hard work.
Hasan, all this is done
Here's
already,
to
but it's
6 more.
manual. Damn, dude. Of course, Ollie U. Myron, tier 3 for 17 months. Fucking giving us the real estate developer's point of view here. Thank you. I didn't realize that like there was a way to streamline the fucking ring light process and also be able to fucking turn you know, your lock your fucking residents out if you want to. I used to work for a property management company, and this isn't really new, but more so integrated with smart control, so there's little needed visits to the actual home.
Whoop, whoop.
As a property manager, as you know, the landlord can't just lock a tenant out of the rental, even if they're behind on payment or anything. Time to put a Ring doorbell in the shower, Pac-Man. Place a bid on 2-unit property this afternoon, first time owner, and I swear to God, I hope I win. Say fuck you to the wealthy people who are probably bidding cash on this to step foot in it twice. I will just hire a property manager, and we'll just hire a property manager. If I win, I will be the coolest and best owner-occupied landlord ever. We have it in Alexandria, VA in our apartment. What the fuck? 4K connected communities already. Asset protection. Sensors play a key role in protecting properties. Our platform can identify a variety of routine issues and immediately alert the appropriate people to help prevent catastrophes. Let's see that. Our software is set up to notify you at the first sign of an issue, allowing you to act quickly and avoid damages and costly repairs. Smart thermostats and high-precision sensors monitor units in real time. Okay, that stuff makes sense. This does make sense. Integrate temperature, humidity, flood sensors in one device. Reduce problems such as damp, mold, and condensation. Because, like, this is legitimately a problem. Because, like, most landlords won't even fucking... You're like, I'm real foggy. We had that problem in one of the places that I used to live in. I lived in a 3-bedroom apartment. Some of you may remember, like super old heads remember. This is the first time
supposed to get
when I first started
DNA
streaming.
tested because they apparently DNA test dog poop at the apartment complex so they can find people. I just didn't go do it, and when they emailed me about it I said no, and that was it, LOL.
That's hilarious. So my old apartment when I used to live with 2 other fucking adults, we had mold. And like one of my roommates was like, I'm feeling really foggy all the time. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. And then we realized there was like fucking black mold in the bathroom.
Hassle.
So like that shit happens a lot. So this kind of stuff could be helpful. Yeah, he was like fucking sucking in mold fumes, dude. Leak sensors, humidity protection.
Great 10 months. Hassle.
Yeah, that stuff is not that bad. We have that in our apartment. It sent us batteries twice automatically when our lock was low on the poggers. Yeah, asset protection is not that bad from what I see. But the camera stuff is not good. Oh my God, this appears to be a video of Nancy Pelosi talking to the donors of the DCCC retreat this weekend in Napa.
We have in store for later. But for now, a question was asked this morning by Ambassador Solomon about young people and how we're reaching out to young people in the Olympics. Well, young people, we always ask them, how do you want to be reached out to? And one of the main responses we have in store for later. But for now, a question was asked this morning by Ambassador Solomon about young people and how we're reaching out to young people in the Olympics. Well, young people, we always ask them.
I'm there too, boys. I have to come clean. Now that I'm a homeowner, yeah, I went to this. I was there. Yeah, I'm a big funder of Nancy Pelosi.
How do you want to be reached out to? And one of the main responses we have in store for later. But
I hosted this. It's at my house. Yeah. It's me. I'm wearing that hat. I've also worked to organize tenant advocacy groups here in Alexandria. I'm so fucked. Yeah, this is true. This is like literally me, dude. Okay, let's finish this.
Recently bought an ownership
I'm
stake
gaming
in
afterwards.
SmartRent, a landlord technology company. Charles Koch is not alone in this scheme. Billionaires, investment firms, and giant.
This shit is all cool for homeowners. The issue is the infantilization of renters. First of all, I'm still a renter at this moment. Okay, I am now a homeowner as well. But like, my point of view is not gonna change because I fucking own a house now. You realize that, right? Just like my point of view has not changed about healthcare and free education and student loan debt relief just because I pay my fucking student loans. Because you know why? I'm not a fucking asshole, okay?
Giant corporations are buying up as many homes as they possibly can, which is driving prices way beyond the reach of the average American. And they're also betting big on the lucrative future of the rental market. It should be clear that very few normal people are going to be able to afford to make offers on homes that exceed the asking price by tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. But some media outlets would have you believe that giant real estate firms aren't the bad guys here. For example, Vox put out an article saying things like, everybody wants to blame BlackRock, and Wall Street isn't to blame for the chaotic housing market.
Yeah, it turns out fucking they, they got a little conflict of interest there. I wonder if they mentioned
To give
that.
them the benefit of the doubt, yes, obviously everything has multiple variables which influence material reality. But it's a little on the nose to say BlackRock is good actually, when the CEO of Vox Investor General Atlantic is on the board of directors at BlackRock. And even if that weren't the case, the Vox article makes some strange assertions, claiming, for example, that institutional investors just aren't that interested in single-family homes. This is demonstrably false, as firms like BlackRock have bought up hundreds of thousands of single-family homes since the Great Recession, and they continue to hold them hostage on the rental market. Then there's Airbnb. If you go on vacation, odds are you'll find dozens of cute, freshly renovated two-bedroom units to choose from. Entire neighborhoods empty except for out-of-state license plates. There's no such thing as an affordable home anymore. They've all been bought up, whether by institutional investors or wannabe real estate moguls, and turned into Airbnbs or rentals, and very few new ones are being built. In fact, there's a new trend of building suburban neighborhoods not with the intention of selling the homes, but of selling the entire development to investment firms who then rent out the houses. Vox isn't the only instance of media trying to manufacture consent for endless renting. The Wall Street Journal says it's generation.
Yes. They want to fucking change the, they want to fuck over first-time home buyers and turn them into generational renters.
Preferences that are pushing young people to rent instead of buying a home. But it's not preference at all. Most young people would love to have the stability of owning a home, especially when mortgages are now typically much lower than rent prices in the
Unless they're fucking socialist, of course, in which case that's not allowed. But, you know, for everybody else, yeah. To the dude that keeps saying you haven't run an ad, I checked, I did run an ad. But thank you. Thank you for being on the lookout for me forgetting to run ads. I did run one, but thank you.
Congrats on the house.
The same area. But they've been priced out of homeownership. And now, it's looking like they're going to be priced out of renting too. Companies that have a stake in people renting are pushing for an end to homeownership. Bloomberg says things like, rising real estate prices are stoking fears that homeownership, long considered a core...
You get a good interest rate. They're pretty good right now. Managed to lock mine at 2.875. No, in comparison to that interest rate, no, I did not get a good one, okay? I don't have a very good credit, but I got decent interest rate. I got 3.75. It's pretty good. I mean, is that bad? It's not bad. I thought 3.75 was good. Yeah, 30-year fixed.
It's okay.
No, you need to refinance? Oh, too late. Anything over 3 is like a rip. Wait, what? I can't. It's 30-year fixed. I don't think you can refinance. Yours a jumbo loan, 3.75 is fine. Yeah. I don't know. What? What is that? Oh, I thought that was whiskey. Oh, okay. Why? Okay.
Can I give you my credit score, Dad? Please.
I'm 10 years in, a 30-year minus 2.9 with a 20% down initial. Jumbo rates are going to be higher than these people with 200K homes. Lol, ignore them. Can you refinance a 30-year fix? No, I thought you can't. 30-year mortgages are going for 1.5 right now. Shut up, you're lying, okay? Did I get fucked? Probably. I don't know. I do loan closings. It's fine, especially for a first-time home loan. Also, you can always refinance. I mean, my credit is dog shit, boys. That's just the reality. So you got robbed, they'll take the whole thing off your hands for 1.5 mil cash. Oh shit, dude, thanks. Jumbo loans are anything over 450K. It's going to have a higher rate.
Component of the American dream.
Look at all these lefties revealing they bought homes. Got them. Look at all. Yeah, exactly. Hey, take them away. Take them away, boys. They're in here. Yep. All the chatters that said that they know how to they know refinancing. All the ones that admitted they have homes. Get them. Arrest them now. Yeah. This was a long and complicated multi-week process where I fake bought a house so I could get a lot of you to also admit that you had bought a house and refinanced and all this other stuff, just so we could arrest all homeowners, because everybody knows one of the fundamental tenets of Marxist-Leninism is no house. That's right. Why do you think I never left this house?
Hassle.
You fools. Admitted Flunky, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gift subs.
Dream is slipping out of reach for low and moderate income Americans. That may be so, but a nation of renters is not something to fear. In fact, it's the opposite. They end their article with, "This country was always more about new frontiers than comfortable settlements anyway," which translates as, "You will suffer and never be able to afford a home, and that's good, because it's the American way." So, we have entire generations of Americans no longer being able to afford single-family homes. We have rapidly increasing rent prices to the point where an eviction crisis is very likely. Large corporations are buying up all the available housing and actively trying to get more people evicted so they can snatch up their homes too. New communities are being developed not to be used for affordable housing, but explicitly for the purpose of making a new suburban renter class that is held hostage by landlords and faceless investment firms. And the media is telling us that actually this is what we want, and that stability and building equity is bad. This all adds up to one serious economic crisis looming on the horizon. It's always hard to predict exactly what form the fallout will take, but it's usually a safe assumption that the brunt of the suffering will fall upon those who have little say in the matter. Lower income people who are just trying to get by. The major players who are manipulating the market and causing these problems will suffer no consequences. And if the Great Recession is anything to go by, they will actually dramatically increase their wealth at the expense of the rest of the population. Well, this all sounds pretty bad. What's the solution here? How can we avoid another massive economic collapse?
I know. Yelling at leftist figures on the internet that bought houses in an expensive housing market. I think that would be a really good way to do this. No? I think yelling at me is probably the best way to solve this this housing crisis. Stimsy the Republican, you're a grifter. You love capitalism and you love your multi-million-dollar home. Guys, money changes people. Aren't you a Republican? It's in your name, dude.
Historically speaking, we can't. Capitalism is built on the maintenance of cycles of boom and bust, and they're fairly predictable in their timing. These crises are becoming more frequent and more damaging to the average person, but also more lucrative for the ruling class. And if we know anything about capitalism, it's that when the ruling class is benefiting from something, it will not change without a massive, drawn-out struggle. If you're a young person, or a person of any age really, if you're looking for a home, I don't think it would be wise to try to buy one now. I know it's easy to say,
well, there you go. I didn't fucking... See, I should have watched the second thought video, dude.
Save more money, but do what you can to squirrel away a few bucks here and there. Rent will continue to go up, but the chaos surrounding single-family homes can't last forever. It's unsustainable even in the fairly short term. I think a crash of some sort is likely. And hopefully, if we can ride out the storm, housing prices might come down somewhat afterwards. The giant real estate firms will have added many new properties to their portfolio, but it's very unlikely that they will have bought them all. Once supply chains recover from the pandemic, construction materials become more available, and the home buying frenzy dies down a little bit, hopefully there will be some homes available for first-time buyers. In the meantime, we have some actions we need to take. First, we need to push back against the media talking points about generational preferences and the benefits of renting. They support a predatory, exploitative status quo that we should not accept. If they want us to rent, we need to demand affordable apartment housing with rates that only increase with inflation, not at the whims of parasitic landlords. We also need to remember that, once upon a time, owning a home was within reach for just about every American.
Okay, this is anti-socialist rhetoric. He keeps talking about owning a home. Like, no, that's bullshit.
Back in the 50s, a suburban home only cost 2 or 3 times the average salary, which meant that not only could people easily afford them, they could pay them off in a matter of a few years rather than over the course of 3 decades. Like almost everything else under modern capitalism, housing has shifted from being seen as a basic necessity to a valuable commodity from which the wealthy can extract massive profits. The best thing we can do right now is continue to fight evictions, organize tenants' unions to build bargaining power against the landlords, fight for higher wages across the country, and support our neighbors however we can. You are an individual, but you're also a member of one of 2 classes, either the working class or the capitalist class. If you do not own the means by which capital is produced, a factory, an office building, a block of apartments, a large company, you are a member of the working class.
Wait, hold on. This doesn't track. Wait, what? Second thought, I don't understand. Why didn't you mention homeowners as a part of the capitalist class in that situation? It makes no sense. Left Twitter kept saying it's, you know, expensive house. Oh, okay. Maybe not like just any regular home, but like an expensive home. If you own an expensive home, that means like you're a capital owner, right? That's how that works, I think.
And that means your fight is the same as the people at risk of eviction, or who make $7.25 an hour, or who can't afford their medical bills. Only by acting in solidarity with your class can you make a significant impact. If you do own the means of production, if you have wealth at your disposal, we need you too. We wouldn't have had Marx without Engels. Donate to mutual aid funds. Buy and distribute copies of socialist books. Use your free time to help in whatever ways you can. Everyone has a role to play. And in the housing crisis or any other fight, organizing is key to victory. I mentioned
we already lease our entire lives, monthly entertainment, clothing, toothbrushes, food deliveries. Everything has been commoditized. Okay. What the fuck is this? Real women who destroy feminists on TikTok, part 6? Sorry, I just got a fucking ADHD brain fart moment here.
Being sexually harassed? Men in a new survey say yes.
Do you like giving out false information and talking like Dora the Explorer? Yes. That survey that you are talking about came out in 2017. Did you know 2017 is not 2021? No, you probably didn't.
What? Bro, this thing was a fucking fetus in 2017. Like, what the fuck? I mean, I can't even...
That survey wasn't even in the United States. Fart for brains. It was taken in the Middle East, and it was taken by like 4,000 men saying that they think women like being sexually assaulted. Now, I don't know how you...
I don't even know what this fucking thing is. Oh, God, I hate this. Okay, should we watch this? It's just straight, unadulterated brain cancer. Year not same, feminism destroyed. He's like, nah, actually, that survey should be used for racist reasons. She's like 14-year-old girl with blue hair, like, nah, you don't understand fart for brains. Like, you're supposed to be racist about the survey. Like, the fuck's wrong with you? Bro, you stopped just to get cancer from TikTok? Yes, dude. Yes. She said fart for brains like she's Bart Simpson, dude. Here's some fun content. Today's America. Wait. Oh my God, they did it. Oh, they have it. Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck. It came out. Oh, fuck yes, dude. All right, my food is here. I gotta grab it real quick. I was waiting. Psych! Trump 2020. Dude, so for those of you who are uninitiated, this is Today's America. It's a new fucking conservative operation. They took like every fucking Republican Zoomer on TikTok and they brought them together for this dog shit media operation that's gonna fall apart. And it's gonna be exactly like every other fucking conservative, like young conservative media operation I've ever watched. That I no longer watch because I will be the only fan. We will literally be the only fan of this entire thing, and we will watch it genuinely. So let's go. This is from 8 months ago. Young conservative media.
Morning. This past weekend, 24 of Today's America's influencers packed into one Airbnb and got ready to march through Washington, D.C. Though they only formed in April, their followings are growing rapidly, and the goal is to have the kind of influence through TikTok that Students for Trump or Turning Point USA have had for years on Twitter and Instagram.
What's up, everyone? So, super important event I want everyone to know about.
They've been invited to co-sponsor this weekend's event with Freedom Tour USA, a self-described grassroots patriotic movement. Liam Rafizada is one of the founders. He's only 20 years old.
We wake up at 8 a.m. and we have a ton of stuff to get done, and I probably don't go to bed until 2 a.m. in the morning. I'm on phone calls with influencers all day long, helping them. I'm always at my desk doing work.
How were you able to fund this whole weekend?
From the apparel, from what we sell. We sell all types of patriotic apparel. We sell Trump stuff. We sell Today's America branded stuff, and that's how we get the funding to do things like this.
What's up? Holy! What was that, dude? Is it a speed bump? Big ass speed bump right in front of you. These are big speed bumps.
Around 11 a.m. on Saturday, Today's America's members carpooled over to the Washington Monument to prepare for the march.
One more time. One more time. Take 3.
They wasted no time in making TikToks.
Oh, yeah, that was cute. Yeah. Okay, so make a single file line.
So I did this dance, right? Everybody, come on. Right, and then like I commented like, where should we go next? Someone to the White House. We have to stand outside. You want to go to the White House to do it?
NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now. Antonia, very happy to see that their TikTok and their rollerblading coordination is way better than their driving over speed bumps. But tell us more about this group, Today is America.
So Today is America is fully a company. It started in April, but it's now an LLC, chairman, president, and about 150 plus influencers who across their multiple accounts are able to reach millions and millions of young people on TikTok. And their goal is to spread conservative values, beliefs, and in these next couple days to push for the re-election of President Trump. But really, I think the long game here is that they want to become part of the...
Yeah, they did a really good job, dude. Back in the day, if you wanted to show everybody you were a fucking virgin, you would just like join the debate club. Like, you don't need to fucking telegraph it to the rest of the planet by starting this young conservative movement. You know what I mean? We get it, bro. You hate pussy. Okay, we got it. Like, it's fine. Like,
broader conservative media ecosystem. Conservatives have had a foothold on spaces like YouTube and Twitter and Instagram for a long time, but Today is America is really the first company to take a stab at building that sort of presence on TikTok in a formal way.
So they seem very organized. They've got merchandise. You say, you know, they're a company here, but do we have any sense of just how effective they have been in encouraging Gen Z voters to support Trump?
So we don't yet know about there being a massive TikTok effect on this upcoming election, but there are now numerous researchers who are studying the fast growth of political discussion on TikTok. And I actually spent time speaking with Kevin Munger, who is a professor and researcher at Penn State, who spends his time actually combing through and downloading thousands and thousands of these videos to study it. And what you—
Okay, jail that guy. That's sauce. Sorry, bro. You're going to jail, dog. Oh, yeah, no, I'm just downloading all these TikTok videos for research. Professor, why are you downloading Charlie D'Amelio? Shut up!
You find when you talk to these creators one-on-one is they'll tell you, I'm not really sure. I mean, many of them are between the ages of like 15 and 20, so they're not really sure what's about to happen with this election, but they'll tell you that they are getting in active debates with other young people on the app every day, that their DMs are flooded with young people asking them questions about their stance on abortion, interested in their perspective on trade, and that they're having those conversations.
I love asking like a random 15-year-old what their stance on trade is, dude.
Conversations day to day, and they personally believe that some of those conversations are going to lead to some of these young people coming out and voting, but they don't really know yet, and all of this remains to be studied because this growth has happened over the last couple months.
Why are news outlets giving this coverage when nobody watches it? Oh, right, billionaire astroturfing. That's right, baby. Can you imagine like NBC doing a fucking doing like a video on me like this? No, that'll never fucking happen. Like I singularly every single day probably reach out to a much broader audience than this fucking media endeavor in and of itself with 821 subscribers, by the way, 822 now. One of you simps immediately went there. Do you want them to? I mean, I kind of don't. They're a social welfare organization. Anyway, the real women thing is gonna blow. It's just gonna fucking murder me. I can't do that. What was I gonna watch that I didn't watch? What the fuck? My 50 cal exploded.
What's up, everybody? My name is Scott, and I'm going to tell you about how my 50 cal exploded and I almost bit the dust about 2 weeks ago. So I know a lot of you are probably wanting me to explain my injuries, and I'm going to do that, but I think it's best we start from the beginning.
Bro, I think you should stop at that point. Like, when this happens, you stop, dude. This is the moment where you stop doing this and do anything else, dude. Okay? What the fuck? 3 levels of psychics. Can you pick the fraud? They're all okay, newsflash, they're all fraudulent. Wait, what? A Hasan Abi fan posted on the Jerry subreddit saying they don't like Rogan anymore. How you helped open their eyes. They seem to be getting railed on the subreddit. Of course they're gonna get fucking railed on the subreddit. It's a subreddit still dedicated very much to like loving Joe Rogan. Ever since he moved to Texas, and even a few years before that, his choice of guests have been questionable. He's always had 1 foot in, 1 foot out of conspiracy theories, but since COVID, he's truly lost his marbles. Opening the door to an individual like Brett Weinstein has been detrimental to Joe's ability to decipher between fact and bullshit. Brett's just the latest grifter to prey on Rogan's naivete. Individuals like Sam Harris and his anti-Muslim agenda, Ben Shapiro and his anti-trans and gay agenda, as well as Jordan Peterson have poisoned and taken advantage of Rogan's curious mind and giant platform. It's gotten to this weird point for Joe, where he's the biggest voice in radio. Because of that, he yields such an influence over his audience. His vaccine hesitation and use of ivermectin was a final straw for me. Ivermectin is not an FDA-approved treatment for COVID, but for skin conditions and lice. Joe has access to get an FDA-approved version because he's fucking Joe Rogan. The average person who does not have a prescription to ivermectin for fucking skin conditions turns to turns to over-the-counter horse paste, which can lead to a plethora of illnesses or, in severe cases, death. Does Joe give a shit about his influence and the consequences because of it? No. Instead, the next week, he has the insidious grifter eager to boost his Patreon numbers, Brett Weinstein, where the two of them mock and obsess over the since redacted news article exaggerating the hospitals were overrun with ivermectin patients. Joe's brain is rotting in front of all of our eyes, quickly becoming what we all feared age would do to him. The progressive, open-minded hippie we've come to love is no more. To put in terms he would understand, he's become married to his idea. I've been a fan since the early days and watched Rogan every night for years. Hasan Ivy Piker, Twitch streamer, was a huge help in me opening my eyes in regards to Joe. Go do yourself a favor and check out his content on Rogan. Oh, no. People are gonna get so mad. He should have never mentioned me. They're gonna be so fucking mad. They're gonna like come up my asshole, even though like I've been a fucking Joe Rogan fan for longer than all of these motherfuckers have been alive. You know what I mean? Like I literally, don't make me pull out the fucking photo, dude. It's not gonna, you know, people are gonna be fucking insane. My mother has just had to just leave in an ambulance. She's AFIB, but seems final in spirit. I can't go along with her to toss some hopes my way. Thanks for streaming today. What is that? What does that mean? Oh, fine. I actually kind of enjoy reading them as much as you can picture exactly what's behind the computer screen, and the fact that so many of these are exactly the same shit. Oh, is heart failure? Shit, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. Comment the photo. What? We're gonna watch the Joe Rogan video in a second. Okay. I don't go to subs. Bro, you live on the Joe Rogan sub constantly talking about Redditors who don't like Joe. You're the person you're describing. Came here to say this. You beat me to it. Well, bye. Then just get the fuck out of the sub, bitch. Never thought I'd hear Joe Rogan's name mentioned in a positive light on the Sean Hannity's radio show, but here we are. I can tell what kind of dude you are by your low T avatar. Dude, you're on Reddit, dude. Listen, when we're on Reddit, all of us, including myself, we are all low T soy boys, okay? Like, you can't be on Reddit and be like, I'm fucking so high T, dude. First of all, you're even saying low T. There's nothing more low T than using the term low T or soy boy, okay? The values that you espouse do not match up with the rhetoric that you are using. Anyone who says like you're alpha, you're beta, you're low T, you're high T, you're not those things. You're not cool. You will never be cool. Okay? The moment that you're saying like soy boy or low T or high T, you're not. That's not it. You are not that thing. You know what I mean? Like that Giga Chad guy. You think that motherfucker knows what low T, high T, like, you know, the alpha, beta, like he doesn't know any of that shit. He didn't give a fuck, dude. He's just like a confident dude. That dude doesn't even use the internet. I bet OP shouts at his radio whenever Joe says something he doesn't like. Good riddance. Good post. Seems like the vibe between fans is OG listeners who've been listening to the podcast since Joey was talking how to eat chicken wings versus fans who saw Charlie Kirk on the podcast and then stayed because they could relate to a guy who regularly gets told he's an idiot for saying stupid shit. Yeah, that's actually pretty solid. I mean, I've been a fucking fan of Joe Rogan for many years. I was a huge fan of Joe Rogan. What is this? Why are people saying I suggest you check out my PFP? I'm gonna ban you. What? Lyricun, and it's just like lyric but photoshopped. Stop! Don't do that. We're not doing that. Let me close some of these. Oh, thank you. An informed voice and a sea of hate. I love the old days when Duncan Trussell and Red Band. Now he's a revolving door for far-right grifters. I wouldn't mind if it was every so often they came out, but Joe's combos all get funneled back to anti-trans, anti-vaccine somehow now. They always have like, Joe has like a litany of guests on, so there'll always be like, there's always gonna be like one trans person that Joe's had on. You know what I mean? Like they're like, oh well, oh he's anti-trans. Well, he had Eddie Izzard on. That's right. Fucking game over, dude. Is Eddie Izzard even trans? Are they? I don't know. They might be non-binary. They're old school, so it's like, you know what I mean? I don't know. Some old school people would be like, no, I'm just a cross-dresser. That sort of thing. They're non-binary? Oh, okay. Yeah, if they're non-binary, that means they are trans, for those of you who don't know. He's a clown who tells everyone he's stupid and then no one should listen to him, then laugh at people who do. What? I get that he tells people he's dumb, but he too often uses that as a defense when he gets heat from the media. I'm just disappointed as a fan. I don't want to shut him down. I just want him to climb out of the far right hole he's talking. Dude, these people are never going to listen to this guy, okay? Boob garbage. I'm telling you, these people don't give a fuck. They like Joe Rogan because Joe Rogan has like right-wing psychos on. Look at the bottom of Jordan Peterson. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure this will be recognized normally.
They are saying that. Now they want you to do it.
All right, let's just start on this again. We're gonna rewatch this from the top because I don't remember whatever the fuck they were talking about. So let's do it.
The Joe Rogan experience.
I gotta pee. I'll be back.
Our communities, it's all over the place on YouTube, but because of this current pandemic, they feel like there's this heightened sense of responsibility that they have to control the narrative. And that's very disturbing to me. And what's even more disturbing to me is how people, when they agree with that narrative, don't understand where this all goes, and they're agreeing with that censorship. They're like, yes, censor those people, get rid of those voices, deplatform people that I disagree with, and they don't understand where this goes. It's like where people are saying, the people that have been vaccinated, that want a vaccine passport. Yes, we should have a vaccine passport. I've been vaccinated. That's not going to. It's only going to help me.
Yeah.
I did my part. I took one for the team, and I went out and got vaccinated to be a good citizen. Those people who didn't, fuck them. We should have a vaccine passport.
That makes zero sense.
But here's the problem with it: the vaccine passport, it doesn't end there. It's going to keep going, and it's going to lead to some sort of a social system. You're going to have a social credit system similar to what they have in China.
You think it'll happen in our lifetime?
100%.
You're saying 100%?
100% it can happen
Are
in our
you
lifetime.
okay with that?
No.
Okay, so then
100% can happen in our lifetime because people will step with it. They will go as long as it benefits them and as long as it aligns with their ideology. They will ignore the dangers of a social credit system, and they will embrace it.
Yeah.
If I would never thought people would be, look, 6 months ago, the White House was saying there's no way we would ever use some sort of a vaccine mandate. There's no
but
way.
Kamala said I would never take the vaccine that Trump's coming.
So did Biden.
Yeah, both of them said that. Yeah.
Yeah, they both did.
Yeah.
But then once they got into office 6 months ago, they said we would never use a mandate. We would never try to force businesses or people to be vaccinated. Now they are saying that. Now they want you to do that. Did you see that video where they're talking about Biden's talking about the hurricane?
No.
Have you ever seen this?
No.
Have you seen that, Jamie? Here, I'll say the one where the kid's laughing. Here, I'll send you this one because this is the funniest one. Because these guys were watching them say this, and as these guys are watching them say this, it's just funny. Here, I'm saying.
Okay, so they talk about social credit, like America would get social credit, except America already has social credit in the form of credit cards, as I said before when we were originally watching this, and I moved on to watch the fucking Nintendo Baby Switch thing, the Nintendo Baby Game Direct Conference. So, my man said that's financial credit. Social credit literally bars you from the exact same shit that financial credit bars you from. The only difference is the over-encompassing nature of social credit that stops you from accessing like fucking high-speed rail and shit like that. With alternatives, but still, that's the only difference. Like, social credit doesn't allow you to take high-speed rail. You have to take like the regular rail. Well, guess what? We don't even have fucking high-speed rail in this country. So there you go. That amenity is like not available for any singular person in America. Therefore, the social credit system and the American fucking credit score system is exactly identical. If not, the American one might even be worse. Social credit doesn't ban you from public transportation. Shut the fuck up. That's a lie. It literally bars you from taking high-speed rail. That's it. Which we don't have. So... So America fundamentally has the social credit system. It's called nobody has a fucking high-speed rail ever. I love this. He says it blacklists you from websites and careers. So does the financial credit system. Are you kidding me? Your fucking employer often will run a credit report on you. You are wrong if you think that that does not happen. So does your credit score. By the way, I'm not saying the social credit system is good. I'm just using a bad system to show you that we already have a bad system here and to remove your fucking dumbass Orientalist perspective that it's bad when the fucking Chinese do it, but it's good when we do it. Okay? It's bad when they do it, and it's bad when we do it here. Please understand and recognize that. Use the energy you have against use the xenophobic energy you have against like China having some sort of credit system that is immoral and abhorrent and wrong to recognize that we have that here. Anyway, in a similar capacity. You need a good credit score to just rent an apartment, dude. The fuck are you talking about?
Send you this. Hold on, give me 1 second. It's
hurricane.
Yeah,
Biden.
he's telling them they should get vaccinated before the hurricane comes.
It's obviously a joke, right?
No, it's not a joke. He's being dead serious. But you got to watch this. I just sent it to you, Jamie. Let's watch it. We'll watch it on the screen. We'll have a nice laugh. Because it's not that you shouldn't get vaccinated. That's not what I'm saying. It's just like the narrative is so overwhelming that it applies to everything now. It applies to the fucking hurricane. Play this. Give me some volume.
In a state where hurricanes often strike,
look at these two guys,
like Florida or the Gulf Coast or into Texas, a vital part of preparing for hurricane season is to get vaccinated now. Everything is more complicated if you're not vaccinated in a hurricane or natural disaster hits.
Dude, how the hell does that make any sense, though? Okay, so
People
way,
are just stepping in line.
You're,
They're
not,
stepping in
you're
line.
not saying don't take the vaccine. That's
No,
not what you're
no,
saying.
I think a lot of people should take the vaccine.
Okay, so I got a story for you here from my personal end. My dad is 79 years old, okay? Conversation came about the vaccine. He said, are you taking it? I said, I'm not taking it. I was in the Army.
Fuck yeah, dude. I was in the fucking Army, dude. Which means I took every vaccine available and more, but also this one that everyone took. Yeah, I'm not taking that shit.
In the Army, the first day of going into the Army, they give you...
Bro, what's Joe Rogan doing? Is he just like literally... Is he like... Has he gotten to a point where it's like only anti-vaxxers are allowed to come on? Like, why is he literally destroying his own brand here? It makes no sense. I actually feel like he's just like, I'm going to see how far I can get away with just exclusively turning the Joe Rogan experience to the fucking anti-vaxxer experience until people are just like, all right, fuck this guy. I can't watch this anymore. Especially because, like, it's basically impossible to listen to him on Spotify. Okay? Spotify I shouldn't be talking shits because, like, you know, if they're going to give me $100 million, I'm going to fucking take that deal. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, if you want to fucking stream Fear and Malding on Spotify, we can have a conversation. But Spotify podcasts are fucking hard to listen to because it, like, literally pumps the ad. You can't skip it. You can't skip the ad. The fuck? It makes me so annoyed, dude. So, like, what is the value added with Joe Rogan? Like, he's just like you're just gonna sit there and like listen to fucking ads on Spotify exclusively to like listen to Joe Rogan fucking constantly talk about, like, with the most boring guest too, constantly talk about fucking vaccine mandates and shit. Jesus Christ. Bro, Fear and Malding has hella ads. Wait, it does? Do they just run on Spotify? Like, I have no idea. I have no control over it. We did our first ever brain read for Fear and Malding.
...11 air shots when you go in. Pss, 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 and you just go through it. Literally. You walk
11 shots in one day?
11 shots in one day, back to back to back. And you say, don't move. If you move a little, you get a scar. I mean, I'll never forget this. I was 18 years old. So I've had plenty of vaccine in myself. It's probably why I'm a little bit off. But so my dad, okay, he says, should I get the vaccine? I said, Dad, it's up to you. What do you want to do? He says, Pat, you know, I'm 70-some years old. I said, Dad, if you're 79, do what you want to do. He said, I want to get the vaccine. He said, when I got the vaccine. Great. I didn't get the vaccine. I got COVID. So he ends up getting the vaccine, and 2 weeks ago, he just got his negative back from COVID. He got positive, and he got pneumonia. My dad had 79, and he is okay. He's done. He scored away. He has nothing to worry about today. Would it have been different if he didn't have the vaccine? I don't know. Okay,
Most likely it would have been.
Most likely would have been. So I
It would have
think
been worse.
it made sense that he
Yes.
took the vaccine and it benefited him. A friend of mine, younger than in my 20 years, in great shape, didn't take the shot. He got vaccine. He got COVID and had pneumonia, was in a hospital for 4 weeks. Literally, he was hospitalized, right? For myself, I didn't take the vaccine. There's a few reasons why I haven't taken the vaccine.
Wait, what? What is going on, dude? Their anecdotes also are not like anti-vax anymore.
Yet. That's my own reason why I haven't taken a vaccine yet. But the biggest challenge for me is the conversation of being forced to take the vaccine. So Nicki Minaj, I'm sure you're kind of following the story with what's going on with Nicki.
Like, usually when these homies do anecdotes, they're like, you know, well, a friend of mine took the vaccine and they're gay now. You know, they got a vaccine injury and now they're, you know, they're gay. These guys' anecdotes are like, yeah, my dad had the vaccine. Thank God he did. He got COVID and he's fine now. A friend of mine didn't get the fucking vaccine. a friend of mine didn't get the vaccine and he almost died. Now they just moved on to the mandate, I guess? Like, what's going on?
Her cousin's testicles?
Her cousin's testicles, yeah, in Trinidad. and people are saying, are you kidding me about these testicles? So whether these testicles are just massive or something happened to them or it was because of the vaccine, let's set that aside with the testicles.
I've never heard of testicles swelling as a side effect.
I've heard of other things, but not
Yes.
because of the vaccine. So,
Yes.
okay, so that's that part. All right, so she goes up there and she says, I don't want to take it. On her live, well, Joe, you got to listen to her live. It's so funny because she puts the camera and the camera's at the ceiling. You
And
never
she's just
see her
talking.
face. You're just
Right.
talking. It's alive, right? And she says, let me get this straight because she put it out on Twitter that I got a call from the White House to go and have a meeting at the White House with the health secretary and what do you call it, with Fauci, right?
Mm-hmm.
Meeting with Fauci. And she said, I would like to come, but I would like it to be live. Instead of me traveling, I'd much rather not travel. Let's do a live. And they say, yeah, we don't mind doing a live. We just don't want it to be recorded. She says, no, I want it to be recorded because I want my audience to see whether this is, so I'm honest with the audience. They said, well, let us think about it. She has her PR rep on it and her agent on the call. So it's not like she's by herself. Then the White House comes back and says, no, we never told you that you're going to be doing this live, right? Because she tweeted us and I got a call from White House.
Wait, she fucking made that up. That she was going to go into the White House and film it? Like, why is he just like saying she made that shit up? The White House said we would have a doctor call her if they want. Bro, I don't believe that the White House would make an exception for Nicki Minaj. I'm going to be honest with you. I just don't. I don't believe that. Like, maybe the Trump White House might have done that. The Trump White House 100% would have done that, actually. But, like, I don't think, like, a normal White House is going to be like, oh, yeah, Nicki Minaj, like, please come bring your unvaccinated self to the White House and, like, what, talk to a literal 700-year-old corpse, dude? Like, what do they think that, like, they're gonna expose Joe Biden, who's been alive when the fucking, when writing was invented, okay? When modern history started, Joe Biden was like, yeah, it's the Mac attack, Jack. You think that guy, they're going to put that guy next to Nicki Minaj, who is unvaccinated? No shot, dude. They literally bust him out of the fucking cryo chamber once a day.
And she says, why can't I have the choice to not do it? Why can I not have the choice? The biggest contradiction for me...
To not do the vaccine?
I don't want to take the vaccine. Mm-hmm. They're forcing her to do it. And, you heard a couple of the folks from, I don't know what it was, when they came out and they said, who was the lady that we were talking about? She says, I got 2 million followers, girl. I'm not at your level with, 22 million followers on Twitter. You can do better, girl. You ought to be ashamed of yourself for doing this because now people are not taking a vaccine.
Who said that to her?
Who's Joy? What's her name?
Joyanne Reed?
Yeah, I think that's who it was.
Yeah.
And so she comes back and she says,
Someone said on TikTok that you are very comfortable around black women. Like, that argument is so fucking annoying to me. That's like such a dumb take. What do you want me to be? Uncomfortable, dude? Yeah, I am. I'm literally comfortable, dude. Yes. I know. Like, sorry, I guess. And then the counter is like, no, we don't want you to be comfortable. It's like, okay, well, fuck you then, I guess. No, I'll just be like uncomfortable around black women instead, I think. Fucking 16-year-old TikTok rad libs, dude. Holy shit.
Just because I don't want to do it, I don't want to do it. So why do I have to do it? I may end up doing it because I have to go on tour and I have to do this part. But if you're going to a point, Joe, yourself, where you're talking about 100% this is going to happen in our generation, then I ask you, are you okay with that?
I didn't say 100% it's going to happen. I said 100% it could happen, that we
got
have a social credit score in this country. The same people that are accepting a vaccine passport, my position is I do not believe once the government has the ability to control your movement, what you do, and when you do it, if they
That's so wild because, like, we already have vaccine passports. Yeah, that's right. We kind of do that already. We have vaccine passports for international travel to specific locations. We have vaccine passports for schools. Like, we literally have that. And yet, you know, this, like, mass control thing that Joe Rogan's talking about has not started yet, but I guess, like, you know, it could happen, dude. It could happen. Like, I'm not saying it will. I'm just saying it could. It's like, it's a cop out. And as far as like mass surveillance goes, like, it's already happening, like way before the fucking vaccine passports or whatever.
Now I'm forcibly feminizing you, bitch. Sorry, you are now going to get forcibly feminized. I am going to, at gunpoint, forcibly feminize you. Now I'm forcibly feminizing you, bitch.
When bi girls get a new boyfriend?
Now I'm forcibly feminizing you, bitch. Sorry, you are now going to get forcibly feminized. I am going to, at gunpoint, forcibly feminize you. Now I'm forcibly...
Will I ever have a sound that goes viral on TikTok for like something for a non-joke? It's like impossible, I think. It's never gonna happen. Random at any short boy character. What was the context for this clip? I don't even remember. What was the context? Someone in chat will remember. Someone was probably making an argument that, like, you know, school is trying to make you trans or something. For vaccines? Was it vaccines? All right, let's keep going back to this.
They can put limitations on your freedom, and that is what it is. That it makes it easier to control people. Once they do that, I do not believe they're going to leave it at a vaccine passport.
I agree with you.
I think they're going to expand it, and
Sure.
I think the next logical move is some sort of a social credit score. And you'll look at a bunch of things. Have you paid your taxes? Are you in debt? Do you owe money on your credit cards? Are you in default of loans? Have you been vaccinated? Have you voted?
I don't understand. Does he, like, bro, what planet is Joe Rogan living on, dude? Do you have a laminated card that tells me that you know how to fucking commandeer the vehicle that you're inside of? Are you wearing a seatbelt? Like, before you know it, they're going to be asking you, do you have a license to toast your own toast in your own damn house? That's how this works. It's called tyranny, folks. I'm Joe Rogan, and this is the Joe Rogan Experience. Yeah, that's right, chatter. That is exactly right. What have I always told you? Conservatives love doing this thing where they explain things that already exist, but with a skeptical tone to make it seem like it's like somehow dangerous or bad. And Joe Rogan is 100% doing that currently, where he is describing things that are already in place while making it seem like these are nefarious and scary and horrible things.
Once they do that, I do not believe they're going to leave it at a vaccine passport.
I agree with you.
I think they're going to expand it, and
Sure.
I think the next logical move is some sort of a social credit score. And you'll look at a bunch of things. Have you paid your taxes? Are you in debt? Do you owe money on your credit cards? Are you in default of loans? Have you been vaccinated? Have you voted? And all those things.
And who you voted for.
Well, that would be problematic, but all
Okay, with the exception of like, have you voted? They literally have all of that. It exists. It's a credit score. It's not good, by the way. Don't misunderstand me. But the vax mandate also, like vax cards, I guess, or a vax passport or vax mandate also exists in schools, and that is good.
All those things could be designed into a social credit program.
Yeah.
Where you could see in a person who has poor social credit, a person who's been to jail for
literally every single thing that he just mentioned is a credit score, like with the exception of the vaccine and who you voted for. Joe Rogan describes a credit score. Joe Rogan describes a credit score as something that could be terrifying for America. And I personally, I mean, didn't he like literally worked? Didn't he actually work jobs before fucking Hollywood?
Well, you see very weird things.
Oh God. Okay, we'll look at that in a second.
You know, armed robbery, a person who owes taxes.
No credit score is not needed to go to a fucking gym, says Kermit the Krog. Wait, first of all, that's not the argument that I'm making, but that's not how fucking social credit or credit scores work in general. But even then, a fucking gym membership absolutely does fuck your credit score up.
That person would have a lower credit score and they wouldn't be allowed into certain buildings.
Why is this a bad thing?
It's because it's control.
Okay.
It's having the ability to tell people what they can and can't do. Having
Sure.
the government, if you're a free person,
Yeah.
you've made mistakes or you're trying to do better in your life, but you've had some horrible scenarios in your past. You're supposed to be free to try to navigate and do better in your
Yeah.
life. If you're restricted and very clearly restricted by a set of parameters that's decided by other people that doesn't have to do with law, like it's not like you need to be locked up because you're a criminal. You have a social credit score like they're implementing in China. What it does is it keeps people scared and it keeps people in line. And it's a fantastic way to control the population. And that's what it's used for.
Should we do something about it?
I think talking about it is a good thing. I think talking about it like we're talking about, allowing people to recognize that this is something that could potentially happen.
You think there's
the
a next
vaccine
step?
passport?
Yeah, dude, we got to talk about this stuff, man. This thing is called a credit score. I mean, we should talk about it. We should talk about it. It's a bad thing. We should do everything we can to stop this from existing. I think it's a terrifying system. Maybe if he talks about it enough, he'll start to realize that it already fucking exists, dude. Like, that could be fun. Maybe he should talk about it with people that, like, recognize that it already exists. Except this, like, multi-level marketing Andy should know that it exists. Isn't he literally like an MLM schemer? Why does Joe Rogan have a multi-level marketing creator here? Like a business, an MLM pyramid scheme business creator here. What's going on? Like, who the fuck wants to listen to this dude? I don't understand it.
Just 6 months ago was conspiracy theory nonsense. Like people were like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're not going to have a vaccine passport. No one was accepting the fact that this was real. This is stuff that Alex Jones talked about. But now it's a real thing.
LA and New York.
Dude, that's a classic joke that I've fucking made a bunch of times here. But Ammo JD just wrote it in the chat as well. Joe Rogan is 100% right. Next thing you know, the federal government will start assigning numbers to each person so they can keep track of what benefits you're eligible for and how much money you made, and then take away some of that money too. And this is fucking tyranny. Like, absolutely, dude. Can you imagine? Like, you go and you fucking purge the vehicle, okay? You go and you purge the vehicle, and then you have to walk into a government facility, give them your address, okay? Give them all of your information. They take a photo of you. They want to know if you have like proper vision. And then they fucking test whether or not you can drive your own car. Like, what the fuck? I bought it. It doesn't matter. Like, I bought it already. It's my car. I can drive it whenever the fuck I want. It's my constitutional right. It should never happen. It should never, ever happen. I can't even comprehend the fear that we should have, all of us would have, if the government assigned us numbers at birth. It would be terrible. It would, honestly, it would be terrifying. If they assigned us numbers at birth. That's right, we're nothing but numbers to them at this point. Terrible. It is dystopian. Look at this anti-vax get dunked on by 16-year-olds.
You triggered?
I'm not triggered, you're just an asshole.
No,
you
you're
can
wearing a
donate
mask.
$50 and I'll let you go.
Dude, anybody that wears a mask is a traitor to the United States.
What the fuck are you talking about,
You're
bro?
a traitor to freedom across the world.
People are not
Dude,
comfortable
kids,
talking to you if you don't have a mask on. It's my job.
Look, kids get expelled from school if they don't wear masks.
I don't give a shit. I'm not in school.
That's tyranny, dude. They're abusing little kids. So you're enabling that, bro.
Whatever, bro.
How does it feel? How does it feel to be a tyrant, bro?
Hey, bro, don't walk away. I need your name. You can either delete that video or you can donate $50.
This guy's triggered because I
This
filmed him.
guy's triggered because shut the fuck up, you little bitch.
What are you gonna do about it?
Nothing. I'm not about to assault you and go to jail. I got shit to lose, unlike you. You're out here with no job, just walking around recording people, bitch.
Dude, what the fuck?
Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
Dude, imagine getting owned by a fucking kid in a Dare t-shirt. Just honestly, just end the broadcast at that point. The moment that you get owned by a kid in a fucking Dare t-shirt, dude. I didn't even know Dare still existed. I thought it was a fucking failure. Like, the war on drugs is over, dude. Okay, drugs won. It's done. It's game over. They're already fucking letting people, they're literally foregoing. They've rebranded to help school lunches. Oh, wait, really? They just give you drugs now. It's gone. Just ironic t-shirts now. No, I think they like literally he's not wearing the Dare shirt, ironically. No, the other kid has a fucking Dare shirt too, man. What the fuck are you talking about? They're in front of a Dare podium. He's not wearing it ironically. Maybe the organization changed. What is this? Why do you trust masks and the vaccine so blindly? My mom got fucked up from the vaccine. It was devastating. She got her dose at the top of the hour every hour during the 6-second ad break. Sag. They changed it to like have people not drink unless about drugs. I'm sick and tired of it, dude. I am. You're literally taking away my one joy, okay? You're taking away my one fucking joy of the day. When I'm in the middle, I'm just spitting. I'm spitting, and then boom, out of nowhere, I'm like, wow, that's the ad break. And you guys are like, whoa, how did he do that? No. And then you just yoink it away from me, dude. And then you get to feel that fucking joy. And that's bullshit. Anyway, yeah, it's fucking top of the hour. You can subscribe if you want to. It's fucking $4 or free if you have a Twitch Prime. If you don't want to subscribe, you can use the ad block or a VPN. But Twitch Prime is free. Here's the ad break now.
Walk away, I need your name. You can either delete that video or you can donate $50.
This guy's triggered because I
This
filmed him.
guy's triggered because shut the fuck up, you little bitch.
What are you gonna do about it?
Nothing. I'm not about to assault you and go to jail. I got shit to lose, unlike you. You're out here with no job, just walking around recording people, bitch ass.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. Fuck you.
All right.
So are you gonna donate or are you gonna sign a
You're
release?
the beta
form?
wearing a mask, dude.
A beta wearing a mask?
Yeah, betas wear masks.
Bro, then why don't you put me in my place? I'm talking to you like an alpha. What
If
you gonna
this
do?
was like 200 years ago, I would love to, bro, but...
That's crazy, because it's 2021, and you totally could, but you're not.
We can't just fight people like on the streets.
You're a pussy.
I wish we could, dude.
Pussy.
I really wish
Pussy.
we could, but we can't do
Pussy.
it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep wearing that mask.
I will.
Yeah.
Stupid bitch. See ya.
Kid, this kid is the coolest fucking kid. Holy shit. Normally, what the fuck, dude? Normally, like 16-year-olds are fucking out of control. I mean, I was a horrible child. He got fired from. So I'm Rye, the guy owning the anti-masker on the front page today. Unfortunately, I lost my job today. Hashtag justice for Rye. Hashtag I lost my job for this. I believe Dare removed curriculum concerning cannabis in 2016. At least that's what I was told by my trainer. Unmute Boomer. Oh shit, it was fucking. I was like, what the fuck's going on? I'm glad I unmuted, chat.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Good meme, dude. Thanks, chatter. Make it louder. It's already fucking max volume. Wait, what? Gamers shouldn't have rights? Overwatch team comes up with bold, somber skin based on AOC's Met Gala dress? What the fuck? She hacks in the game. This is dope. Yeah, whatever, dude. It's fine. It's just you guys are soy facing. What? This is great white woman pyramid scheme content? Why women are quitting their side hustle, leaving LuLaRoe? It's just like, oh yeah, here. I was gonna show you. You guys want to know Joe Rogan's latest guest, folks? This is the guy.
I don't know about you, but I'm deeply concerned with how divided America is today. And I think there are only two people that can help us unify America, with one of them being former President Barack Obama and the other being, yes, former President Donald J. Trump. And this is why I'm putting $5 million of my own money, $2.5 million to President Obama, $2.5 million to President Trump, to agree to do a long-form interview to discuss ideas with only one thing in mind: to help unify America. Having said that, President Obama, President Trump, let me address why I think you ought to consider doing this. Number one, I think if we were to look at America as a left wing and a right wing, I think the voice of the left wing today is still President Obama, and the voice of the right wing today is still President Donald J. Trump. But when I think about the two of you, I think about two people who...
Bro, why do these people think that, like, how is he so confident, dude? Like, how is he so confident? He's just like, he's just such a fucking dumbass. It blows my mind. Like, you can see how he like thinks he just thought up the most awesome, most epic idea. He's like, man, not a single person has thought about this shit before me, dude. I'm the best to ever do it. Like, it's wild. Like, and then also other people literally fucking retweet this, going like, oh my God, this is so good, dude. Fuck yeah. Like, what a great idea, dude. Like, shit, dude. It will fucking fix the country, dog. Fuck me.
both love America. They have different ideas, but I think both of you love America. And I also see today, whenever we see a husband and wife that are about to go through a divorce, we see signs of a divorce. You see it 6 months before, 12 months before, 8 months before, and you try to do whatever you can.
He's got that fucking, like, he's got the confidence, man. He's got that fucking straight confidence, man, like mannerisms too.
And to save that marriage, but you kind of see it's coming. I think the world, if they're watching us, China, Iran, Russia, is seeing a great divorce could potentially happen with the United States of America. And what can we do to save that marriage? Obviously, they would love to see us get a divorce.
Dude, I'm never going to click on this. Like, I promise you, you've been spamming this. I'm just not going to click on it. Okay? I don't know, like, I don't know what's going on here. You've only written in the chat spamming this. I'm not going to click on this sus shit. Okay? Stop begging me. I don't know what's happening here. Like, I appreciate dedication, not clicking on it. That link doesn't even work? Okay. The link doesn't work. Wasn't going to click on it even if it did work.
But I think a man both of you admire, Abraham Lincoln, once said the following: "We are not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passion may have..."
Dude, I wonder what Abraham Lincoln did. I wonder what did he do? There was a thing that came before all this.
Strained, it must not break our bonds of affection. The mystic chords of memory will swell when again touched, as surely they will be by the better angels of our nature. I don't know if you'll agree with this or not, but I think the world thinks the two of you are enemies. And it doesn't make any sense to have two presidents of the greatest nation in the world to be enemies.
Okay, has
what do you
anyone
think
else...
would happen if the two of you sat down together? How would China, Iran, or Russia react to that? Why does this matter to me? See, I have 4 kids. I just had my last kid 2 weeks ago. Brooklyn, Ivy, Bet David, and I'm in the hospital looking at this baby saying to myself, your daddy's dreams became a reality because of this great country called America with the flag behind me. But are your dreams going to become a reality? Is this the same thing as it was 42 years ago, 22 years ago? I don't know. I'm going to do my part. I can't run for office, but I'm going to do whatever I can to unite this great nation here. So if you're watching this, and if you agree to this, I would love to schedule the time. And folks, if you're watching this and you want to see this become a reality, share it with everybody you know.
Dude, I love this. I love this. Like, he really thought he did something. Like, this was going to happen in his mind. That's awesome. Coffeezilla made a video on this dumbass's MLM, same energy as that big dog Gary V.
Once seen as the new way to make a part-time or full-time income from home, now it's almost universally ridiculed and mocked by anyone because, guys, we've done the experiment. The numbers are in. It's a failing business model that doesn't work except if you're at the tippity top. If you can get enough suckers underneath you to lose money, you can then make money. That is true. That is an honest thing they say. Take a load off, grab some popcorn, and enjoy the marketing versus the reality. Get ready for some contradiction, some hypocrisy, some lies. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the $10 million studio. I'm your host, Coffeezilla, and today...
Ben Shapiro roller you? Please link that. I would love to see that. That'd be awesome.
Today, you know what we're taking a look at? Some of the great MLMs, right? Let's first watch some of the marketing, right? Bring down the computer monitor, of course. The first thing we're going to be looking at is Amway. You guys know them. They're sort of the original schemers, the original get-rich-quick scheme. And let's take a look at what they say about themselves.
Wow, they really paid $4 million bonuses? My uncle made a lot of money. Are they really doing business in 80 countries? Really are number one. And they don't do Orlando Magic. Did you really make that much? How can I get started? Do you really want to know? Let me show you.
Dude, Hans Zimmer get in on this? Wow. There they are, the schemers. So they're showing themselves with famous people. Okay, we get it. Relax! You sell like potions and lotions to women at home. You're not exactly flying things to the moon with SpaceX. You don't need to do this. It's just a bunch of irrelevant numbers. What do we need to know is, like, can you make a living with Amway?
We give people opportunities to have a business of their own. They will do things we could never imagined possible before.
Okay, that's way too much out of Amway's mouth. So that, right before that, that's Doug DeVos, the now president of Amway. And he's saying,
notice anything about that last name, boys? That's right. That's right. Old Betsy. Old education secretary, because her credentials were literally blowing up education, public education and public schools in her backyard. Old Betsy DeVos. Also related to the Eric Prince, founder of Blackwater Defense Contracting, formerly known as Blackwater, now known as Academy, I think. Why did they change their names? Well, they changed their names because they did a lot of war crimes. That's why they changed their names. Anyway, let's keep going.
look, we're empowering people with businesses. So, number one red flag, no, you're not. You are a employee. Well, you're a consultant. You're a independent contractor for Amway, but you're not a business owner. Let's be completely clear about that. But I think you get the idea from the DC Comics trailer here. You're gonna make a lot of money with Amway. It's an exciting place to work with a lot of money. $40 billion in bonuses and incentives, they say. So, how much do you really make from Amway? Well,
the reason why we're watching this is because I guess he will inevitably turn his attention from Amway to newer multi-level marketing schemes and focus on, I guess, the dude that we were just watching on Joe Rogan.
Turns out, if you're in the bottom 50%, you make about $400. If you're in the top 10%, the median income is $3,000, average $11,000. That's worse than working at McDonald's, which means only one thing. McDonald's is the greatest income opportunity of our era. No, seriously, if you work a minimum wage job at McDonald's, you're making more than 90% of Amway employees or independent business owners, whatever they call it. That's such a lie, by the way. Top 1%, okay, ladies and gentlemen, $43,000 median income. Guys, you're the valedictorian and you're making like a regular wage from like a regular job. This does not justify. Maybe the way we start recruiting for Walmart, McDonald's, is by start playing like the employee thing, but instead,
Brianna gets a demonstration from the master burger builder.
Now, next up on the chopping block, oh, buddy, we've been needing to do this one for a while. Patrick Bet David, ladies and gentlemen. Oh,
this guy, the guy who's gonna unite America. Hashtag reunited states. That's right, dude. My man, who was recently on the Joe Rogan Experience, Joseph Robinette Rogan Experience, talk about how he was in the army and how vaccines are, questionable. You should be questioning the vaccines. That guy. Let's see what he has to say.
Owner and founder of People Helping People, an MLM focused on life insurance. You may know him, though, from his YouTube channel, Valuetainment. Now, I have no problem with Valuetainment. I like it. I'll watch Patrick all day on Valuetainment, to be quite honest with you. But the MLM, Pat, what are you doing with the MLM? Because it bills itself as like solving all the problems, guys. It says, student debt, crisis. What's going to save you? Let's watch their advertising.
Will the rising trade tensions between the U.S. and China just keep pushing these markets lower?
Underemployment among recent college grads.
Saving for retirement.
Put some fear in them.
It's not easy to ignore the financial problems we have today. In retirement, not a chance. Everyone talks about it, yet very few bring financial solutions to solve it.
Oh boy, here we go. Big promises.
Until now.
The champ is here! The champ is here! The champ is here!
Bro, the moment I see a fucking hotel conference room like this that's dimly lit with like big fucking lights, it's over. Ding, 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 ding. You, my friend, are about to purchase a timeshare. Or worse, you are about to enter a cult. Or worse, you are about to, lose all your money on some fucking multi-level marketing schemes, okay? That's right, dude. The moment that you find yourself inside of a fucking hotel conference room like this, and a guy is like getting hyped up on stage, is done. It's a wrap. Get the fuck out of there, okay? This is a rule. Do you understand? I'm giving you guys a Hasanabi rule. I got some rules. This is one of those things. Okay? You are entering a cult, or worse, a pyramid scheme. Because at least in a cult, you're going to get laid. Not saying that you should join a cult, but I feel like there's a lot of sex happening in cults. So that's one thing. No sex is happening at the fucking BitConnect conference. Okay? Anyway, let's keep going.
Champ is here! The champ is here!
One company dares to dream bigger and do the impossible. One company pushes the limits of the status quo.
Wow. We got it all, guys. We got people smoking cigars, fat cats, dude. This is a lot like the Amway thing. It's like a younger Amway. It's nice. It's fresh. It's exciting. So what is the reality of PHP? According to the disclosure they have to file. Let's check it out because they say they have the top compensation plan.
With the top compensation package in the marketplace for entrepreneurial agency builders, PHP is ushering a new era of multicultural and diverse agents.
Wow. So you heard them. World class. This is the best we're going to get today in terms of compensation plans. So it better be good. So we got to go through a little bit of this. The first thing you have to notice, this is a measure of the average of the life licensed agents in the periods of January through December 31st, 2019. So I wanted to make sure to get 2019's income disclosure because I know COVID shook things up. I didn't want to, get that in the mix. So this is that, and it's for agents that got their license because I know you have to get like licensed with these kinds of businesses. So I wanted to make sure we measured the licensed agents, and they said this is licensed agents. Well, let's check out the numbers. $800,000 of income. That's pretty good. Well, how many people get that? 0.13%. Okay. So it drops pretty steeply off from that. Okay. 300,000, not bad. 0.14%. Now, going on from that, like you basically have 1% of people making a really good income, it seems like. Because 0.75% make $148,000. That's a great living.
Wait a minute. Hold on one second. Wait, that does feel a lot like, let's say this is where the top 1% is. Like that's the amount, that's the major income that they're making. And then if we were to look at that, like, wait, hold on. It's weird. It does feel a lot like this. What's happening here? That's really interesting. Let's keep going.
Very well with that. Well, now we drop into the middle class, right? 1% of the people do that. It's still great. Still good compensation. Here's where it really falls off. Down here, I don't know if you can see that, 64% of paid agents, these are agents getting paid, made $200. The vast majority of people who made money with PHP barely paid off their enrollment fee of $200 that year. You hardly broke even on an enrollment fee, over half. Now, 20% of them made $2,000 in a single year. Terrible income. Let's just be honest. That's like a side hustle at best. 7,000, same thing. 6% of people made that, meaning that about 90% of PHP's employees also make less than, take a guess. Everyone got their guess ready? McDonald's employees. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the number one compensation plan in MLM. The thing that's changing everything, that's changing a world full of debt. McDonald's starting salary makes more than 90% of those people. This isn't to dump on those people, by the way. This MLM as a rule, it just doesn't work.
The champ is here.
Guys, I always tell you, MLMs are scams built to enrich the very people at the very top and basically no one else. And to make money, you have to recruit people underneath you. Now, the thing is, these people will tell you, well, of course, Steven, people not many people succeed. It's just like owning a business where most people don't succeed, except there's a problem with that. You don't have to go out and base your success on getting new suckers in the program. This is the problem with MLMs. MLMs involve the majority of their work is, hey, you got to go recruit. So in order for you to succeed, this is what makes MLMs completely unique. You have to make other people go lose. Do you get that? Because to succeed, you have to recruit. And to recruit, you have to knowingly bring people into a system where 90% of the people make less than a McDonald's salary. Where it's probably slightly more than that, right? Yeah, actually it is. Because actually it's 95% of people. Because these 4.8% make only $15,000 a year. I think a minimum wage at McDonald's makes a little bit over that. How do they get away with this stuff, man? It's mind-blowing to me. Now we're going to look at another MLM called Vima. And again, these are their numbers, not mine.
Damn! This bra makes my breasts feel amazing. Michelle, you should get this bra. But in the bra world, if she bought a bra...
Is this guy drunk? This is like Vima's sales guy? What's going on here?
I ain't getting Jack Shinola. That's right.
No Jack Shinola, guys. But you know what? With Vima, you're getting Jack Shinola.
If I tell her to buy that bra, I'm getting broken off some. That's what it's about. Peer to peer. Nobody watches commercials.
Say that to like the billion-dollar advertising industry, you buffoon.
No one ever sits and looks at billboards and goes, yo, man, I gotta see that movie. No, you hear it from what? Your friend.
Oh, this is the greatest lie ever. Forget about the ad age where everyone's like sitting glued to their phone. What are you gonna advertise on someone's phone? No, dude. You're gonna go up to their door, knock on it, and go recruit them. Or better yet, you're gonna tell your friends, hey, use promo code VIMA at checkout. Like, what do you think's gonna happen?
Your homeboy, your hombre. Tell them how they can make money. The whole thing is, every time I drink this, I'm making money.
You just get 2 of your friends to be customers. They tell 2 of their friends.
I love how this is like the broke version of multi-level marketing. Like, this is like the poor guy's version of a pyramid scheme. It's like they're not even trying to make this look legitimate. It's like, hey man, it's just like you drink the stuff, man, and then you make money. Now, of course, when you go to their disclosure statements, you will find that 40% of the people make $900. Woohoo. Anyway, you go down the list and you find that once again, the vast majority make less than a Walmart employee. Yes, I'm changing it up for McDonald's. Now, what I love about this, these guys are always talking about how they're different, how 9-to-5s suck. And it's such poetic justice that they actually end up making, the vast majority of them, way, way less than if they had just gone and been a Walmart greeter. Now, for our last commercial today, guys. I hope you've enjoyed it, by the way, so far. Let me know if you have in the comments below. We're checking out iMarkets Live. Stock guys, Austin Gotzi, you've seen these guys?
What are you doing right now?
Watching you, cringing with you.
Clearing the path of wealth and a lifestyle most dream of?
Probably not.
Do you have enough?
Dude, this shit is so bad, dude. It's so fucking nasty. Like, they're literally preying on... it's just every industry is this in America now. I mean, this is what, like, podcasting has turned into, too. Like, it's just like... Whoever is better at effectively arguing for their fan base to fucking wither away because they are, they don't trust the vaccine and instead are taking like ivermectin or whatever. Whoever does that better gets to the top of the fucking pile.
Honestly, in debt.
To retirement.
No.
Enjoy life and take care of your health. Do you have enough to take care of your family?
Nah. What? Looking for the bag. Honestly, if I can get a job with you guys, pay me well. I'll shell.
Why not enjoy your life now and make massive money? Enough to enjoy later also. Yes?
Guys, this is a bit on the nose, don't you think? Don't you think this is a little too much? No? Marketing team didn't think this was not subtle enough?
Yes? You can be as successful as a Wall Street trader without spending years to acquire the knowledge.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the old don't spend time to make money, get rich quick. Is that basically what you're saying? Because you're saying don't spend any time learning things. So let's check out their income disclaimer, guys. Yeah, you go ahead and you find out 67% of iMarket's live people are barely cracking $100, which I think is less than the fee. 16% are cracking under $1,000. 9% are cracking under $2,000. Have you noticed a similarity between all of these income disclosures? First of all, they're all promising you wild success. Everyone says they have the greatest compensation plan in the world. The reality is, a bunch of losers, a couple winners. And the only reason, and this is important, they're going to say, well, the couple of winners, they just had heart. They're real, true workers. And everyone needs to be like that. No, the reason they're winning is because they got enough people underneath them to step on top of. None of this works without the downline. That's the important key in order to do an
For the record, and obviously CoffeeZilla has done a lot of videos on this as well, but like the rug pull that influencers do is kind of like this as well, but even worse somehow, because influencers actually do have influence, especially over like a younger, more impressionable audience of individuals. And it's the exact same mentality that drives them as well. I'm about to make a lot of money, bro. We're going to get the bag. We're going to the moon. We're going to the fucking moon. Boom. Nope. Only he's going to the moon. You're not going to the moon. You're going to Walmart. What's going on, dude? Yeah, Aiden Ross and all these other fucking dudes that did this shit, they did exactly this. It is the modern day equivalent, which is why I find it additionally hilarious that, like, you know, the main guy that kind of went to prison for the pump and dump schemes, Jordan Belfort, who Martin Scorsese made a wonderful movie out of, is still doing the exact same shit. And he's hanging out with Drake. I don't know what to say. Like, I don't know. At a certain point, it's like, where does capitalism end and cronyism begin? Well, you know, here at the Hasan broadcast, you know that it's the same photo.
Improperly. You cannot have everyone succeeding. That's literally, you can't do it. It wouldn't work. The way this works is 90% or more, usually 95, 98%, have to fail miserably in order for the 1%, the 2% to make it and be wildly successful. And then they tell you, hey, greatest income opportunity of our era. No, I reject that. Anyways, guys, that's basically it. Pump the stock. You could make as much as a Wall Street trader with none of the education. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time.
I know what you mean. This ain't what it seemed. Nothing but a trick. Trying to sell me on a dream, but that was where you lost me. Wake up and smell the coffee.
My buddy met a dude who was giving out a bunch of this shit tokens, saying it was going to be the next meme coin, and banks were going to support it. I literally told my dude that's highly regulated and highly illegal to lie that banks are going to support it. Dude was telling them to give it out to loads of people to get free, get folks hyped on it. I told my dude it's a clear-cut scam. Speaking of devious licks, I've listened to it already. Ben Shapiro debunks whip. I hate this guy. Yeah, I don't care. Okay, let's watch. I want to see the TikTok
Notice that your
algorithm
For You
shit.
page has been a little too accurate lately. It hasn't been things that I'll Google or I talk about. It's been thoughts.
TikTok knows everything about us.
Hold up, don't scroll. Let me ask you something first. Can someone please explain how this algorithm works?
TikTok users often wonder how the world's fastest growing social network seems to know them so well.
TikTok's secretly listening to us while we're watching videos? I don't know.
The answer to how this app gets to know you so intimately is a highly secretive algorithm, long guarded by TikTok's China-based parent company, ByteDance.
TikTok has been so successful in terms of implementing their algorithms.
TikTok's algorithm can influence the thinking of US youth.
To understand how it knows users so well, the Wall Street Journal created over 100 automated TikTok accounts, or bots, that watched hundreds of thousands of videos on the app. We also spoke to current and former executives at the company. Officially, the company says that shares, likes, follows, and what you watch all play a role in what TikTok shows you. We found that TikTok only needs one of these to figure you out: how long you linger over a piece of content. Every second you hesitate or rewatch, the app is tracking you.
I just want to quiet the noise.
Through this one powerful signal, TikTok learns your most hidden interests and emotions.
The most important fucking factor is clout. Is the people's interest in clout. TikTok took the Facebook multi-billion-dollar model of just opening up the fucking content faucet. Many of you are too young to remember this, but I'm an old man, and I've been in the media for a long time now, and part of the reason why I'm right here where I'm at in my career is because of Facebook. Because back in the day, in leading up to 2016, Facebook decided we're going to do videos on the platform. Like around 2015, 2016. So what they did was they opened up the fucking faucet and basically started auto-serving videos to everyone. Your feed was all videos. Full of videos. And people popped the fuck off. BuzzFeed. Upworthy was a fucking massive content farm. Like, every single legacy media operation decided to dump millions of dollars into their video content creation, a Unilad, Clickhole, video content creation strategies so they could make Facebook videos. Now this is another one. That's right around the time when I started doing the TYT Facebook content. The pivot to video. Those videos popped the fuck off. I was getting 30 million views a week. Insane. Facebook was certainly inflating the numbers. Certainly. But they also had a fuckload of people watching. Okay? Facebook was definitely inflating the numbers, but so many people were watching. It was all over the place. And then they fucking shut the faucet off. And it literally destroyed, like, every one of my friends got fucking fired. They all lost their jobs. They all had to fucking leave. There's no more video teams for so many of these media companies. And that's the story. Facebook recognized that people would do everything in their power if they had an opportunity, like big media companies, powerful media companies, would do everything in their fucking power to get in front of that fucking tidal wave of content. TikTok is operating on a similar principle. They were like, this is good. If we can let anyone on the planet become mega famous on any given moment, and everybody wants to be famous, they will stay on this app. They will make free content on this app non-fucking stop. So they basically started making every random person famous for a minute, for a brief moment. But this time, in the aftermath of Vine's success and failures, when we were like 10 years in, 20 years into, YouTube and internet content creators, there was another industry that was finally recognizing that like influencers can make a lot of money. So this time they were ready. So those famous people took advantage of, or the people that were getting famous took advantage of the algorithm super boost. Okay. They took advantage of the algorithm super boost, and then immediately, like, agencies and clever managers immediately just swiped them and turned around and, diversified their content portfolio, made them make YouTube, made them make fucking Instagram accounts and shit like that. But that's why TikTok is so successful. From the TikTok or from the Vine era, you got like a handful of influencers. You got the Logan Pauls of the world and whatnot. You got the Cameron Dallases, blah, blah, blah. Some of those people are not around anymore. From TikTok, because this time the industry was aware and paying attention to it, you're gonna have a lot more staying power on influencers. Why'd Facebook turn off the faucet? They wanted to change the content strategy on the platform. They realized that it's like never going to be a competitor to YouTube. They were greatly lying about their numbers, their video numbers anyway. So they were just like, we need to go back to Facebook being like for friends.
And drives you deep into rabbit holes of content that are hard to escape.
My happy guy. Oh, just a happy.
The TikTok experience starts the same way for everyone. Open the app and you'll immediately see an endless string of videos in your For You feed. Take this new user, a 24-year-old from Henry County, Kentucky. TikTok starts by serving the account a selection of very popular videos vetted by app moderators. Is this person religious?
Because I still have a purpose and you still hold a plan for my life.
Do they want to participate in viral dances? Are they feeling down lately?
Just remember, I loved you once, and that love goes for a friend, family, or any relationship.
What TikTok doesn't know is that the 24-year-old from Kentucky isn't a person at all. It's one of the bot accounts programmed by the Wall Street Journal. Let's call it Kentucky 96. We set up these accounts to understand how TikTok figures out your unexpressed interests. We assigned each bot a date of birth and an IP address, which told TikTok their location. None were given a gender. We gave each bot or user interests, but those interests were never entered into the app. The only way our users expressed their interests was by rewatching or pausing on videos with related hashtags or images. Some were into extreme sports. Others were interested in forestry, or dance, or astrology.
I'm not the babysitter, I'm not the parent.
Or some other topic.
Keep scrolling if you hate animals.
For all our accounts, we found that TikTok draws users in at first by serving a wide variety of videos, many with millions of views. Then, as the algorithm sees what you respond to, the selection of videos and the view counts can get lower and lower, with fewer of them vetted by moderators to see if they violate TikTok's terms of service. We reviewed our experiment and its results with a data scientist, an algorithm expert, and Guillaume Chasleau, a former Google engineer who worked on YouTube's algorithm. He's now an advocate for algorithm transparency. He says TikTok is different from other social media platforms.
The algorithm on TikTok can get much more powerful, and it can be able to learn your vulnerabilities much faster.
In fact, TikTok fully learned many of our account's interests in less than 2 hours. Some it figured out in less than 40 minutes.
On YouTube, more than 70% of the views come from the recommendation engine. So it's already huge, but on TikTok, it's even worse. It's probably like 90-95% of the content that is.
That's why it's crack, boys. That's why it's fucking crack, dude. Straight up. It's so fucking good.
Scene that comes from the recommendation engine.
This is a visualization made from hashtags attached to the videos our bots watched.
So it's double booking, right? On the one hand, it makes you stay on the application because it's so easy to get recommended really cool videos off of like whatever it figured out you're interested in. On the other hand, because it has the power to like make anyone fucking mega famous for one moment, so many people are constantly uploading like dumb shit and funny shit. So a lot of people are on the app because they want to be content creators. They want to be influencers because everybody wants to be an influencer. And also on the other hand, a lot of them are on the application because they're like, oh, this shit is so good. Fucking mainlining it, you know? And turns out the real devious lick is not getting like white American kids in fucking private schools to break their toilets. But the real devious lick was the algorithm after all.
Think of it as a partial view of the universe of TikTok content. Here's where we find dance videos. Over here are the cooking videos. The spindly arms stretching out of the center represent niche content areas. This arm starts with general videos of cute animals. But if we follow it out to the end, we find more specific videos for enthusiasts of French bulldogs. As Kentucky 96 starts its journey, it starts moving around within the mainstream, where TikTok is trying to puzzle out what it wants.
One time I had a TikTok blow up. I got so anxious I threw up and deleted it. You threw up? Like you threw up and you deleted the TikTok. That's hilarious.
We programmed Kentucky 96 to be interested in sadness and depression. Let's see how long it takes TikTok to figure that out.
Life doesn't happen to you, life happens for you. So if life is taking people away from your life and putting new ones in.
Less than 3 minutes into using TikTok, at its 15th video, Kentucky 96 pauses on this.
And that love goes for a friend, family, or any relationship.
Kentucky 96 watches the 35-second video twice. Here, TikTok gets its first inkling that perhaps the new user is feeling down lately.
Whoever comes, let them come. Whoever stays, let them stay. Whoever goes, let them go.
The information contained in this single video provided the app with important clues. The author of the video, the audio track, the video description, the hashtags. After Kentucky 96's first sad video, TikTok serves another one 23 videos later, or after about 4 more minutes of watching.
I'll leave you alone from now on if that's what you want.
This one is a breakup video with the hashtag sad.
Bro, why does anybody watch? Yo, I really am not a depressed guy, you know? My parents had one get 50K and my mom came to me like, what's going on with this? Please help. I swear to God, I'm just not a depressed guy, I think. Like, I would never seek out this kind of content. Like, if I saw this, I would laugh at it and move on. I don't understand it.
You know why I leave you alone? Because I care about your feelings more than mine.
TikTok's still trying to suss out this new user with more high view count videos. Does the new user want to watch videos about friendship?
But look at your material conditions. Man, depression is not like exclusive to your material conditions. Like, just hella rich people that are depressed as fuck. It's like, it's your brain, dude. It's, you know, shit going on up there. I also feel like there's depressed people that I don't understand. Like, do depressed people seek sad TikToks? I don't think so.
Or to laugh at funny fail videos?
Nobody's gonna know. They're gonna know.
You're just a poser emo? Wait, what?
Or do they like videos about home repairs? Other information from your phone, including location, can impact the videos that are shown in a user's feed.
As a Kentuckian, I never thought I'd lose my freedom over a virus.
For instance, Kentucky 96 saw lots about Kentucky, but whether or not it keeps showing you that type of video depends on your response to it. A TikTok spokeswoman said the app does not listen to your microphone or read text messages to serve you personalized videos. At video 57, Kentucky 96 keeps watching a video about heartbreak and hurt feelings. And then, at video 60, watches one about emotional pain. Based on the videos...
Dude, what the fuck? You would be surprised how many times a guy sits in his car, his room, or the bathroom holding back tears because he's confused, hurt, or lost. He wants to give up. So here's the thing, dude. I do think that we just don't know what kind of... Like, we just don't know what kind of fucking brain poison this is. Maybe I'm old, but like, I can't see this being healthy for the content creator. I cannot see this being healthy for the people that are seeking this kind of content. You know what I mean? It's like another banger from the TikTok user Sad Boy Cap. Yeah, like, that's terrible, dude. Especially if you're like 14, you know what I mean? And you're like in TikTok's main age demographic. And you're just like, you're going through like hormonal changes and shit like that. You know what I mean? Nice stolen valor, wearing Korea veteran hat. I'm a Korean veteran, bitch. Know your place. Oh, previously subscribed for 2 months. Fuck you. Okay, asshole. So show some respect. See, there's motherfuckers in here going, that's kind of true about men, though, to be honest. Because he's confused, hurt, or lost. He wants to give up, but when you see his face, he looks fine. He smiles uncomfortable, like nothing ever happened. Dude, I know. It's like relatable shit. It's like supposed to be relatable shit. So what's up? You're Sad Boy Cap now? So you're just, you have to always be sad? You have to make sad content forever. Like, this is not deep, okay? This is not a deep, it is not a deep cut in the way that you think this is. It's just not. It's really not that hard to understand. It's very easy to go into a depressive spiral if you're in one, and seeking out validation and sameness in your depression as well. Yeah. And I feel like that's just like, I don't know. I can't see this being healthy for anybody. You're like, you're doing literally the opposite of touching grass. Okay? You are doing the exact opposite of touching grass. You're saying, fuck touching grass. I'm going to spiral deeper into my fucking negative feedback loop.
No pain. Based on the videos rewatched so far, TikTok thinks that maybe this user wants to see more about love, breakups, and dating. So at about 80 videos and 15 minutes in, the app starts serving more about relationships. But Kentucky 96 isn't interested.
Your voice, your smile, your eyes, your laugh.
The user instead pauses on one about mental health.
If a guy ever cries in front of you, do not let him leave ever. He will never trust any human ever the same. It's not funny. I'm not laughing at that. It's real. Wow. As guys, we get taught to never show emotion because it would help make us weak. Keep him. He trusts you.
Then quickly swipes past videos about missing an ex.
I miss you, and I like having you around.
Advice about moving on, and how to hold a lover's interest.
He spends more time on his phone when he's around you.
Kentucky Kentucky 96 lingers over this video containing the hashtag depression.
Something's wrong with me.
And these videos about suffering from anxiety.
It's like a reward.
After 224 videos into the bot's
Kind of a chat thing to say touch grass in response to depression. Hey, dumbass. The response to depression isn't to just touch grass, okay? Touching grass could be helpful, but it's to touch the grass of your fucking psychiatrist, okay? It's to touch mental health grass. It's to do the exact opposite of this. I'm not saying, oh, if you're depressed, just go fucking, don't be depressed no more. That's clearly what I'm not saying. What I'm simply stating is that when you're depressed, I feel like going into this fucking rabbit hole that is going to only suck you deeper into depression by other dudes that may or may not be depressed that are literally now making money off of like pumping out content like this is probably not the best thing for your psyche, for your mental health. Okay? What we should be doing is getting people to go out and touch grass, getting people to go out and touch the grass in their psychiatrist's office, like I said already, and seeking mental health and at least like positive influences in their lives that break through that fucking negative loop.
Overall journey, or about 36 minutes of total watch time. TikTok's understanding of
I think these cringe depression TikToks are the same thing as listening to sad music when you're upset. Probably negligible, if not positive for them. I mean, I don't know. I've only been depressed one time in my life, so I'm very fortunate. So I can't speak on it. So I don't know. I'm older than you by a few years, and I don't understand why anything on TikTok is interesting to anyone. It's an age thing. Sad music and poetry exist since ages. Don't be such a zoomer. Wait, what? Seeing a doctor is a privilege. I know, man. I know. Fuck it then. I shouldn't recommend it. You're right. Seeing a doctor is a privilege. Therefore, I should not recommend it because that's like classist of me. Yeah, don't go to the emergency room. Oh, fuck, man. I feel like listening to sad music and, sad poetry and stuff like that, people like recounting their experiences, that sort of stuff, I feel like is a little bit different than like people that are like literally fucking hammering like sad moments in your life. It's like another human that's directly telling you like, I don't know.
Kentucky 96 takes shape. Videos about depression and mental health struggles outnumber those about relationships and breakups. From here on, Kentucky 96's feed is a deluge of depressive content. 93% of videos shown to the account are about sadness or depression.
Bro, come on, bro. That shit is crazy. That's not good, dude. That you can't tell me that's healthy, dude.
People been looking at me. I'm just like, what you looking at?
A TikTok spokeswoman said that some of the remaining 7% of videos are to help the user discover different content. But for Kentucky 96, such videos were few and far between. The majority of videos it was shown outside of its depressive rabbit hole were ads. A TikTok spokeswoman said that the simulated activity generated by the Wall Street Journal's bots is not representative of real user behavior because humans have a diverse set of interests. But even some of our accounts with diverse interests.
My hot take is like I would just ban talking about mental health on the internet by unqualified people. Like I'm so anti-freedom of speech when it comes to that stuff. I'm half kidding, but like, oh my God, dude. I feel like it is like created a system in which like there are people that are like faking dissociative diseases or disorders and shit like that. Like it's giving you the thing you seek the most, which is like clout. Okay. It's really addictive. And then people are just like, oh, that must be me. You know what I mean? Instead of like growing through it, instead of experiencing the growing pains, you're just like, oh no, this is me. And now not only is it me, but it's now a part of my personality, actually. And the way I show the rest of the world who I am. Oop, now I'm actually building a following off this. That's crazy. This fetishized depression and mental illness is a personality. Yeah, but you laughed though. Sad. Man, shut up, Dr. Birthday. Happy birthday, bitch. Sad. I don't know. I'm not an expert. Talk to your doctor if you're uncomfortable with how you feel.
Rabbit holed. We showed our data and many of the videos seen by Kentucky 96 to Shazlo.
Oh, hit verified tweet Madlib. Yeah, this is the tweet that made me follow this motherfucker. Oh, they deleted the main tweet. What the fuck? I saw a TikTok about how normal thing in a childhood is a sign of word they just learned, and I can't stop thinking about it. I saw a TikTok about how playing dodgeball in childhood is a sign of what? Yeah, it's just like I saw a TikTok about how a man saying hi to a child is a sign of in childhood is a sign of fucking blah 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 trauma, and I can't stop thinking about it. It's always like some fucking trauma. I've talked about this before. We've like hyper medicalized everything too. Like people don't just fucking lie. People don't just like lie anymore. Everybody's gaslighting. Like it's supposed to sound something different. Like it's supposed to mean something different. Everybody has post-traumatic stress disorder. Like they're not just like they don't just experience discomfort. They're not uncomfortable. They're literally fucking experiencing trauma in every moment. Okay? And it's so strange to me. Like I feel like I'm getting old. And I feel like maybe that's why I look at it differently. Maybe the next generation is just like, this is it. We're just absolutely going to see everything from like extreme terms. And that it's going to be, you know, everyone's neurodivergent and everything is going to be, everyone kind of is neurodivergent. Sorry, it's just the truth. Everyone's got some shit going on. And I know that or neuroatypical, I guess, not neurodivergent. And then everything is like hyper medicalized, and I don't know how that's going to. I'm engaging in self-comforting behavior currently as I'm talking about an uncomfortable subject to you right now. I'm comforting myself. I'm picking at my skin as I'm talking about a subject that is uncomfortable for me to talk about, because I know that there will be a lot of trauma response from people who are neurodivergent, who will misunderstand the point I'm trying to make, and you know, disability Twitter will fucking be up my asshole. You know what I mean? It's like everything. And then putting it on a fucking content spaceship. Putting it on a fucking content spaceship makes it so much worse too. You know? The original was reading and disassociation. Being anxious doesn't mean you have anxiety. Being sad doesn't mean you have depression. Being a perfectionist doesn't mean you have OCD. Yes, I agree. OCD is like very rarely about that. You got to remember that some of these young kids learned to use the internet during COVID and there's no escape. Chronically online kids are fucking wild. I mean, I know I have some chronically online kids in here. I feel responsible for their behavior a little bit. And I try to like make sure that they're not turning into these like fucking annoying little nerds who can't shut the fuck up about like every little thing and then like lose their fucking minds over like every little minute thing. Like, what do I always talk about? That human beings are complex and we all have issues. Most importantly, we all have privileged blind spots, including the young fucking little 14-year-old Minecraft Twitter stands or whatever fucking standum that people are a part of. Like, I think it's because as a society we've ignored and mistreated people with these things so long. There's so much untreated shit out there that's been normalized. I've talked about this before. Like, on the one hand, I feel like we have medicalized mental illness when or at least according to Foucault, when it was something to be fascinated by, that people were vibrant personalities that then became illnesses to be treated. But also, on the other hand, while we're still doing that, everything is now becoming hyper medicalized. But also simultaneously, we are literally like beaming at motherfuckers who are demonstrating mental illness on the timeline. Like, we can't look away. We're like fascinated by it. Rogan sounding take. I mean, the take that I'm referencing is not my own. Foucault molested kids. He's French, bro. Come on. What else is new? Wow, a French philosopher molested children? That's crazy. What's next? Did the Pope did that too? Is that your fascinating revelation in the chat, dude? What the fuck? No way. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Wow, that's wild. No way, dude. Next, you're gonna tell me every white Western philosopher was a gigantic racist, and I'm gonna be shocked. I'm gonna be shocked. I will be shocked if you tell me that. This would be very, very strange. Speaking from privilege, Hasan. Yeah, I am. Anyway, let's keep going.
What we see on TikTok is a bit the same that what we saw on YouTube. So basically, the algorithm is detecting that this depressing content is useful to create engagement and pushes depressing content. So the algorithm is pushing people towards more and more extreme content, so it can push them toward more and more watch time.
TikTok also says it allows you to see less of something by selecting the not interested button. But Chaslow says that's not enough.
The algorithm is able to find the piece of content that you're vulnerable to, that will make you click, that will make you watch. But it doesn't mean you really like it, and that's the content that you enjoy the most. It's just the content that's the most likely to make you stay on the platform.
Our bots only escaped rabbit holes when we changed their viewing interests. When we told one bot to stop watching videos about ADHD, the algorithm cut back on that content. Still, many of the journal's bots were rapidly pushed deep into rabbit holes. TikTok learned our bots' most far-flung interests, like astrology. But even bots with general mainstream interests got pushed to the margins as their recommendations got more personalized and narrow. Bots with an interest in sexual content wound up way out here, watching #KingTalk videos about sexual power dynamics. And our bot with a general interest in politics wound up being served videos about election conspiracies and QAnon.
First order of business is impeach.
I wonder how that happened, dude. That's crazy. Bro, I swear to God, like everyone on the right is just, they don't have a job, okay? I hate to say it, I hate to break it to you, but like literally every single person on the right just has never had a job. Okay? They just don't. They literally can't. They physically can't have a job while also polluting the airwaves with like user-generated content to the degree that they do. I refuse to believe it. Right-wingers have never had a job. Okay? No shot. These motherfuckers are everywhere. I don't know how they make their money. Like, I don't know what it is. Like lefties have jobs, Omega Law. No, I think they do. I think left wingers have too much time. They're spending too much time working to make fucking TikToks.
Biden and Kamala. Goes from the House to the Senate.
You can tell me that guy has a job, dude? No shot. Bro, if they have jobs, how the fuck are they literally flying all around the country going to protest all day, every day? How are they doing that? Like how? What are they doing? Are they in MLMs, dude? Are they doing multi-level marketing schemes and shit? Like how the fuck? They work at churches and that's a fact. Okay, abolish churches. Got it.
Deep in the niche worlds of TikTok, users are more likely to encounter potentially harmful content that is less vetted by moderators and violates the app's terms of service.
Make them angry and sad. They would be so much happier without you.
A TikTok spokeswoman said that the company catches a lot of banned content, which passes through both computer analysis and human moderators. It also
How the fuck y'all be 13, 15, looking 18? What genes you got? Why didn't the urge to tell my grandma? What the fuck? What the fuck? Every one of these videos is so sus, dude.
Use videos reported by users.
Go. Don't tell them goodbye. Just go.
It's night time.
There's a lot of fun, silly, and life-affirming content on TikTok. But while TikTok can draw out what makes you laugh, it can also make you wallow in your darkest thoughts.
Turning the pain from mental to physical work.
Without ever needing to eavesdrop on you or collect any personal information about you.
I've never attempted suicide or anything. I've never let it get that far.
Whether it's on TikTok, on Facebook, on YouTube, we're interacting with algorithm in our everyday life more and more. We are training them and they're training us. So we have to study this so we understand it better and we don't let it go in directions that are harmful to society or to certain groups of people.
Dude, I don't even fucking... I don't know how to, like... I don't know how to get off of that. Like, it just, like, broke my brain completely, dude. You know? Good thing this app is for literally babies. Holy shit, no. Oh, I skipped it. I can't find it. Yeah. I saw Mitch McConnell, please, dude. I don't know what to tell you, man. We're watching all the negatives of TikTok on YouTube. That does the exact same thing. I mean, YouTube does that too. YouTube is like, YouTube was the fucking worst with like alt-right radicalization. And now I feel like TikTok has taken the place of that. Who owns this runner? The Forerunner? Oh, Mitch McConnell. He got that nussy. Oh, fuck. There was a Jordan Peterson video that I wanted to watch. Does anyone have that Jordan Peterson video? Lives TikTok? I'm not clicking on that, dude. I'm not clicking on that. You bloody well better find it. Everyone's been asking me to fucking watch the Can You Fix Climate Change video. Like everyone. And not a single person has been asking to watch the top of the hour ad break. That's not even true, actually. Literally everyone's been trying to bait me for the past like 10, 17 minutes, I would say. And I've just like been avoiding reading the chat and trying to come up with a good fucking ad break segue, and I just can't. I can't do it. I'm just gonna fucking feed it to you, okay? That's right, dude. It's top of the fucking hour. There's a 6-second ad break right now. You already know. Dude, I'm fucking dying right now. I don't know what the hell's wrong with me. Hold on, I gotta pee.
Never before in human history have we been richer, more advanced, more powerful. And yet, we feel overwhelmed in the face of rapid climate change. It seems simple on the surface. Greenhouse gases trap energy from the sun and transfer it to our atmosphere. This leads to warmer winters, harsher summers. Dry places become drier and wet places wetter. Countless ecosystems will die while the rising oceans swallow coasts and the cities we build on them. So why don't we just prevent all of that? Well, it's complicated. The public debate about stopping rapid climate change often focuses on a few key features like coal plants, cars, or burping cows. And so the solutions are often simplistic. Rows of solar panels, biking to work, something sustainability. And a huge talking point is personal responsibility. How you should change your lifestyle to prevent rapid climate change, which we'll find out together in the next few minutes. This is one of those videos where we want to encourage you to watch to the end, because to discuss real, doable solutions, we first need to understand the problem. A fuller picture. Modern industrial society, as we constructed it in the last 150 years, is inherently destructive to the planet. Basically, everything we do to make our lives easier, safer.
Is this going to be an individual responsibility video sponsored by like a mega corporation, a billionaire-owned mega corporation that tells you you should just know the opposite? Okay, good.
And more comfortable is making things worse for the biosphere. The food we eat, the streets we walk on, the clothes we wear, the gadgets we use, the way we move around, and the pleasant temperatures we artificially create around us. While most people know about the serious impact of energy, beef, cars, and planes, many major polluters are barely ever talked about. The emissions leaking out of landfills are as significant as the emissions of all the jets in the air. More CO2 is released to run our homes than from all cars combined. And the emissions produced when making a new car is equivalent to building just 2 meters of road. So it is nice to switch to electric cars, but they won't solve anything if we keep building roads the same way. Fixing one small part of the industrial system is not enough. Each of the many different parts needs its own solution, and many of them aren't straightforward. But even where we know what to do, just because a solution exists doesn't mean we're able or willing to implement it. There are many grey areas in the fight against rapid climate change. The most prominent one is the divide between rich and poor. Emissions versus poverty. There is a clear connection between the prosperity of a nation and its carbon emissions. In other words, richer people tend to cause more emissions. So the key to fixing climate change is simply for the world's richest to cut back on their extravagant lifestyles, right? While this would help, it wouldn't make the problem go away. This is because 63% of global emissions come from low to middle income countries. Countries where most people are not living extravagantly, but are trying to escape poverty at worst and achieve a comfortable lifestyle at best. The unfortunate reality is that currently, escaping poverty and becoming middle class.
I love when motherfuckers are like, yo, Hasan, I'm looking directly at you. Hey, dumbass, we're all a part of that with respect to the rest of the planet. You know that, right? Like, you can fucking look at me all you want. You are rich. Like, if you can watch me on Twitch, your fucking carbon footprint is technically, with respect to the rest of the world, in the rich side, okay? You're on a laptop, you're on your fucking phone, you're literally taking advantage of like ISPs, you have internet service, you're a part of the rich when we're talking about fucking, you know, climate change. Like, you're living in America, you're living in the Western world, like, that's what they're talking about. They're not talking about like, you know, me versus your dad. I like that though. It's like, they're literally comparing like someone living in America to someone living in Africa. That's what they're talking about. That's the real difference between like people's carbon footprint. Only 30% of the world has access to the internet. Is that true? I thought it was higher than that.
Class creates unavoidable emissions. So asking developing countries to cut emissions just looks like an attempt to keep them down. It's very hard to argue that a region should protect their primeval forests and spend money on solar panels instead of burning wood when it can't meet basic needs for significant parts of its population. But cutting back is not a popular demand.
I love people saying like, dude, what the fuck do you mean? Like, I have negative income. Dude, it doesn't matter. You live in America. Like, that's not the point. When it comes to climate change, when it comes to anthropogenic climate change, like, having negative income doesn't mean anything when you're comparing your carbon emissions to... Bao, can you please explain it to motherfuckers, please? Instead of fucking memeing in the chat. Come on, use your, like, vegan climate change propaganda for good for once in your goddamn life. Holy shit.
Especially if the countries making these demands got rich by causing environmental damage in the past. So for billions of people, more emissions are a good thing, personally. When we forget about this, we tend to propose unworkable solutions. Take concrete. 8% of CO2 emissions are released by the concrete manufacturing industry. Okay, cool. Stop using concrete, right? But right now, concrete is also a cheap and easy way for growing populations in developing countries to build affordable housing. And there are many examples like that. Even rich countries aren't immune from disagreeing about rapid climate change solutions. Banning coal, gas and oil from the energy mix is slowed down by heated discussions about what should replace them. Citizens can be strictly against nuclear power, but also oppose wind or solar infrastructure in their backyards. In principle, all of these issues can be overcome, but there are things we don't currently know how to overcome. The most problematic one is food. Emit or die. We will soon need to feed 10 billion people, and we don't know how to do that without emitting greenhouse gases. Because of the nature of modern food production that requires fertilizers or manure, it's impossible to have zero emissions food. Rice alone emits so much methane each year that it practically equals the emissions of all the air traffic in the world. What's worse is that the foods we like the most emit the most. 57% of food emissions come from animal-based foods, although they make up only 18% of the world's calories and 37% of its protein. And as people across the world grow richer, they want more meat. Traditional diets in most cultures were primarily plant-based with a little meat on top. But with the rise of industrial-style meat production and factory farming, meat has become a staple food, a regular indulgence in developed countries and a symbol of status and wealth in developing countries. Today, about 40% of the world's habitable land is used for meat production in some form or another, the size of North and South America combined. This is land we could otherwise allow native ecosystems to regrow, like forests in the Amazon, and suck carbon out of the atmosphere, but instead, most of it is used to feed animals. The available solutions are uniquely able to make everybody on the political spectrum, rich or poor, unhappy. Meat is highly emotional, and there are a lot of whataboutism arguments floating around, like comparing it to the worst sources of emissions. In the end, it's pretty simple. Eating less meat alone won't stop climate change, but we all...
Thank God. Okay, good. All right, we're good. Boys, he said it. He said it before I had to say anything, okay? So we're fine. It just won't stop us, so we shouldn't do it.
Also can't stop climate change without eating less meat.
What? Fuck you, dude. Shut up. That part is unimportant. It's just, I don't know why he brought that up. I don't know. That one's... He's German. I don't know what he's talking about. Let's not get into the nitty and the gritty.
The same holds true for other things that are less crucial to our survival, but frankly not realistic to make go away. Like air travel.
Wait, what about fucking cruise ships, though? That's like, dude, I kind of want to make it my life's mission to just, like, eradicate the entire cruise liner industry. I feel like it is literally the most insane, the absolute insane. Cruise ships, what about container ships? Brother, there is like the utility that you have with container ships is profound, okay? Especially when you're comparing it to fucking cruise ships, which has no utility whatsoever. Like, you're like, what about international travel, brother? That's basically what you're saying. Cruise ships are completely meaningless and a waste. These kinds of tankers, on the other hand, are a fucking necessity for international travel and commerce. So, you know, this is important. Cruise ships are not. I'm 14, though. So, of course, I'm like, why do we need international trade? I don't get it.
Overseas shipping, mining, and the production of devices that play YouTube videos. So, what does this mean? Do we need to give up our way of life, and can the poor never achieve it? Can't some technology save us so we can continue to drive our big cars and...
Vegans actually contribute to maximum levels of CO2 gases. Common misconception: the collective size let out by people they catch in their propaganda tractor beam actually have made huge holes over Seattle, Austin, and Portland. The fuck?
And eat meat every day? Solutions versus expenses. In principle, this technology already exists. Direct air capture of CO2 draws carbon dioxide from the air so that it can be stored underground or transformed into products. So why aren't we implementing it in every industry everywhere? Because with the technology we have right now, this would cost some $10 trillion per year, or half the United States GDP. This money has to come from somewhere, and currently no one is offering it. Just dumping these costs on massive polluters like steel mills and coal power stations would double the cost of their products, and so these industries that operate on very tight profit margins would go bankrupt.
Fuck, dude, that would be so terrible.
Getting the government to pay for it seems logical, but a lot of state resources are actually tied up doing the opposite, like subsidizing oil.
I was just about to say that we already do pay for it. We just pay for the other side of it.
Oil and gas, which seems counterintuitive but follows clear incentives. By artificially keeping fuel prices low, shipping and everyday goods are kept artificially cheap too, which has a major social impact on billions of people around the world. That creates political lobbies and incentives that perpetuate a cycle that makes it so hard to stop fossil fuel production. Meanwhile, very costly solutions for a far-off problem, like carbon capture, seem like they can wait, as technically nobody benefits from it right now. Some argue that a move away from capitalism is the only solution to this mess. Others insist that markets should be even freer without any interventions like
Yeah, some argue that we should end capitalism to solve this problem, and others are fucking assholes, okay? That's the... Yeah, oh yeah, we need freer markets, as though like deregulation didn't land us squarely in this fucking problem to begin with. Like, Exxon had some of the top scientific minds recognize the dangers that they were fucking causing on the planet like 30 years before it even became a public conversation. and they saw it and they were like, we need to bury this shit forever. So, you know, maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe those people should have been punished.
Subsidies, and some suggest that we need what's referred to as degrowth, and to cut back as a species overall. But the truth is, at least as of now, no political system is doing an impressive job at becoming truly sustainable, and none have really done so in the past. We also don't have the time to figure this out and do a lot of experiments. We must implement solutions now. Not just to halt the release of all possible greenhouse gases, but also to start reducing the amount of CO2 in the air. It's too late to just mend our ways, we have to actively correct our past mistakes. With every year we waste, more extreme changes will be unavoidable. Okay, let's take a deep breath. Rapid climate change and the world we live in are complicated, so here is where you, dear viewer, come in again. Could you please fix the climate? A narrative of our time is that we are all responsible for rapid climate change, that everyone needs to play their part. Why don't you buy a new electric car? Why don't you replace your gas stove with an electric one? How about you double glaze your windows, stop eating meat, and switch off your lights? Shifting responsibility from the largest carbon emitters to the average person, you, is much easier to do than solving problems.
Some people think unregulated markets can solve racism. Yeah. By making a slave trade for all humans, not just black humans. So yeah, in that sense, then yes. If you think libertarians won't sell like white children, you're out of your fucking mind. So yeah, in a way it will end racism, I guess. Or just like kick it into overdrive. So, you know. If you think I'm lying to you, please read like a single old school libertarian thinker. Was it Roth? Who advocated for the baby trade market? Which is, I'm not even kidding. That's like a literal thing. No, it wasn't Rand. It was Rothbard, right? Yes. Rothbard literally argued about selling children. That's right.
There's an extra bonus if solving rapid climate change sells a new product. If you don't have the money or time...
Awfully suspicious that, like, you know, 4 decades of deregulation, steady deregulation, and, you know, our neoliberal attitude to the free markets has only caused further monopolization. It's so strange. Don't know how that happened. But we should maybe just further deregulate, and maybe that'll change it. That's what'll work, really. Nearly every single fucking industry that you absolutely fucking despise, that you hate, is an oligopoly. And the reason for why they're an oligopoly is because either they have a natural barrier of entry, okay, or they require a shitload of fucking... Like, they require usually just a natural barrier of entry, and they require a shitload of subsidies, which, of course, libertarians will say is anti-libertarian. But all of those areas should have no competition. They should just be run by the government. Why don't we just modest proposal it and extinct ourselves?
For these things, you should feel bad. It's an effective message because it's true. The quickest way to cut CO2 emissions would be if all rich populations on Earth drastically changed their lifestyles and if the people on the rise would not seek to achieve it, favoring the climate over comfort and wealth. If you're able to watch this video, that includes you. But we've just witnessed a global experiment in staying at home, not using transport, and consuming less during the coronavirus pandemic. And all it did was reduce CO2 emissions by 7% for 2020. Asking average people to solve rapid climate change breaks down when we look at the scale of the problem. Personal contributions towards reducing greenhouse gas emissions are nice, but they are dwarfed by the systemic reality of global emissions. The concept of your personal carbon footprint was popularized by the oil producer BP in a 2005 ad campaign. Arguably one of the most effective and sinister pieces of propaganda that still seriously distracts all of us from the reality of the situation. If you eliminated 100% of your emissions for the rest of your life, you would save 1 second's worth of emissions from the global energy sector. Even the most motivated person can't even make a tiny dent.
Dude, wait. I mean, what are the neoliberals that get really mad at like the 100 companies produce like 75% of carbon emissions argument? The neoliberals that get mad at that, are they how do they feel about this video? Because Krugerzox is like kind of, you know, in their realm. They do a lot of like liberal ass content. I mean, this is basically arriving at that conclusion that like systemic regulation is an absolute necessity. The elimination of the profit motive is also part of how this has to be tackled, considering the fact that, or maybe I'm wrong, but
when we put together the dangers of rapid climate change, the scale of emissions and the lack of consensus over how to solve it, the challenge seems insurmountable. It can cause decision fatigue and moral licensing where you no longer feel bad about behaving in a counterproductive way. We have struggled a long time with this, which is why this video took us so long to make. So, what can you actually do? There are many different takes, and they are passionately discussed. We don't know who's right, so we can only offer you the Kurzgesagt perspective and opinion.
What?
Opinion part. What can you actually do? We need a different way to think and talk about rapid climate change. An all-encompassing systemic approach.
They couldn't take a fucking approach to like further deregulation is wrong in a video where they're like their most aggressive solution is carbon capture, and for some weird reason they heavily talk about how corporations refuse to do anything about it, and the government literally subsidizes the energy production industry instead of subsidizing against it. Like, okay, let's just, okay.
Nothing less than changing the fundamentals of our modern industrial societies. As discussed in frustrating length, the personal responsibility angle is overplayed. For systemic changes in technology, politics, and the economy of this magnitude, we need to influence the people at the levers.
Right about
Politicians need to know and feel strongly that the people care, that their own success depends on tackling rapid climate change.
But hold on. If the system is designed in a way, if the system is designed in a fucking way where like, you know, Americans can't even get fucking health care, then why the fuck would politicians listen to the dumbass humans that have no power whatsoever, no political power at all? What do you do when you have two options in the United States of America and both parties are not doing anything to tackle climate change? What are you going to do? Who are you going to vote for? Oh, just vote. Okay, well, I want to vote for the guy that actually wants to do something and has the power to do something, or will do something when they get into a position of power. Nah, just vote, dude. Okay, well, how do we get them to fucking do something? Just fucking vote. Vote extra hard next time. Yeah, just keep voting, dude. What you have to do is vote harder. What you did, you fucking idiot, was that you didn't vote hard enough last time, and you got to vote extra hard this time. It'll work this time if you vote fucking harder.
And governments and local politicians are reluctant to change laws that affect their biggest tax contributors or campaign donors, we need to vote them out and vote in people who respect science.
Yeah, dude. I'm gonna vote out. We're gonna vote out Joe Manchin in plus 35 fucking West Virginia. Plus 35 red West Virginia Joe Manchin. We're gonna vote him out. He makes like fucking $5 million. He has a $5 million net worth from just coal, okay? From the coal plant that his fucking brother owns now, or his son owns, that he has like absolutely a vested interest in. But yeah, we're just gonna fucking vote him out. I'm gonna vote extra hard, dude. I'm gonna vote for someone who says they respect science and understands that climate change is, you know, a significant problem, that will then go and not do anything about it. That's what I'm gonna vote for instead. Oh.
We need to hold them accountable for implementing the most effective climate change strategies. Not waste our time with things like banning plastic straws, but by moving the big levers. Food, transportation, and energy, while not forgetting the smaller ones like cement or construction. When industries fight against changing their ways...
So don't vote? That's not what I'm saying. I love voting, okay? I vote so fucking hard, dude. I put my dick in that ballot, okay? I fuck the ballot. Okay? I love voting. Voting gets me fucking hard, dude, okay? I'm coming in my pants every time I vote. I'm like, fuck yeah. Civic duty. Yeah, that's how I vote, okay? So shut the fuck up, liberals. I'm so, oh my God, based in electoralist pill or whatever. Ultimately, though, I do feel very, very, very sad when days like this happen and we go over. You are correct, but that's why people misunderstand the argument advocating for personal responsibility when it's really for social change that will eventually, hopefully, result in systemic change. Yeah, it's just, dude, days like this where I see Kirsten Sinema being like, days like this where I read an article about how Kirsten Sinema got $750,000 from the pharmaceutical industry in an effort to stop a fucking $3.5 trillion budget reconciliation proposal from going through Congress because she got paid $750,000 to literally advocate against pharmaceutical price bargaining by Medicare that would greatly reduce the cost of Medicare for the American government and for old people in general and for everyone in general. That's when I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna vote as hard as I can, but like it's literally not gonna happen. Okay, it's just like I'll do a cum tribute to the fucking ballot, but like I don't know what else to do there.
For fear of losses or in an honest attempt to protect their own, we need politicians to change the laws and incentivize the deployment of existing technologies and massively invest in innovation for the fields where we don't have great solutions yet. There's no reason that the profit interests of industries could not match the need to reduce carbon emissions as much as possible. And if they still don't cooperate, harsh punishments and regulation need to force or bankrupt them. It's still unrealistic that change of that scope can be forced onto a worldwide economy quickly enough, because many low-carbon technologies still need a lot of time and research, which means they're expensive. But more companies will make more efficient carbon capture systems, tasty meat alternatives, better batteries, cement alternatives, and so on if there's a clear and growing demand. And if you're affluent enough, you can do your part by investing in these things right now while they're still expensive. These are the
motherfucker, you're a dem sock believing in state socialism, talking about flaws of electoral politics, that you aren't the person who thinks you can vote socialism in. I don't think you can vote socialism in, but I do think that I have a better idea than you do with respect to even building an anarcho-syndicalist future. And that is that without mainstreaming these fucking ideologies, these ideas, and also getting people in positions of power that can do like marginal fucking change in an effort to be able to open up the opportunities to unionize, for example, and build more coalitions, build more worker coalitions, you got nothing. You just got fantasies, okay? Good luck.
Mechanisms that will drive the prices down later on. So this is basically what you can do. Vote at the ballot, vote with your wallet. There are too many opposing interests and complicated.
Okay, that was cute as fuck, dude. This was so stupid.
Prices down later on. So this is basically what you can do. Vote at the ballot, vote with your wallet.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, it sold me. Yeah, this is ridiculous. This ending is ridiculous. So that's what this video is then? You agree? No, I don't. Vote at the ballot, vote with your wallet. Fucking silly as fuck. They don't mention even fucking once the most significant power that you, as the average Joe, holds, okay? And that's not your fucking vote. Your vote is important, but clearly it's like, your vote is important, certainly, it's undeniable, but your vote is only as important as who you can vote for. And you can't fucking vote in people that aren't running. You can't vote in ideas that are not discussed, okay? In a system that is completely fucking trapped, you have to use other alternatives. Like I'm not even saying violence. Shut up. People that say like Pepe La violence don't recognize that like you don't have anything to do violence with. You just don't. Like you're ridiculous. Like there is no revolution, okay? You know what revolution without fucking momentum is? Terrorism. You know what happens to people that do that? They go to jail, okay? They get fucking owned, okay? They get owned by the government, like, so aggressively before they go anywhere. And then people laugh at them. So shut up. The goal is organizing. The only power that people actually do have, aside from fucking voting or whatever, unless you're white. No, even when you're white. The only power that people have is their power as workers, okay? And considering that we are all little labor aristocrats here in the United States, we don't even really have that kind of organizing opportunity as much anymore. So, January 6th terrorists walking free would counter that, you dumbass? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, working alongside a white supremacist fascist ideology is not going to get you caught up as a terrorist. I'm talking about like actual fucking disruptive ideologies, not like brown shirts that are working side by side with the government, dumbass. Dude, this government is so ruthless. People are saying eco-terrorism are so stupid. You know how many fucking 65-year-old hippie grandmas the FBI is like tracking and like literally jails? The fuck are you guys talking about? Eco-terrorism. Okay, bro.
There are too many opposing interests and complicated grey zones. In the end, if we truly get the systemic change we need, everybody will be unhappy about some aspect of it. Only if we all accept that some solutions will have negative impacts for us can we have an honest conversation and make progress. Everybody will be a little unhappy, and that's okay. This is the best you can do. You can deal with the reality of the situation and promote your priorities through your behavior and your actions. And while you do so, you can eat less meat, fly less, or get an electric car. Not because you should feel guilty if you don't, or because you naively believe that you alone can stop rapid climate change, but to do your tiny, tiny part for the systemic change we need. This video was supported by Gates Notes, the personal blog of Bill Gates, where he writes about global health, climate change, and more. Check out gatesnotes.com to learn more about ways the world can work together to reach zero greenhouse gas emissions, or use the link below. And in the spirit of transparency, if you want to learn more about how we handle sponsorships like this one, we also have a Medium article describing how we do it. Thank you for watching.
Wow. That's great. Yes, I do admit that the Angry Bird got me. The Angry Bird fucking got me, okay? It sold me. Iowa climate activist sentenced to 8 years in federal prison for Dakota Access Pipeline sabotage. Yeah, motherfuckers be like, eco-terrorism, dude. Yeah, that's what the government... Dude, that's the most insane shit. Like, we literally fucking quietly destroy people that fucking do any sort of, like, serious fucking climate change protest or engage in any sort of direct action against, like, you know, our oil pipelines and anything like that. Fucking nuts, dude. They roll tanks on Native Americans protesting pipelines on their lands. On their lands, the fuck you gonna do? Yeah. It's nuts. That's crazy, dude. Why is your process to getting tortured?
We hold you in a headlock and then focused first on a pressure point that's right below my ear. Forced his thumb in there for probably 30 to 45 seconds.
So he like grabbed the left side of my head, and with his other hand he just like started pressing in right below this ear and just like started getting harder and harder and harder. And it like I could feel my eardrum, like the pressure start building here. And it was like right on the nerve, so it really hurt and started screaming.
He was pushing so hard into my nasal cavity that my nasal airways were completely blocked. I don't think I was getting enough oxygen, but there was another sheriff's deputy standing there. And I just...
Bro, why does this video look like I'm hovering over it or something? Got like that dark hue in the bottom that makes it seem like I'm hovering over it, and I want to like hover away so like I can see the full video. What the fuck? I'm sorry, but
I could feel that my right side of my face wasn't working anymore.
First he put me in a headlock, and then he proceeded pressing really hard with his fingers here and sort of moving them up and down and sideways. As somebody who has given birth, the level of pain was like beyond that.
I'm here in solidarity with the fight against Line C, demanding the end of this pipeline, the end of settler colonialism and extraction across the globe.
I love that term, pain compliance. Like, what a term, dude. Sir, I'm gonna do an ocular pat down and then engage in what is known as pain compliance, which is torture, by the way. Enhanced interrogation, torture. Pain compliance, torture.
I can't breathe, you're covering my mouth.
You are hurting him!
That's the point. It's called pain compliance.
Hey, isn't it wonderful that we just recently had a bipartisan, we just bipartisanly decided that we can't have police reform in this country. Police reform that was like 8 Can't Wait, which was already like incredibly fucking watered down, which literally was like, don't do chokeholds on people, please, at the federal level. And cops were like, are you fucking kidding me? I can't do a chokehold on a perp. I'll fucking die. Do you want me to die? Like, that's literally what they said. And then they won. They won that argument. Stop kink shaming me.
After they thought that it was long enough, they left me and said, I'll give you a minute to think about that. They moved on to the person that was on the other side of me, who was a woman.
And then they came around to me a second time and focused on a pressure point that was right under my nose and above my lip.
And he took my head again and started pressing on my pressure point again. And then I felt him put all of his weight on it. And that's when I got really scared, and I kind of felt like my eardrum was gonna break. And then he moved to my teeth and like right here, and like started pressing up into my nose. And I felt my my teeth were gonna fall out.
Jesus Christ, dude.
When I saw the doctor, I tried to explain what had been happening to me, and he...
Remember when I told you, like, they fucking murk, like, 60-year-old grandmas? Like, they literally do that. It's not a joke. Like, a lot of the climate, like, a lot of the fucking eco-terrorists, aka climate change direct action doers, engagers, are old folk, like, that are super kind, that have been in the fucking game for a long-ass time, and then they get literally fucking tortured by cops, and they get round-the-clock surveilled, same by the state, by the FBI. They are considered terrorists, and then they get fucking arrested and thrown in jail for years.
Informed me that I had Bell's palsy, that it could be temporary or it could be permanent, that this could be for the rest of my life.
They did give me the diagnosis of Bell's palsy on the right side of my face. They got me off the bed and put me back in cuffs and took me to the jail. And when they tried to take my mugshot, I really tried to smile the entire time they were trying to take the picture, because even when I do it now, you can see that this side of my face doesn't move. Doesn't move.
Enbridge Energy is paying the salaries of the police protecting Line 3. '80 water protectors were charged with felonies in July and August alone.
I was charged with felony theft, which has a maximum penalty of up to 10 years in prison. I was charged with gross misdemeanor trespass on critical infrastructure at the behest of energy companies to specifically criminalize people who are fighting fossil fuel projects and fighting energy projects. These charges and the actions of law enforcement, people should see that it's...
You shouldn't be able to actually rent a cop of your company. I'm sorry, sir. That's goddamn un-American.
Actually a growing trend. So while the state of Minnesota, while the Biden administration, while the US government decides to expand fossil fuel infrastructure and allow companies to destroy the water and destroy the earth, while they fail to do their job to protect the earth, people are having to protect the earth on their own, and we're being called terrorists.
They basically...
Yeah, it's Minnesota. Yeah, this is Line 3. Enbridge Energy, the multinational corporation building the tar sands oil pipeline, is funding the police who torture, harass, and surveil protesters opposing Line 3. Dude, they used like fucking defense contractors at North Dakota Access Pipeline too. They sick dogs on people, dude. It's insane. Police have also used tear gas, rubber bullets against the unarmed protesters. Tara Huska, with the Geneve Collective spoke to Vice about the extreme force law enforcement have used to squash the Line 3 protest last week. The Minnesota Department of Natural Resources fined Enbridge $3.3 million for breaching an aquifer during Line 3 construction, releasing over 24 million gallons of groundwater. G-N-O? What's it called, Nestle? The Line 3 pipeline runs through the wetlands and Anishinaabe Treaty Territory. If created, it will create carbon emissions equal to 50 coal-burning power plants. Activists are calling on POTUS in the interior to revoke the Enbridge's permit and stop Line 3. Anishinaabe. So yeah.